A man sitting in the middle of a crowd of people thought only about how his life was flying by. Believing that no one could compare to him, he unleashed his fury on the world, turning everything in his path to dust. He mercilessly destroyed his enemies. Thus he was able to change the fate of an entire era, and that is how he received his nickname, the Almighty Spirit. But at one point, 8 worthy creatures were born who protected the Middle Lands. The innate desire for bloodshed is very strong, so the Almighty Spirit did not blink an eye before committing so many atrocities for which they wanted to punish him immediately. But they failed to do this, because in the whole world there was no creature that could stop this inhuman creature. However, over time, the 8 great beings were able to seal and drown the Almighty Spirit, who was called Tang Heng, at the bottom of the deepest part of the lake. For this reason, these 8 creatures received the title of immortals, but in fact the immortals were not interested in anything except entertainment. However, after many years there were no survivors who could remember Tang Heng, since it was unlikely that anyone could live for such a long time. Tang Heng understood that no one was waiting for him. He had nowhere to stay, so he decided that the only thing left to do was to move forward, following the clouds. He is like a ghost stuck in the past, who has changed so much that he doesn't even recognize himself. Following the clouds one day on his way, he saw a little girl. Tan immediately realized that this was a homeless woman who needed help, because her heart was barely beating, and although it was clear that she would not die right now, at best she had 2 hours left. And if luck hadn't smiled on her today, she most likely would have died. Tan decided to share with her a small amount of his energy, which should be enough for her to overcome the critical moment. But the problem was that he wouldn't be able to satisfy her physically, only spiritually. So he decided to use his pills, which were more than 1,000 years old, which made him worried that they could become poison for her. But there was no other choice, because if he left her here in this state, she would definitely die. After some time sitting under a tree, he noticed how a girl approached him, holding something in her hands. Although mentally he understood that she apparently wanted to thank him for saving her. But in any case, he was not going to accept her gift, so he turned in the other direction. So several days passed. Each time he ate what the girl brought, her simple smile was something incomprehensible and unknown to him, but not at all bad. While walking around the city, Tan saw a girl being scolded by one of the merchants, who called her a thief. He realized that she was stealing food and that she brought him everything she stole every time. Anger filled his heart, and when the merchant wanted to hit the girl again, Tan jumped out of the crowd and sharply blocked his blow with his foot. The merchant began to scream in pain, but Tan immediately left, thinking that he had been eating what this girl brought for several weeks and did not even care where she got it from. It later turned out that she was beaten for stealing, and this situation angered Tan, but what irritated him most was that he began to worry about such things at all. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice how far he had gone. Tan looked back and saw that he was standing next to the very lake where he had spent the last 1,000 years. That same great warrior Tang Heng who conquered the whole world found himself at the bottom. He decided that he never wanted to see this place again and turned around to leave. Suddenly, that girl ran up to him and grabbed his leg, not wanting to leave. Tan didn't understand why she was still following him since he had only healed her a little. But the girl did not want to be alone and asked him not to leave. Tan thought about it, because he had spent his whole life alone and even 1,000 years could not change anything. He thought that perhaps their meeting was not accidental and his place was next to this child, so after learning that her name was Hua Somi, Tan invited her to go with him. After walking a little further, they decided to stop to rest a little, and Tan also needed to think about where they would live next, because he didn't have a home. The next day, when Somi woke up, she saw a huge house in front of her that was not there before, and was very surprised. How could it appear in one night? She approached Tan to find out about it, but he convinced the girl that the house was simply in poor condition, and he had renovated it a little. Somi decided not to ask about it anymore because Tan spoke confidently, which meant he definitely wasn't lying to her, so she continued to admire the beauty of the house, which couldn't have been built overnight. Suddenly she noticed that the house had no fence and told Tan about it. He was a little tense, as he understood that he needed to make one too. The next day he made a huge fence, which shocked Somi, But she was still very upset about something, and she became sad again. When he found out the reason for her sadness, he immediately fixed everything, and the next day huge trees and a small pond appeared near their house, because this is exactly what she was missing. Watching her reaction, Tanu was very pleased that now his life is full of worries, as he still has a lot to do for their comfortable living. After that, Tan made a special barrel so that she could take water treatments and always look neat, but the girl did not want to wash. But Tan was persistent and told her that he bought new clothes for her, and in order to wear them, she needed to wash well. After a short argument, he finally put her in the barrel and began to bathe her. It was obvious that she hadn't taken a bath for a long time, but Somi herself didn't know when she had been washed last. When they finished, Tan gave her some clean clothes in which she finally looked like a human, although it was the first time she wore something like that, but she really liked her new outfit. Tan was worried that the clothes wouldn't fit her, but the girl told him that for her, clothes and food weren't as important as the fact that he would always be with her. He was glad to hear this because if their every day was so calm, it would be just wonderful. But at this time, some people were watching outside their window, but they didn't know about it yet. Rumors began to spread in the city about an unknown house that appeared out of nowhere, which reached the head of this settlement, and he was interested in whether they were true. The subordinate did not know if this was true since he had no way to check, so the boss decided to take a walk in the forest to check how things really were. As they set out, the chief walked ahead and several of his henchmen followed him, lighting his way with torches. One of them noticed that their leader had been in a bad mood lately. Then the other said that bandits were now operating on their lands and were increasingly attacking villages. The people who lived in the village demanded that the bandits be caught immediately because their life was unbearable, but the man was thinking about completely different things because he was worried about a man named Chan Pek-san. This man was the leader of a gang of bandits and had a high level of martial arts, so much so that an ordinary warrior could not even approach him. Pek-san was also a master horse rider, so it was impossible to catch him no matter how hard they tried. So instead of him, his family members were captured and punished. Because of this, the bandit was thirsty for revenge and completely out of control. The subordinates encouraged their emperor and said that they would soon get rid of this bandit so that their leader would no longer worry about this. While they were talking, they didn't notice how they came to the very palace that was rumored, and when the leader saw it up close, he couldn't believe his eyes. One of his subjects fell to his knees and began to pray, as many thought that the palace belonged to a ghost, but the leader doubted it and ordered them to check who lived in it. Suddenly, the leader felt a powerful energy behind his back, which was reinforced by long years of life, which greatly alarmed him. Tan, in turn, did not understand who they were and why they had gathered near his house, since he had not invited any of them. The leader introduced himself as Hong Chang and said that he was the owner of these lands, mentally reassuring himself that he had nothing to fear because he had arrived as the legitimate representative of the interests of the empire. Tan gave his name and said that he did not build this palace, but simply renovated it. But the head did not believe him because he was sure that there was no palace before, and in order to build it and live in it, it was necessary to have permission. Then Tan said that the chief could have just given him permission, and threw his catch that he had caught for Somi in front of him. His gesture outraged Hong, and he immediately ordered his subordinates to arrest him. The guy didn't really want to get involved with them, but watching this seemed like a good idea to him, since Somi was sleeping anyway, so he had enough time. Tan let them tie him up and went after them. The leader was glad that he caught the bandit so easily and told the guy that he would not let him down, so he had better prepare for execution. The guy's look was quite frightening, so the leader decided to quickly return to deal with him, and then he could finally rest. Suddenly Tan stopped, noticing that one of his subordinates began to shout at him, but a second later he fell like a stone to the ground and did not move again. The leader did not understand what was happening, but when they raised their heads, they saw a huge number of arrows that were flying straight at them, from which it was impossible to escape. The arrows hit the target and hit their opponents, leaving them no chance to survive. After a few seconds, all of the leader's subordinates were destroyed, and he himself was very frightened by what was happening. A man approached the chief, who was surprised that he was walking around the area without any fear, In his opinion, it was very reckless, and when he came out of the shadows, the chief saw that it was the same famous bandit Pek San with his team. The leader knew that he was in big trouble because he had captured Pek San's family and destroyed them 6 months ago, but he had no idea that he would become his target. He was not prepared for battle, and the only worthy weapon he had with him was a sword. But he would never be able to stand up to so many people, because he was sure that Tan would hardly help him. The warriors who obeyed Pek San had outstanding skills and were eager to take revenge on the leader for the death of their family. The chief began to beg them for mercy, but Pek San was not going to let him go alive because he was really looking forward to this moment, and grabbing his head, the bandit told the chief that his ancestors needed offerings, so he would become one of them. He ordered his warriors to take the leader with them to deal with him, but he began to scream and ask for help from Tan, who had been standing motionless all this time and simply watching what was happening. Pek San noticed the guy standing with his hands tied and decided to free him, saying that he was very lucky, because if it weren't for them, everything could have ended sadly for him. Chan continued to call out to him and ask for help as he was being dragged along by the warriors. Tan thought for a moment and shouted at their leader to stop. He turned to the guy and was furious, but it didn't scare him at all. In turn, he asked what they were going to do with the boss. Pek San replied that he was going to destroy him the same way he destroyed his family. But Tan believed that the bandits had destroyed many more lives than the chief, meaning that the chief was simply trying to avenge all those who had fallen at their hands. Hearing this, his warriors were furious at such impudence. But Pek San smiled at the guy and asked if he wanted to help his friend. Tan looked around and noticed that he was surrounded by about 50 people with whom he would have to fight. Then he turned to the leader and asked if he wanted to live. The guy offered him a deal, saying that if he helps him, then he in turn will no longer cause him problems and forget about his house. Chan was so scared and doomed that he immediately agreed to all the conditions. Tan addressed the crowd of warriors and said that if they let the leader go, none of them would be harmed, but one of them did not like this arrangement, and he immediately began to attack the guy. But as soon as he approached him, Tan quickly parried his blow, causing him to fly several meters away from him, which shocked everyone who saw it, because he was one of the best warriors. Pek San looked at the guy who hadn't moved at all. He didn't understand how such a fighter ended up tied up, but he knew one thing for sure, that Tan could be much stronger than him. But the numerical superiority was on their side, especially since he had many times emerged alive from battles with opponents who were superior to him in strength. Therefore, he decided to deal with him with one general blow, giving the command to his warriors, and they all together began to attack Tan. The guy thought for a moment whether it was worth taking their lives. It would not be difficult for him to do this, because as soon as he waved his hand, all his opponents would fall. However, the thought that he would have to shed blood again worried him, and the warrior's heart was filled with doubts. But there was no time to waste, so when they began to attack him, he grabbed one of the warriors by the neck, and the rest did not dare to come closer. He threw the warrior's sword into the air and threw a stone at him, and the blade fragments flew apart, destroying all of Pek San's subordinates, who could not believe his eyes. Pek San watched him, and he was scared to imagine what else this guy was capable of, because an ordinary person would not have time to realize what had happened. He was definitely different from all the masters that the bandit had met before. He understood that he would not be able to even get one step closer to him, let alone take revenge. Realizing this, he rushed wherever his eyes looked, leaving his fallen warriors lying on the ground, as the first time he so shamefully ran away from the battlefield. The guy didn't expect that Pek San would give up and run away so quickly. He watched him go, but suddenly the leader grabbed his leg and started asking him to catch him. Tan didn't really want to do this, but in order to resolve his issue with the house, he had no other choice, so he rushed after the fugitive. When he caught him, he brought him back and hung them both on a tree, telling the chief that their deal was over. He looked at him with a threatening look and threatened him not to get in his way again, and also made sure that no one found out about him. The leader was scared, so he immediately agreed and said that he would do everything as needed. When Tan left, the chief looked after him and realized that he had gotten involved with a real monster, so he decided to make sure that no one would dare to take a step not only to his house, but also to his mountain. The next day, Tan and Somi went to the market to take a walk and buy some groceries. As they passed by people, the girl heard that the robbers had finally been cleared out, and now they had nothing to fear. On the way, the girl smelled the smell coming from the stalls with ready-made food, so she immediately ran to see what they were selling there. As they got closer, Tan noticed that he had run out of money. Since the main problem with the mountain criminals was now solved, he needed a lot of money to raise a child. After all, when he lived alone, any surface he could lie on was his bed, and when he wanted to eat, he simply went hunting. That was his way of life. So he had absolutely no idea what he needed to do to earn money, but since he took responsibility for Somi's life, he would need a lot of money. He called her and said that it was time for them to return home. Tan was only now thinking about something like this, and soon he would have to find a way to get money. On the way home, Somi asked him to stop and began to dig in the ground. The guy watched her but did not understand what she was digging there. Then she showed him a flower that was sticking out of the ground. She wanted to dig it up and take it with her, while Somi was trying to pull it out. Tan saw that there were a lot of strangers' tracks around, although he knew that no one could walk this road except them. But everything looked very suspicious. When the girl finally managed to get the flower, a strange bag appeared with it, which was tied to it, and seeing this, they decided to open it and find out what was inside. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a guy appeared and started yelling at the girl not to dare touch his flower, and literally a second later, he rushed at her with a knife. His hand was intercepted by Tan, and the blow was stopped. The opponent was shocked by his strength. Tan knocked the knife away from him and threw it away from the girl. When he was trying to come to his senses, Somi suddenly lost consciousness from fear, and Tan quickly picked her up in his arms. Although he knew that there was someone nearby, he did not think that the guy was ready to attack a defenseless child. He got angry because if the guy had harmed Somi, Tan would have immediately destroyed him. But apparently the guy just wanted to scare her, because he didn't look like a bandit at all. Tan was wondering what was in that bag that the guy was ready to rush at them with a knife. When he checked and saw what was there, he immediately understood everything and decided that he would still need it. Putting it on his shoulder, Tan carried them to the house. After the guy came to his senses, he was scared because he didn't know where he was. But when he saw Tan in front of him, his gaze made him feel creepy, because it was enough to feel the ominous energy emanating from him. Tan sat down next to him and told him that he wanted to destroy him, but changed his mind, saying that every person's life is valuable. So he asked him how much his life was worth, to which the guy replied that it was worth about 1,000,000 nyans. Hearing this, Tan smiled, because the guy looked like an ordinary thief, for whose life they would hardly pay so much. In the end, he told him a large sum that he needed to pay if he wanted to stay alive. The next morning, the chief walked through the market, where everyone was very friendly with him and tried to treat him to something, but he refused, citing state affairs that could not wait. He quickly left the market and hid from them. The leader understood that they started treating him like that because he caught the villain pecs on. But the problem was that he was exaggeratedly praised as if he were a national hero. Even the department began to treat him with more trust and told him that a statue of Buddha had recently been stolen from them, and that this was clearly the work of a criminal with outstanding skills. They wanted to conduct this investigation in the strictest secrecy, so they asked the chief for help, because even when all his warriors fell, he alone stood up to the elusive bandit and was able to capture him, so they hoped for his abilities. But now, the chief realized that it would be very difficult for him to find this statue, since if it was stolen, they would hide it until the very end. Holding his head, he cursed the thief who had caused him a lot of trouble. Last night, the guy realized that he didn't have that kind of money, so he asked Tan to take pity on him. And in exchange, the guy would do whatever he ordered. For some reason, it seemed to him that Tan could destroy him at any moment, and he didn't want his life to end so quickly, so he was ready for anything. Tan told him that until he paid off the entire debt, his things would be kept by him, and if the guy tried to escape, then he would double the amount of his debt, but he listened silently and still planned his future escape. A week later, the guy continued to work all day for Tan. He blamed the girl who found his hiding place, because if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have had to pay such a huge amount of money. He knew he had very little time left before meeting the merchant, so he needed to put everything back in place before he arrived. Because the guy risked his life to pull off a scam and hide the stolen goods, namely a golden statue of Buddha. Besides cleaning, the guy also cooked food, which pleased Tan very much, because Somi ate it with pleasure, so he increased his salary a little for good work. The guy thanked him for this, but he himself was already preparing a plan. Since he found the place where Tan hid the statue, he only had to wait for the right opportunity to steal it and escape. So day after day passed. The guy kept thinking about how he managed to get into such a situation because he considered himself a great robber who robbed even an agency that no one had ever robbed before. He could not decide to escape because several days had already passed and the merchant had definitely arrived expecting him, so he could not be late, since he could be severely punished for this. But perhaps he could avoid punishment if he was in Tan's house, which no one knew about, and even if he was caught, he definitely had nothing to worry about with this person. Tan called out to the guy and said that he and Somi were going fishing and that he was being left to guard the house. He was glad about this because he had such a sudden chance to escape. Tan warned the boy once again that if he ran away, his debt would double, but he smiled sarcastically because as soon as they crossed the threshold, the boy planned to immediately slip away, so everything Tan told him did not matter to him. When they came to the lake, Tan drew a circle beyond which Somi was not to go. He also put up a barrier so that neither people nor animals would see the girl and left her to fish, while he went about his business, promising her that he would return soon. Meanwhile, Tan came to the chief, who was still racking his brains with thoughts about the statue. In turn, he offered him to join and help in one matter. While they were negotiating, the guy had already reached the merchant's shop and handed him that very Buddha statue. The merchant was amazed that the young man managed to steal such an expensive thing and stay alive. As a reward, he received a couple of million nyans. The merchant warned the boy to be careful, as a powerful robber who was operating in the neighboring area had recently been captured, but the boy smiled and replied that even if he was caught, he would not give up his accomplices. Subordinates suddenly burst into the office and informed the merchant that they had big problems, since their shop was surrounded by detectives from the department, which meant that someone had set them up. The merchant was very angry and scared, because now his end had definitely come. He turned to the guy, but he had already jumped out the window, taking the bag with money. He became even more angry, but there was no time to catch the thief. Detectives had already burst into his office and arrested everyone on the spot, and the chief confidently went to the merchant's table to search it. When he found the statue, he was very happy, because now, if he returned the figure, he would be able to gain not only the trust of the department, but also the emperor himself, and the guy who stole it would not get off so easily. The leader did not suspect that if he blindly trusted Tan and came to this place, he would find the missing item. He was very interested in who he really was, because his skills were outstanding, and even Peksan could not compare with him. At this time, the guy was running away from the detectives. It was not easy for him since the bag of money was heavy, but he was not going to stop because if he was caught, torture and execution awaited him. When he finally broke away from them and reached the cliff, he sat down to rest, and when he raised his head, he saw Tan and became even more scared, so he immediately decided to run away and jumped off the cliff. He decided that he would run as fast as he could as soon as he touched the ground and would never be caught. But before he could reach it, he was immediately intercepted in mid-air by Tan. The guy started running again, but no matter where he hid, Tan always found him, which really irritated the guy and also took a lot of his strength, so he stopped because he was very tired of running. Tan smiled at him and said that now his long had doubled in size. As they had agreed in case of escape, he took his bag of money and they went home. The boy continued to do housework after his unsuccessful escape. Tan used him as he pleased and paid him a very small salary, but all the money he earned went to repay the debt. He also gave up the idea of hiding, as after several unsuccessful attempts to escape, he was only beaten many times but never succeeded. After he finished cleaning, he needed to go to the market to buy food, and also return before Tang came back from hunting, so he would have to use combat equipment to make it in time. On the way, he noticed that the girl was following him closely, and when she hid so that he would not see her, the guy quietly crept up to her and asked why she was following him. Somi told him that she wanted to stay home alone, so she followed him. But the guy didn't want her to follow him, because if something happened to her, then he would definitely get into trouble with Tan. But the girl was persistent and didn't want to leave. The guy thought about it, since Tan was supposed to return from hunting very soon. But he didn't want to send the girl home alone, since there were a lot of wild animals in the area, so he decided to take her with him and asked her not to leave him for a step. When they arrived at the market, Samtai looked around and noticed that this place used to be quieter and less dirty, but because the merchant who was monitoring all this was caught, everything changed for the worse. The merchant was caught selling a golden Buddha statue that belonged to a search agency, and most likely he had already been executed. The guy suddenly realized what could have happened to him if he had been caught selling that thing, because he did not want to lose his life yet. Suddenly, the girl who was sitting on his shoulders was grabbed by one of the bandits, and he started to run away. Then the guy realized that now this would definitely be the end for him. The bandit ran very fast and used the technique to break away from the guy and escape, which scared the guy even more because he needed to act very quickly, so he rushed after him. While Samta was running after the bandit, he began to suspect that there was some kind of catch in this, as if he was luring him somewhere. But the guy did not understand why, in any case. While they had the child, Tan would definitely show up to save her, and then he would take on him too. He decided to calm down and use his speed skill, which he had no equal in, so he needed to catch up with him and take Somi before they fell into a trap. Picking up speed, he caught up with the bandit to take the girl, but he suddenly stopped and told the guy to turn around. When he did, he saw that they were surrounded by a crowd of people who were not at all friendly. Meanwhile, Tan had already returned from hunting and realized that Samtai and Somi had gone to the market together. He sat in absolute silence, which was previously perceived as something normal. But now, he began to get used to the constant hustle and bustle around. Without thinking twice, he decided to quickly find them before something happened, because the market was quite restless, and for Somi, it could be dangerous there. Lying on the ground and covering the girl with himself, Somt took all the blows on himself. The robbers beat him with all their might, and were surprised that the guy turned out to be so strong and even protected the child at the cost of his life. They pulled the girl out from under him and decided to make him watch as they abused her. At that moment, the guy remembered his younger sister. Many years ago, when he was little, he was already involved in stealing and brought all the stolen goods to his sister in order to feed her and dress her, because their parents were no longer alive, so Samta had to look after her. He brought her a beautiful dress that he stole from a wealthy merchant who seemed very dangerous to him. So Samtai warned his sister that she could wear this dress in a few months so that no one would suspect her of stealing it. That night, his sister did not return home. He searched the whole city until he found her in one of the small alleys where there was not a soul. He realized that his sister found the hidden outfit and went out into the street in it, for which she paid with her life. Since then, he developed a hatred for children because they never listen to what they are told. He hugged the girl, trying to somehow protect her from the villains, even though he himself was exhausted. But the robbers were ready to do anything to take revenge for their master, who was executed because of the golden statue, so they grabbed the child to teach the guy a lesson, but the girl quickly realized and bit one of them on the hand, thereby freeing herself. Somi stood up and stood with her back to Samtai, protecting him. Seeing this, he was shocked and began to shout at her to run away quickly, but the girl refused, saying that if she ran away, then he would be left all alone. One of the bandits grabbed his sword and swung it at her. He wanted to destroy her because she had bitten him, but out of nowhere, Tan appeared and intercepted his sword swing, preventing him from harming the girl. He saw the bruises on Somi's face and quickly twisted his arm and knocked the robber to the ground. Tan was not going to leave things like this, so he decided to destroy them all for the attempt on his child. Samtai lay in bed and thought that perhaps everything had turned out this way back then because his sister didn't like sitting alone and waiting for him in their old, dilapidated house. Suddenly, he noticed that Somi was sitting on his bed, waiting for the guy to wake up. When he saw her, Samtai began to ask why she did this, because she had to run away from the bandits. She didn't answer him. Instead, she asked him to lie down again, and Samta began to remember yesterday when Tan came to their aid. He ordered him to take the girl and go home, adding that if he couldn't get up, he would also suffer. Out of fear, the guy was able to get up and run away, but after that he didn't remember anything at all. Samtai approached the girl and asked her to never do that again, as her life was more important than another person's life, but she did not agree with him. Somi said that she would do it again, because she didn't want to lose her family a second time. The girl knew that the guy thought only about escaping every day, but her goal was different. She wanted to become strong and protect them all. Last night, the chief and his subordinates went into the forest to find out what kind of massacre had taken place in this wilderness, as his men had received a rather strange report on the matter. All the victims had the left side of their faces badly dented, and upon hearing this, the headman tensed up, because he knew only one crazy person who was capable of such a thing. When they got to the place, the leader saw Tan and his face immediately changed. He began to behave too friendly and asked him what happened. Tan told him that all these people lying unconscious on the ground had kidnapped and were going to harm a person. They were the minions of the same merchant who was caught last time. The leader immediately ordered his warriors to seize everyone and arrest them. When they began to carry out his order, they did not understand why their leader, who single-handedly dealt with a strong villain and returned the golden statue, behaved so obediently with that guy. Tan asked the chief if he knew of a certain gang that called itself the Black Blades. Upon hearing this, Wan Chang said that it was one of the many groups that operated in the Middle Lands. Its peculiarity was that the gang consists of ragamuffins and escaped criminals who, with the help of their outstanding skills, commit atrocities, and over the past few years, they have caused a lot of problems for the authorities. Tan learned that these guys and the executed merchant were puppets of the Black Blades, and that their base was in Hyunsan City, so he asked the chief for help since he had unfinished business with them. Meanwhile, the head of the Black Blades branch, Hyuk-san, was worried about his team, which he sent to search for the golden statue and the thief who stole it, since a lot of time and money was spent on that merchant. His subordinate tried to calm his master down as they had sent their most gifted warriors to this task, who were due to appear any minute now. But Hyuk-san wanted to quickly teach a lesson and destroy that statue thief, because lately their business had been going very badly. Pek-san, on whom they had placed great hopes, had recently been captured, and now the merchant had fallen into the clutches of the detectives. Suddenly Tan burst into his office, not intending to conduct any negotiations, but wanted to punish him for his bad deeds. When he received it properly, he gave it to the detectives from the search department so that they could arrest him. Suddenly he noticed the money that fell out of Hyuk-san's pockets and decided that it would be a good reward for his work. So he managed to save up a whole bunch of money to take care of Somi and Samtai, since he now also stayed to live with them, continuing to pay off his debt. A few months later, summer came, and thanks to the valuables they received from the Black Daggers, they lived in abundance and plenty. But one small problem arose. The problem was that Somi and Samtai gained a lot of weight. But this problem started because of Tan himself, since he bought them an unlimited amount of food, and every day they had 3 hearty meals a day. Since they both had to go hungry in life, they could not eat enough, and Samtai's culinary skills were really good, so it was simply impossible to stay in shape in such conditions. Tan understood that they were just ordinary people, and if this continued, it could harm their health, so he found a way to solve this problem. He called them and said that he would now teach them both martial arts. Their first task was to go to the market and buy books that told what it was. They immediately went to the market, and when they returned, they laid out everything they could find about martial arts in front of Tan. He took one of the books, the title of which seemed very familiar to him. Samte told him that this book recorded the basic teachings that shamans practice in the 9 great schools. Tanu found this very funny, and after reviewing the book again, he decided that they could begin training. When they went outside, they started to exercise. Their movements seemed very strange to Tan, but they explained that they were doing everything as shown in the book. Then he told them that it was not enough to simply repeat the movements, since initially there was no true path that a warrior should follow. People came up with combat techniques themselves, and then wrote them down on paper so as not to stray from the intended path. Therefore, they could move as they wanted, and then they could find their own path. Hearing this, they continued to practice for at least a long time. Samte's strength was not enough, but Somi continued to train diligently. Tan didn't originally plan to train Somi, he just wanted her to start moving more to stay healthy, because if she continued like this, she would soon be back in shape. Although they continued to eat well, through hard and intense training, they successfully returned to their normal weight. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Blades, Machan, was furious to learn of the capture of Pek San and a merchant named Sochu, who brought a huge amount of money to their clan every year. On top of that, they had also lost contact with the base in Honam and the team that had been sent to capture Samtai. He didn't understand how that was possible since there had been no problems in that region up until now. This region was quite powerful with an ideal location for their further movement. Plus, thanks to Pek San, they could easily deal with anyone who wanted to go against them. But now someone had appeared who was greatly hindering them. His servant said that they would do everything to catch the district chief and Samti. Machan also ordered them to torture them to find out everything they were hiding. Meanwhile, Samta was about to prepare breakfast, but Tan distracted him from his work and said that he had a bad feeling, so he ordered the guy to go to the city and find out what the situation was there. The guy didn't really want to do it since he hadn't even had breakfast yet, but Tan was persistent, so Samta had no other choice and immediately went to the market. A representative of the Whirlwind Squad in the Black Blades named Chu Gok arrived in Honam province and was informed that the district chief was transporting Pek San and his men to the imperial palace. He was surprised by this news, as the bandit had been kept under arrest for too long in this district, most likely due to the fact that the chief wanted to torture him into giving him information, but the Black Blades do not give up so easily. However, this could cause them a lot of problems because the palace guards are very different from the warriors of the leader, so he had two options: either save his accomplice or destroy him to get rid of the evidence. Chugok asked if they had a chance to save Pek San, but the subordinate replied that the situation in the city was very tense and the chances of success were small. He thought about it and decided that the best option was to get rid of him. It was not difficult to deal with the already captured person. They only had to solve the problem with Samte and the leader, as well as with the hermit who caused all the chaos. Suddenly he noticed a familiar silhouette on the street. When Chugok opened the doors, he realized that this was the guy they needed to catch, and most likely he knew who exactly was hiding in the forest. He decided not to miss his chance and catch him right now, since Samta suddenly started to leave, and he, without thinking twice, ran after him. But the guy turned out to be much faster, and while he was making his way through the crowd, the guy managed to hide. When the guy returned home, he told Tan that there really was a strange atmosphere in the city, and also that in the end, some person started to stalk him. He was sure that the person from the Black Blades team, who would not leave him alone so easily, listened to the guy. Tan asked to tell him more about them and what exactly they do. Samti said that according to rumors, the Black Blades appeared about 50 years ago, but who was their founder is unknown. No one knew anything about this person. But they said that after the victory of the 9 great schools, someone from the demonic cult founded this organization. Tan realized that there was no reliable information about the Blades, since no one had been particularly interested in them before. But their leader was truly an outstanding person, considering how cleverly he managed to gather forces and confront his rivals. Samte explained that the sudden appearance of the Blades became a problem for the great schools, since the greatest danger to them was the threat to their peace. The Murim Alliance also had to intervene under pressure from the schools, and those who hid from them were now members of the Black Blades. Tan noted that nothing had changed over the years. It was known that Murim was founded by key figures of the true schools, and if the leader of the Black Blades managed to hide from them, then most likely he was a pretty smart guy. He thought about the fact that nothing like this could have happened before, But now the same alliance has become very calm, because during Tang, if rumors had spread about the formation of some ragamuffins, they would have been stopped immediately. At the same time, a gang of Blackblade's squad broke into the Hong chief's palace, destroyed all his guards, and got to the chief to ask him some questions. Hong scolded himself for his carelessness because he knew that they would do something while transporting Pek San, but he didn't expect that they would act so quickly. The leader decided to ask what exactly they wanted to know. Chu Gok answered him that no matter how hard he tried, he still could not understand why such a strong warrior who dealt with the great robber and merchant could not defeat their squad, so he was sure that there was someone behind the leader. Hong knew that they would most likely destroy him, but he still promised Tan that he would take his secret to the grave, and as a real man, he cannot break his word. Although Hong looked quite impressive, he was weak inside and did not possess any martial arts, which meant that the pain shock from torture would be fatal for him. So Chu Gok decided to act differently and took out a bag of truth powder from his pocket, thanks to which he would learn everything he needed. All this time, Samte was watching them, who had to help the leader somehow, at the request of the owner, because if he was destroyed now, everything would become even more complicated. Without thinking twice, he decided to act, because if he did nothing and abandoned the head, he would be in trouble in any case. So he jumped off the roof, because the only thing he was capable of was to suddenly attack the enemy. Everything happened so quickly that the Black Blade squad did not have time to figure anything out. Samte managed to grab the leader, and he quickly began to run away from the palace. The warriors of the detachment rushed after him, and not far from the palace in the forest, Tan was already waiting for them, who watched the guy run away and did not believe that such a serious matter had to be entrusted to him. After running for a long time, Samte stopped and climbed a tree to rest. Meanwhile, the chief came to his senses, but the guy asked him to behave quietly so that they would not attract the attention of the robbers who were looking for them everywhere. The leader was glad that he was saved by Tan's subordinate. Because he had saved him many times, hearing this, Samte decided that he would remember this to his master. But first they needed to get out of the forest alive. Suddenly the robbers noticed them and the guy had to run again. He carried the head in his arms, since he was unable to move on his own due to severe beatings. Wherever he ran, there were warriors of the Black Blade squad. They surrounded him, and he had no choice but to accept the fight. He took a fighting stance and waited for them to attack. Without thinking twice, Chu Gok ordered the warriors to destroy the guy and the leader. When they began to attack them, Tan suddenly appeared, who quickly dealt with several bandits by striking them with his sword. Watching his movements, Chu Gok remembered the man who was the only one in the history of the Middle Lands to receive this title. He remembered that none of the great warriors had reached such heights, even though they were the strongest masters of their era. He looked at Tan and couldn't believe his eyes, because it seemed to him that in front of him was a god of martial arts who had never lost, which is why he became a legend of that era. When Tang dealt with most of the bandits, he turned to Chu Goku and asked if they were warriors of the Black Blades. He was very scared but confirmed his words, hoping that he would be at least a little scared and would not stop them. But Tanu didn't care about this because he considered them trash that prevented peaceful residents from living peacefully, so he decided to punish them for all their sins and again rushed into battle, destroying the warriors one by one. Samte and Hong watched their fight. The leader admired Tan's skills, but the guy didn't think there was anything incredible about him and began to speak unpleasantly about him. The leader was shocked to hear such insults, and they began to argue among themselves. Their squabble was stopped by Tan, who dealt with the villains very quickly. He ordered them to go home, and he took Chu Gok with him to beat information out of him. The next day, from the very morning, everything in the administration turned upside down, as most of the finished were destroyed, and those who managed to survive were found in critical condition, and the chances of saving them were very small. The head of the district simply disappeared without any trace of an intrusion into his quarters, so a military search party was sent to search for him, while general unrest reigned in Akiana. The residents whispered among themselves that their leader was most likely no longer alive, but they still hoped that he was able to punish the Black Blades because he was a worthy man who dealt with many bandits. Meanwhile, Hong saw the girl that Tan was holding in his arms and decided that she was his daughter. He noticed that they did not look much alike, and the girl looked a little shy. Tan asked Somi to introduce herself to the district chief, and she obediently told him her name. Hong was glad that the girl made contact, since he also had a son her age with whom she could become friends, so that Tan would always be at his disposal. At the same time, the head of the Black Blades did not understand why there was no news from his squad, because the head of the district disappeared just like Chugok, which meant that he did not fail his mission, although his subordinates searched all the surrounding areas but did not find anything specific. The informer reassured Machan by saying that the squad's latest messages had not hinted at a bad outcome for the operation, but if the mysterious master really did exist, then there was a high probability that their squad had failed in their mission to capture the leader. Machan was very tense about this situation, as everything was going wrong from the beginning. He had a bad feeling about it all, but nothing could be changed, so he ordered another search party to be formed and search the entire Hanam region. While they were busy gathering the group, Tan in turn ordered Samte to take care of the palace guard and make sure that those captured did not escape anywhere, and he asked the head to return to Akyan and gather detectives and came to the place 3 days later. Hong didn't understand what place they were talking about, so Tang explained that he needed to go to the Tianzi Mountains since Chugok himself said that that was where the main base of the Black Blades was, so he would personally go there. Hearing this, they were a little scared, but Tang convinced them that they had nothing to worry about him, but rather they should take care of themselves, since their fighting skills were very poor. Therefore, when he left, he told them to train so that next time they would be able to stand up for themselves and not run away from the battlefield anymore. On the way, he thought about how nice it was to just walk after all the time spent in the house because even as a child he was used to wandering alone in such places. He was only engaged in developing his fighting skills, but why he was so focused on strength then was unclear to him, because there were so many interesting things in life. He was distracted from his thoughts by a gang of robbers who surrounded him and wouldn't let him pass, saying that he would have to give up everything he had if he wanted to remain unharmed. Something like this hadn't happened to him for a long time, but he wasn't going to leave so easily. When they realized that the guy was not going to give them anything so easily, they decided to teach him a lesson. But suddenly a girl who looked like a warrior intervened in their showdown. She did not like that they decided to attack the poor guy in such a crowd. Seeing her, they realized that this was the same Sohi family, one of the 8 influential in the Murim alliance, and now they would definitely be in trouble. The girl, without any hesitation, rushed into battle, defeating several opponents, and the rest simply ran away from her, since resisting her was the same as surrendering at the beginning of the fight. So he approached Tan and said that he was very lucky, because if it weren't for her, he would have been in big trouble. But the guy silently looked at her and didn't say a word. All this time, he looked at her sword and smilingly noted that she was handling it well. The girl realized that he was amazed by her outstanding skills, so he did not answer right away. But Tanu didn't care about this. He rushed to look through the pockets of the bandits in search of money. His order surprised the girl very much, but he believed that this money was stolen from someone else, and he was just picking up what fell. So he didn't think the guy was doing well, because he also stole other people's money. She started to tell him about it, but suddenly he threw her 1 silver coin and said that it was her share. She got angry at him because she wanted him to split the money equally because she wouldn't be able to buy anything for 1 neon, but Tan ignored her and said that she could feed herself with that money. So he answered him that she had never been hungry before. Hearing this, Tan understood why there was so much arrogance in her movements. She wanted to react to his words, but did not notice how the guy immediately disappeared. Tan reached the foot of Tianzi Mountain and decided to stop at a village to rest and have a bite to eat. He was annoyed that he had wasted so much of his time chatting with that girl. He also noticed that the visitors and people who worked in this place behaved very strangely and looked at him sideways, as if suspecting something. Tan decided to ignore them, and when he finished his snack, he immediately left the bar to continue his way to the mountain, but suddenly he stopped because he felt unwell. He returned back to the bar and destroyed everyone who stood in his way, because he immediately realized that they were acting suspiciously and most likely added some kind of poison to his food. This village seemed very strange to him. He suddenly remembered the words of Chu Gok that the village itself was the Black Blades. When he went outside, he saw that he was surrounded by those same warriors everywhere. After some time, one of Machan's henchmen ran to the Blades' headquarters and reported to him that they were attacked. Upon hearing this, the leader thought that this was the work of the Murim Alliance, who again decided to interfere in their affairs. But the subordinate replied that the enemy was only one man who had already destroyed hundreds of their fighters and was heading to headquarters. Machan was furious because he could not believe that one man was capable of doing something like that. A few seconds later, Tan burst into their headquarters, and for just a moment, Machan realized what was happening, realizing that this was the master who had decided to go against the Black Blades. He couldn't understand how this man could destroy so many warriors, and his energy seemed so strong to the leader, as if Tan looked at him as if he were a nobody. But there was only one way to find out who was stronger, namely to engage in a fight with him. But Machan did not even have time to draw his sword as Tan slammed him into the wall. As agreed, the head of the game Hong arrived at the place 3 days later with his warriors and ordered them to arrest all the bandits of the Blade Squad. He also warned the warriors that their main headquarters was located here, so they needed to be vigilant. Hong understood that his subordinates found it hard to believe that this was actually happening, because he also couldn't believe that one person could achieve what neither the Emperor himself nor the entire Murim Alliance could manage. As they began to carry out the order, Tang came out to Hong and threw the leader of the Black Blades, who was very badly beaten and unconscious, at his feet. Tan told him that he had finished his business and needed to return home since Somi was waiting for him. The chief thanked him for his help and said that he would contact him as soon as everything was sorted out. He also reminded him of the reward for catching the criminals that the chief had to pay him. The frightened Hong immediately agreed, as he did not want any problems with him. Back in his district, the chief led the criminals, and an excited crowd gathered to watch the Black Blades finally being captured, shouting words of gratitude to him and praising Hong for his excellent work. So he watched everything that was happening from the side. She was tormented by suspicions because the leader was able to find out that the bandits' headquarters was on the mountain, but even the Murim Alliance was unable to obtain such information. It was hard for her to believe that the head of the department and a group of detectives were able to destroy experienced masters from the Black Blades, so she was sure that someone else was behind this. Meanwhile, the Alliance leader Murim learned that the group had been defeated. His advisor admitted that the head of the district most likely enlisted the support of a very strong martial arts master. Since, in his opinion, an ordinary official would not be able to handle such a matter, the leader agreed with his words and ordered him to instruct the leader of the Phoenix Squad to find out all the details about this matter. And if there really was an outstanding master involved in all of this, then they needed to find out who he was and lure him over to their side, even if they had to use force to bring him in, since they didn't yet know the man's true intentions. So he was sitting in one of the alleys of the market and was suffering from stomach pain because she had eaten a lot of sweets. She understood that if her grandfather saw her in such a state, he would definitely punish her. Suddenly a girl came up to her and offered her flatbread. So he was very surprised by her kindness and asked what the baby's name was and where her parents were because she wanted to thank them. The girl said that her name was Somi, but when the conversation turned to her parents, she fell silent, not knowing what to answer, and then Tan came up to her, stroked her head, and declared that he was her father, and so he was stunned by such a meeting. She remembered that Tan was the same guy she met in the forest, and it occurred to her that they had met again for a reason. So when he took the girl and was about to leave, she began to catch up with them. So he didn't have time to say anything, as she immediately received a negative answer. Tan was not going to help her, but the girl began to persistently ask him, reminding him that she saved him from the bandits that time. He held Somi in his arms, who constantly called him daddy, and she felt very sorry for the girl. So she told Tan that they should help her. The next day, Sohee was already helping Samtai wash her clothes and was beating the dust off her clothes with a stick, which just wouldn't go away, while scolding the guy for rushing her. But he continued to say that she was doing everything wrong. Enraged, So he grabbed him by the collar and began to threaten him, saying that if he did not stop, she would hit him with a stick. But the guy was absolutely calm and did not understand why she was angry, because he just wanted to teach her how to wash. Samtai started laughing at her because she asked for help, and didn't expect that she would have to give something in return, and all because Tan didn't want to help her just like that. So she had to agree to help him around the house, for which he would pay her money. While she continued to rage, Tan at this time met with the head of the district, who prepared for him a whole chest of gold coins for the service he had rendered him. Tan asked what would happen to the bandits they had arrested, and the chief told him that they had been personally taken by the department. He was sure that those guys had already been handed over to the Imperial Palace guards, who had most likely executed them all, so the case could be considered closed. They drank tea and watched Somi, who was running briskly on the street. The head noted that Tan had an incredibly kind and sweet child. He also asked if the guy was thinking about sending her to school, since she was just the right age. The head added that the girl needs to learn to read and write in order to be educated, and she will also be able to find new friends, which will only benefit her. Upon hearing this, Tan replied that he would think about his proposal. Hong was glad that the guy fell for his trick, because he had big plans and he couldn't allow his future daughter-in-law to not be able to write and read. While they were talking, a boy came up to Somi and started yelling at her for sitting near his pond. Since it was his house, and he didn't allow her to be in it, the girl was very confused and didn't know what to answer. At that moment, the head came out into the street and heard his son, named Chin, yelling at Somi, for which he began to scold him, because he did not teach him such bad manners at all. The boy was scared and did not know what to say in his defense. He ordered him to apologize to her for his behavior. Somi noticed how awkward the boy was, and asked the head not to scold him anymore because she was not offended at all, but was simply a little surprised by his words. Chin saw how nicely his father was communicating with the girl, and he felt offended that he was treating her better than his own son, so he burst into tears and ran into the house. Returning home, Tan began to ask Somi whether she wanted to be friends with that boy. The girl replied that despite his behavior, she was sure that they could get along. When evening came, Somi and Sante went outside to practice, while Tan and Sohee watched them. She asked if he was sure that Jungsong High School was right for Somi, since it was one of the most famous schools, but Tan thought that it made no difference since it was just a school, and he didn't understand what bad could happen. The girl was surprised that Tan didn't know the basics, because the more famous the school, the harder it was to get along with the children who studied there, since she herself had gone through this and had to deliberately change her name so that she would be treated like an ordinary student. But Tan believed that Somi would be fine because she was stronger than she seemed, and if a matter arose that she couldn't handle, he himself would intervene and solve everything because he was her father. He was also sure that when he came face to face with a powerful force, he would not retreat and would protect his child until the very end, even if he had to go against the whole world after his words. So he suddenly felt a strange energy. She asked Tan if he felt something similar, but he nodded negatively. Then Sohee realized that only she could feel the dark energy, because she is a master of martial arts, which means that the master who dealt with the bandits must be somewhere nearby. The next day, Sohee took the girl to school, as Tan, whom she considered a very irresponsible father, asked her to, although it was none of her business and she tried not to interfere. When she took Somi to school, she hoped that the girl would be able to find new friends and would not have any difficulties, but she herself decided to take on the assigned investigation. After some time, Sohee ran to Tan and joyfully told him that she had managed to find out about the master who worked with the head of the district. But he knew for sure that her information was not correct, but the girl was sure of its veracity, because during the investigation she found those who saw the masters themselves, so she scared them, and they told her where to look for these people. So he asked Tan if he had ever heard of the 5 Swords of Humanity, as she wanted to invite them to serve in the Muram Alliance, but she had no information about who they were, but the guy said that he had never heard of them. She expected to hear this because these worse people did not take part in high-profile cases, so even the Alliance does not know anything about these individuals. She only had to report them to the Alliance, and then her slavery as a maid would end. Tan thought for a bit and decided to go with her, because he was also curious to look at these 5 swords. So he offered him a deal that if she was right, he would give her a lot of money when he returned home, and Tan agreed to do a little testing. In the evening, he picked up Somi from school, and she happily told him about what they had been doing all day in class. After which, she fell asleep right in his arms, and he decided to put her to bed, and after that, he went to those same 5 swords of humanity together with Somi. After a short journey, they found the very people who destroyed the Black Blades, but they were reluctant to make contact with them. But the girl continued to insistently say that she understood their reluctance to reveal their identities to the whole world. But still, the leader of the Alliance, Murim, wanted to meet with them, and Somi hoped that they would not refuse the meeting and would accept the reward for catching the criminals. Hearing this, the 5 swords came out of the shadows, and although they did not understand where she got such information from, they admitted that it was indeed they who destroyed the Black Blades. When Sohi saw them, she doubted that they could really be those same masters, since in terms of energy, they were no different from second-rate masters, and even she could handle them, so she decided to check them out. The girl asked them to show the technique with which they were able to cope with the Black Blades. The swords were shocked that Sohi did not believe them, so they decided to prove it to her and released powerful energy, breaking the ground under their feet and knocking down several trees nearby. Sohi was amazed that they were able to break the trees without making a sound. Now she understood how such great masters were able to hide their true abilities from everyone. In turn, the 5 swords decided that the girl still doubted and asked her to leave, but she ran to them to tell them back. And Tan decided to look at the trees that they broke, since it seemed to him that their technique was very strange. Meanwhile, in the Martial King's fortress, Leader Jin learned from his subordinate that after rumors began to circulate that there was someone behind the county chief, the names of the 5 swords of humanity suddenly surfaced, although he had never heard of them before. The subordinate agreed with him because he also knew nothing about them. Hearing this, Jin slapped the guy for not taking this matter seriously. He continued to think that most likely these 5 swords were the same masters who finished off the Black Blades, but the subordinate did not respond to this, and then Jin hit him again, since it seemed to him that he did not listen to him at all. Jin was very angry and decided to sort this matter out himself, so he ordered his warriors to find those masters. The next day, Sohi bid farewell to Tan as she needed to present the 5 swords to the Murim Alliance as soon as possible, but she felt bad for not having bid farewell to Somi in person. Tan replied that he would convey her farewell to the girl and thanked Sohi for her work. He gave her the bag of coins they had agreed on, and with that they said goodbye to her. After Tan picked the girl up from school, she was upset because she thought she would never see Sohi again. But the guy reassured her by saying that fate would bring them together again if that was what was meant to be. Tan asked how she was doing at school and told her not to be upset about not having made friends yet, as these were not the only people she would meet along the way. The girl smiled and replied that she was not so easy to break, because she was his daughter. Tan looked at her and understood that at her age, she reasoned like an adult, although there was nothing wrong with that, but he felt sorry for her. In the evening, he went to the market to buy food, where his attention was drawn to some rather strange people whom he had never seen before. Tan felt a very powerful energy from them, which meant that they were not ordinary people, but some kind of martial arts master, so he decided to observe them. Unexpectedly, their captain Jin was informed that they had discovered 5 swords of humanity that were located a few kilometers away from the county and were heading to Hubei. Hearing this, he was excited as he could finally check if they were really that strong. They immediately disappeared from the market. Their conversation was overheard by Tan, since they attracted his attention from the very beginning, so he decided to follow them. Meanwhile, Sohi decided to stop and suggested that the 5 swords take a rest. Hearing how tired they were from just running, she found it suspicious that they weren't using combat techniques to speed up. She didn't know what to think because she saw with her own eyes what they were capable of. There were a few other oddities associated with them, but at that moment she had no time for that. At that very second she was attacked by shurikens, which she quickly retreated. When she raised her head, she saw the team of the Martial King Fortress, which included the best masters of the dark factions. She noticed that at their head was Jin, who was one of the 50 best masters of the fortress. There was not a single person in Murim who had not heard of him. Therefore, she greeted him, because it was a great honor for her to meet the famous warrior. So he saw a man next to him who was a sword master named Guan, who was also a worthy opponent. Jin realized that these were the very 5 swords of humanity that everyone was talking about. But so he looked at them and hoped that since they were with her, they definitely had a chance to win, although it would not be easy for them to survive. A few days ago, the leader of the 5 Swords team came up with a plan to deceive the Alliance in order to collect the reward for capturing the Black Blades and escape to the western border. Although they would have to deal with the Namgung family, it did not hinder them in any way. They dug the logs into the ground, which would later play a significant role for them. The appearance of Soka on the horizon was a coincidence, but when they found out why she came to Akyan, it became clear to them that such a chance could not be missed, because if they succeeded, they would be able to live in abundance for the rest of their days. Now that their plan had worked and they were able to deceive Sohee, it wouldn't be difficult for them to deceive Jin either, because they had gone too far, so they couldn't lose. So he was outraged that Jin dared to stand in their way. The captain laughed at his words and came all the way to see them, so he ordered them to finally show off their incredible skill that had put an end to the Black Blades. The leader of the 5 Swords became a little worried, but then he took out his sword, from the swing of which the captain should have died immediately. As he said, he was cutting through the universe itself. Raising his invisible sword, the warrior swung it, and a lot of strange smoke appeared around. When the smoke screen cleared everywhere, the 5 Swords warriors immediately started running away. Seeing this, Sohee was shocked by what was happening, because she clearly did not expect this. Jin started laughing loudly at the girl because she was able to be deceived by some clumsy warriors, which was simply incredible because she was the leader of the Phoenix Squad and fell for such a trick. He ordered his bridegrooms to catch up with them and destroy every single one of them, and the warriors immediately rushed to carry out his order. He was also outraged that Sohee dared to lead him astray, so he offered to fight her if she didn't want to die right in this forest. His subordinates caught up with the imposters and destroyed them. Guan was very angry that the mysterious master never came, although he hoped that someone would appear who could resist his commander. Suddenly, Tan came out to him, who was surprised that 5 swords were destroyed, because they had a rather funny plan, and he had not seen such impeccable skill for a long time. Guan jumped away from him because he did not know what to expect. At the same time, Sohee fought with Jin. His ability to control such a huge sword with one hand was impressive, but she was even more amazed by the speed with which he delivered his blows. It was not for nothing that he was called the master of the destructive sword. He began to attack her harder with his huge sword and warned her not to get too cocky about having a sword king in their family, after which he knocked the sword out of her hands and knocked her to the ground. Putting his sword to her face, Jin said that Murim should be ruled by strong warriors, and since she had lost, she should remain silent and show respect to the winner. The girl didn't care about his words. She wanted him to deal with her faster, instead of empty chatter. Jin decided to do as she wanted. He swung his huge sword with all his might, intending to destroy her. Suddenly, Tan intervened in their battle and dragged Guan, who was unconscious, with him. The guy turned to Sohee, saying that she was blinded by ambition and she could not really see anything, although he warned her. When Jin saw him, he knew that the guy was good with a sword, since he was able to defeat the swordmaster, but he warned him that he was playing a dangerous game if he decided to go against him. In turn, Somi could not believe that Tan had enough strength to defeat Guan, because she did not think that he could possess fighting skills. She found it strange that the day they met on the way to Mount Tianzi was a coincidence, and soon after that, the Black Blades were damaged. She wanted to ask him about it, but she saw him take her sword to fight Jin and was scared. But Tan convinced her that she had nothing to worry about, since it wouldn't take him long. Jin was shocked by the guy's arrogance, and he became even more furious, so he began to attack him first. So he was very worried about Tan, because no matter how strong he was, her thin sword would not be able to withstand the blow of Jin's huge blade, since his blow could not be blocked or reflected. But after Jin struck, Tan managed to block it with one swing of his sword. To him, the captain was just a self-confident blockhead who relied only on his weapon. They continued to fight, and Tan was able to fight with extraordinary ease, which shocked Sohee very much because she thought that it was simply impossible. After parrying another blow from his opponent, Tan told him that his movements were too primitive, as Jin had decided to focus on speed and thought that he could skillfully control the sword, but he was unable to put all his strength into the blow. Listening to him, Jin had already felt a while ago that the heavy blade sword had a limit, and from that moment on, he had been completely focused on the speed of his strike to overcome that limit. He had achieved the ability to spin the huge sword like a wooden stick, so he charged at Tang in a rage to show him his true skill and not give him any reason to doubt them anymore. As he approached him, he struck with all his might, which Tang was able to block with his sword, which immediately shattered into small pieces. Finally, Tan told him that neither the speed nor the power of the blow could compare to his skills, so he should try to defeat him next time, after which the guy dealt him a strong, damaging blow. When the captain was completely immobilized, Tan gave Sohee the sword and thanked her, who in turn asked why he didn't tell her anything from the very beginning about destroying the black blades. The guy asked her to stop worrying about it, since there are times when she has to pretend that she didn't see or hear anything, so he advised her to treat what happened as a gift from fate, since she was able to get out of the fight alive, despite being fed with arrogant skill. When he left on the way, he noticed that Guan was following him for some reason. Stopping, Tan turned to him and asked why he was doing this. In response, the guy heard that the swordmaster wanted to join him. Guan had never met a man who could deal with Jin so easily despite the large number of strong warriors, so he believed that Tang was the one who would show him the path to greatness. In turn, Tan replied that he was not going to take him with him, but Guan was persistent and said that he would still follow him, even if he did not want it. Then the guy decided to explain it to him more clearly and hit him in the stomach. Guan fell to the ground, and Tan noticed that he was quite strong for his age. However, the hatred in his eyes was similar to what once burned in his own. It was the look of a man willing to do anything to climb to the top. As he left, he thought that a warrior like him should have a sense of self-worth, because the more hatred takes hold of him, the less he will last if he does not learn to control his emotions. When Guan woke up, he found himself tied up, and in front of him stood his team along with Jin, who saw how he betrayed them. His commander was furious because he once saved his life, and in return he received a traitor. But Guan didn't think so, because all this time Jin didn't respect him and treated him worse than a dog, and all because the guy was more famous, so his commander developed an inferiority complex. Jin was furious. He pointed a blade at him, because he considered himself his master, with whom he did not dare to speak in such a way. But the guy did not care, because the master who wanted to destroy his subordinate looked more like a non-entity. At that moment, the commander threatened to destroy him if he continued to talk nonsense, but the guy managed to free his hands and attacked his own comrades to escape from them. Seeing this, Jin began to attack him in response, as he hoped that the guy would not be able to move quickly due to his severe injuries. But when he approached Guan, he struck him with his sword right between the eyes. The guy started running as fast as he could, and Jin's subordinates rushed after him. Everything was swimming before his eyes, but he knew that he couldn't stop, since Guan knew that he had to survive for the sake of his goal. The next day, Somi and her new friends were walking around the market and were happy that they were spending time together. They were going to buy some sweets and fruits to have a snack after school. When they approached the bench, the girl suddenly heard strange sounds and decided to check where they were coming from. When she came closer to the fence, she realized what was going on. In the evening, Tan came to the market to look for Somi, since school was already over, but the girl still had not returned home, which seemed very strange to him, and he decided to look for her. He approached one of the merchants and asked if he had seen his daughter. The man told him that the girl had bought sweets with her friends about an hour ago, but then they had gone to buy flatbreads and he had never seen them again. Tan walked towards that shop when suddenly he heard strange sounds and turned towards the fence, behind which Somi was sitting, all smeared and red, and around her lay bandages and even a shuriken. He didn't understand what she was doing there so late, but when he looked up, he saw the unconscious guy she and her friends were trying to help. Somi told him that they heard strange sounds and came to see what was going on, but when they saw the guy in such a state, they rushed to help him, trying all the herbs, but he didn't get any better. The son of the head of Qin admitted that there was no point in calling the detectives, since it was obvious that a conflict had occurred among the warriors of Murim, so they would definitely not interfere and help him. Meanwhile, Somi watched the warrior and remembered how she had also once been in a bad condition and almost died, so she firmly decided to save him, because then she was also saved. Tan listened to her, noticing that the guy looked very much like the same Guan who asked to join his team. He took the girl in his arms and she began to cry, as she really wanted to help him, because he seemed very scared to her. He thought for a moment and told Somi that she and her friends needed to get cleaned up, so he sent them to the tavern around the corner so they could wash up. Tan promised her that he would take care of the guy, since he was very lucky that she was the one who found him. When she returned home, Somi looked very sad because she was worried about her boyfriend, but Tan calmed her down and said that if she looked after him, he would definitely get better. The girl happily ran on to take care of the guest, and Samtai turned to Tan, believing that Guan was in critical condition, and if he did not survive, his words would hurt Somi greatly. Tan agreed with him, but he also added that if everything turns out the other way around and the guy survives, it will make her very happy because she was born under a lucky star. Samte did not understand what he was talking about, and then Tan told him that sometimes those who are deprived of any luck are born in the world, and sometimes people are born under a lucky star and success accompanies them everywhere. But for this, they have to go through a difficult path, full of adversity, until their luck shows itself. Because Somi, who lost her parents and was on the verge of starvation, but when they met, the fate that was prepared for her finally allowed the star of luck to shine, and now everything she touches will be accompanied by luck. A few days later, Guan woke up and couldn't understand where he was, but the most important thing was that he still remained alive, which surprised him even more. His awakening was noticed by Somi. She ran to him, happy that he finally opened his eyes. The guy was surprised that he was saved by a little girl, but she said that she just found him, and her father helped him, to whom she decided to tell that the guy came to his senses. At the same time, in the Murim alliance, So-hee came to the leader of Jeong and told him that she managed to find the very master who destroyed the Black Blades, despite the words that the guy told her at the get-together. The leader asked why she returned alone if she managed to find the master, so he replied that he did not want to meet with their alliance, and conveyed his words that even Murame had to pretend that he had not seen or heard anything at some point. So he also revealed that this man was indeed as strong as they said, as he fought with Jin and was able to quickly deal with him. The leader wondered if this master was a follower of a demonic cult that refused to work for their alliance, or if he was simply living the life of a hermit who didn't need any publicity. But he had discovered something that even the Sword King couldn't do, so he became even more interested in him. Meanwhile, Guan was happy that he had survived, which meant that not all was lost, and he would definitely become great, no matter what. But suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts by Tan, who came to check on his condition. He noticed that the guy was deftly waving his arms, which meant that he was definitely okay. Tan introduced himself and said that he was Somi's father and the one who saved him. The guy thanked him for this, because he believed that he now owed him his life, but Tan replied that he should thank not him, but Somi, because if she had not found him, he would have died long ago. Tan told him that judging by his wounds, his own comrades had attacked him. He understood him, because in Murim he had to do everything to survive, even if it meant betraying his own people, and perhaps in their place he would have done the same. The boy understood this, but still felt depressed. Tang noticed this, and told him to throw these thoughts out of his head, because if there was poison in his heart, then his blade would also be poisoned, and a poisonous blade is the easiest to break. When he left, he offered him to stay in his house until he recovered, and if he left now, he would definitely die. He also added that he would not allow him to just lie in bed at his expense, so the guy would have to try and earn his bread. The next day, Guan started doing housework. He was beating out dust from things, but Samtai suddenly stopped him and said that he was doing everything wrong, and if he continued to be so strong, then all the clothes would turn into rags. Guan didn't understand why the boy was watching him and not doing his job, but Samtai's job was to watch him since he was the one in charge of the household duties. After So-hee left, he had to carry everything on his own again, so he was happy to have a new slave. But this guy didn't know how to do anything and spent too much time on one task. Guan was not going to listen to the servant and follow his orders. He offered him to fight, and if Samtai won, then he would obey. The guy was shocked by his statement but tried not to show it. But when Samtai realized that the guy wasn't afraid of him at all, he immediately started running away from him and calling for help from his owner. His acceleration technique was better, so he managed to break away from Guan. Running past the gate, Samtai saw the head of the Hanga district, who suddenly came to them with his warriors, but the boy did not understand the reason for his visit. A few hours before, the chief had been reviewing the lists of wanted criminals for the past month, since now that the Blades were no longer a threat, other small-time bandits had emerged. When he started reading the next announcement, he saw a familiar face, namely Samtai. The head was furious, because the guy seemed suspicious to him even on the day when he insulted his master, so he was going to punish him properly. So he came to arrest the guy for all the things he did behind the back of his master and the entire government. Samtai was shocked by his statement because he was sure that they could not know about his criminal past. Tan intervened in their showdown. Since he did not understand why they started this scandal, the leader began to explain to him that Samtai is a criminal. That is why they are here. The guy started to justify himself, saying that there was no person in the world with a cleaner reputation than his, so all their accusations were false. But Hong showed him an ad that clearly showed his face and wrote about all his misdeeds. Samtai looked closely at the piece of paper and saw that it really did have his name on it and a bunch of listed crimes that he definitely hadn't committed, although Tan had already begun to doubt his honesty. In turn, Somi began to defend the guy, saying that he is a person in the picture. Maybe he just looks like him. Samtai was pleased that the girl was defending him, so he decided to go with her to look for that very villain, to prove to them that they had wrongly accused him. Having set off on his journey, the guy had absolutely no idea what to do, since he had not expected this from himself, and he also took Somi with him to search for criminals. After that, he could not disappoint her. He thought about the fact that the man on the poster really did resemble him. The guy couldn't believe that he had really done so much and began to think that he could have done all this without even realizing it. Suddenly, Tan called out to him and asked what he was going to do and why Somi was with him. The guy replied that he was planning to first check all the gambling houses to find the villain. Tan took the girl from him and handed her over to Guan, saying that they would soon go to the city and would definitely take her with them. Hearing this, Somi was very happy. Samtai approached him and said that he really hadn't done anything like that, and Tan replied that he knew this, since the guy was clearly not capable of something like that. He told Samtai that this case was simple, since it was quite easy to figure out, catch, and interrogate all his accomplices who were involved in such dirty deeds. After thinking about it, Samtai admitted that mountain bandits could have been involved in this case. Tan confirmed his suspicions because it is the robbers who live in the mountains who always remain in one place and go out into the world only if they are called by representatives of the authorities, so there is only one place where they can be. They immediately set out on a journey to Mount Uelu to find the villains. Tan really liked the foot of the mountain, but Samtai did not share his tastes, as the place was overrun with bandits. Tan didn't understand why the guy was so angry. Then Samtai started yelling at him and saying that he was very afraid for his life, and now, in order to clear his name, he needed to climb into the lair of the bandits, who would definitely not leave him alive, since he had poor combat skills. He was furious that Tan gave preference to Guan and Somi, even though the boy did all the chores around the house and no one ever thanked him for it. He always had to stand aside when his master trained his other subordinates. Tan listened to him and realized that he was jealous because of the lack of attention. Having praised him for the work he had done, he decided to ask what the guy wanted to get in return. Samte, without thinking twice, answered that he also wanted to become stronger. Unexpectedly, they were caught off guard by arrows that were flying from all directions. Seeing this, Tang quickly pushed Samte away and deftly dodged the attack. Within seconds, they were surrounded by mountain bandits, whom they had not expected to encounter so soon. Samte was not worried since he had the owner with him, who would be able to quickly deal with the robbers, but turning to him, the guy saw that he was lying on the ground and was not going to do anything. Tan decided to give the guy a chance to become stronger and told him to fight off the bandits himself. Samte tensed up, since it looked like his training would start right now and he would have to rely only on himself. He looked around, noticing that there were at least several dozen bandits, although for a third-rate master like him this was too many, but the guy was not going to give up without a fight. The gang leader was surprised that the guy was going to fight them, because there were many more of them and he definitely wouldn't win. So they suggested that he just surrender and give everything he had. But Samte was serious, as he had already defeated an experienced master with his acceleration technique, and these were just some bandits, so he couldn't run away if he wanted to become stronger. He sped up and quickly dodged the enemy's attack. When he started to attack, the guy immediately appeared behind him and dealt him a small blow to the back, which bought him some time, since they did not expect that he could move so fast. Although the blow was not strong enough to cause serious injury, but thanks to his speed, he managed to avoid another attack of arrows and jumped onto a tree where there were a couple more bandits. Noticing one of them, Samte picked up speed and dealt him an unexpected and powerful blow, which carried him several meters away and slammed him into the ground. The guy was glad that he managed to cope with one of them. He hoped that he would be able to continue fighting in the same way. But when he jumped to the ground, he was surrounded by bandits. Not giving him the opportunity to use acceleration, they realized that this was his only advantage. The guy was confused because now he didn't know what to do. Suddenly he heard Tan's voice, which prompted him to take a few steps to the side. The guy listened to him and was able to dodge the attack of one of the bandits, thereby striking him back. The rest of the bandits were furious because the guy had defeated their commander. They all rushed at Samte, but at that moment Tan intervened in the fight and with one swing of his sword quickly dealt with them. The boy was glad that the fight was finally over. Although he had done well without the help of his master, Tan confirmed this, since this is what fighting for life means, because it is impossible to get rid of fear and start fighting at full strength if his life does not depend on the outcome of the battle. Samte was sure that even if he had lost and was on the verge of death, Tan would not have helped him anyway, because you can never rely on the help of others if you want to become stronger. This is what he realized from his first real training. After that, they brought the gang leader to his senses to ask him a few questions, and first of all, they wanted to know where they were getting that very drug. The man wanted to lie, but when he felt the powerful energy, he realized that there was a rather strong master in front of him, so he said that the substances were supplied by the Triple Sword Union. He said that after the Black Blades were destroyed, everyone who had been hiding until then began to come to the surface, and although everything looks peaceful from the outside, bandits continue to operate in the region. Also, the number of gangs trying to make money is gradually increasing, and among them there is a group called the Triple Sword Union, which operates in the Honam area and supplies drugs. Tan asked what else he knew, and the leader said that according to rumors, these people know martial arts and are quite strong. In addition, they always wear masks, so no one knows their faces. He explained to them that he did not want to get involved in these matters, but the people from the group beat them up badly and left them no choice, so they had to buy substances from them in order to stay alive, but he did not know where their base was, since they always came to them themselves. Tan realized that the leader was not lying to him, so he decided to take all the substances he had in order to use them for business in the future. Meanwhile, in the city of Akyan, Soki was walking through the market and noticed that there were many addicted people around who were using the very drugs that were rumored. She accepted that this substance was now spreading not only in Akyana, but also in many other cities of Konam. But for now, all she could do was watch what was happening. Throwing away the bad thoughts, she walked on, but suddenly bumped into someone along the way, and when she raised her head to see who it was, she saw Guan and Somi, whom he was holding in his arms, and she did not understand how these two ended up together. And at the Triple Sword Union base, the bandits continued to make substances. This was done by one of the masters, who was also worried about whether his allies had found the very guy who had finished off the Black Blades. The second of the bandits stood in the shadows and replied that while they were doing badly with this, even the fact that he was pretending to be Samte was not doing them any good, so he assumed that the guy was either hiding well or had already died. But the master was sure that such a person definitely remained alive, so while he was preparing the medicine, they were obliged to find him, because this is precisely why he cooperates with such non-entities. Hearing this, the guy decided to keep quiet and told another piece of news that the head of the district had discovered information about their substance when he was chasing mountain bandits, although the information had not yet been confirmed. But they suspected that he would pass the drug on to the emperor's detectives. The master was furious and said that they needed to return everything at all costs, because if someone who knew at least a little about substances took on this case, they would immediately find them. The guy did not like the master because he made too much noise, but he could not destroy him yet since this man was still useful, so they gathered their team and decided to hunt the leader and his people. Meanwhile, the girl grabbed So-hee by the hand and led her to Tan, whom she definitely didn't expect to see again. But despite this, she did not lose her head and asked Tan why Guan was with them, since he was a member of the Dark faction, to which he answered her that the guy was now part of his family. Tanu thought that Somi was saying some rather strange things because he also helped her, which meant he supported the Light faction, and now she was accusing him of helping others. He decided that now it was her turn to answer questions and asked what she was doing in the city again. The girl sighed, because she had nowhere to go. So he revealed that a while ago, their alliance launched an operation to eliminate drug shipments and discovered that Honam was the source of most of the shipments, so they tracked them down and found out that the situation was much more serious. It turned out that not only in small villages the inhabitants were completely obsessed with this substance, but also in large cities many cases of this addiction were recorded, so she followed the trail, which led her to Honam. She explained that this was a matter of national importance that should be decided by the imperial family, but several small factions that their alliance cooperated with had also collapsed due to dependence. So he also knew that this group was called the Triple Sword Union, whose leader used special magic to change his appearance. Upon hearing this, Samte ran up to Tan and said that they used this technique to look like him and thus framed him. So he asked what else they knew about this group, and Tan told her that someone under the identity of Sante was selling this substance and gave her a bag that he took from the bandits. He believed that this powder was made in a special way because it causes a stronger addiction than the usual one. The girl decided that Tanu could deal with the bandits, but he told her that he had too little information for this, although he had some clues, but he was not going to tell her about them just like that. In turn, Tan offered her a deal where she would give him a reward for the destruction of the Black Blades, and he would share his information with her. The girl agreed, but on the condition that all the glory would be taken by her alliance after solving this problem. She was ashamed to say something like that, because if this matter went well, then the reputation of the Muram alliance, which suffered because of the Black Blades, would be restored again. Tan responded positively to her condition and said that she could do as she saw fit since he did not care about glory. Having resolved all the issues, they went to the head of Hong to go with him to the emperor and hand over the substances to his detectives. Tan's plan was that they would act as the finished ones. The criminal would definitely have to come for evidence to cover his tracks. So he doubted that his plan would work, but Tan convinced her that once they delivered the drug to the investigation bureau, the culprit would definitely show up to stop them. She remembered that her advisor had told her the same thing before the mission, so he noticed that Tan was very good at acting ahead of the curve. As a martial artist, he was far superior to her. From the very beginning, he built a wall between them, spoke to her arrogantly, as if no one could tell him what to do, but despite this, he also cared about his family, and they trusted him completely, which really amazed Sohee. When they had passed half the way, they were suddenly attacked by bandits who fired a huge number of arrows towards the chieftain's warriors and immediately surrounded them. Hong began to threaten them, but this did not frighten them at all. At the same time, Samte and Guan freed themselves from the ropes, and Tang ordered them to try to catch and bring the bandits to him alive. As they prepared to fight, Sohee tensed up, because capturing a person alive in such a situation was much more difficult than simply eliminating them, and there were too many of them. She understood that Tan had no intention of helping them in the fight, which meant that she would have to rely on Guan's help, since she doubted that Samtai would be able to do anything other than get in their way. Sohee asked Guan what their plan was, but the guy told her that even though these bandits had gathered in a pack, they could easily be divided and destroyed one by one, so he ran into the attack without hesitation and deftly dealt with a couple of bandits. Sohee watched him and was in awe of his skills. But Samtai didn't understand why they would take everyone hostage if they would only need one to interrogate. But the girl answered him that they could not lose to the likes of these bandits, so she was ready to catch every single one of them and rushed to help Guan. The guy had no choice but to join her. When they finished the fight, having captured enough bandits to interrogate, Tan praised them for a job well done. The leader ordered his subordinates to remove the masks from the bandits to see their faces. But when they did so, they saw their faces distorted by swelling due to drug use. Hong began to interrogate them about who they were and who they worked for, but Tan stopped him and said that they would not tell him anything like that. He turned to the bandit and said that rumors about the chief discovering drugs had only spread within the Changsha district, which meant that their base was located there. The robber started to get nervous and said that he didn't know anything about it. Looking at his reaction, Tan continued to say that they came for them after these rumors, which means that their sect is somewhere nearby. Hearing this, the bandit became very angry. Since Tan was right, he freed himself from the rope and attacked him, but he quickly parried the blow and struck him with his sword, without even moving from the spot. Tan asked Sokka if she knew what place he was talking about, and she replied that there were 3 sects that fit the description, and they were all part of the Merim alliance. The girl was very upset, because her alliance was disgraced again, although she hoped that this time everything would go smoothly, but her expectations were not met again. Tan noticed her confusion and said that he would help her this time, but reminded her that his help had a price. The girl was glad. Even though she would have to pay him, it was still the best option to save the situation, so they immediately set off. Meanwhile, at the group's base, their commander was very worried that the team still hadn't returned from the mission, but the master was sure that they couldn't have failed the task and they just needed to wait a little longer. He asked the commander to be patient, because the guys who went on the job could not fail, since he raised them specifically with the help of his drug, so they had nothing to worry about. Suddenly, their argument was interrupted by Sohee, who burst into the house to grab them, although she hoped until the very end that they were wrong, and that no one would have the audacity to pose as the Light faction, committing such atrocities. Looking at their faces, she realized that one of them was the leader of a sect that was part of the alliance, and the other one's face seemed very familiar to her, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before, so she decided to first deal with the ambush that the bandits had set up for them outside. The master saw Samte, whom he had been looking for so long, fighting in the street, and he was filled with rage and a thirst for revenge, so he decided to go to him immediately. But the commander stopped him, because he did not understand what was happening. The master answered him that they were exposed, and now they were obliged to destroy everyone in order to solve this problem. But first of all, he wanted to take revenge on the guy and ordered to eliminate him first. Sohee, meanwhile, was fighting the bandits. She wanted to destroy everyone who was trying to harm the reputation of her alliance, but there were too many of them, and if this continued, she definitely wouldn't last long. After she fought off another bandit's attack with the help of Tan, who told her when she needed to dodge the attack, they turned their attention to the man who came out to them. Seeing the master, Sohee remembered that it was Banji, who served in their alliance and was very close to her grandfather. Tan guessed that this man was the one who used the technique to pretend to be Samtai, since he had the characteristic marks of magic use on his face. First, they needed to capture them, so he ordered the guy to take on one of the bandits who were guarding the old man. Samtai was not particularly keen on doing this, as he doubted his skills. Tan asked him to take a closer look at the bandit, noting that he had a developed lower body, which indicated that he was well versed in acceleration techniques. But in using this technique, among all those present except for himself, Samtai has no equal. Upon hearing this, the guy immediately rushed into battle because he overcame this path to catch those who stole his face. The old man shouted at Tan in rage, as he realized that it was he who destroyed the black blades, so he began to threaten him that he would destroy him with his own hands. He screamed so loudly that Tana began to get irritated and told him to shut up, but he didn't react to his words and continued to scream. The master was overcome with hatred, because Tang had taken away from him the place he considered his home and destroyed his entire family, depriving him of everything he had. Tan saw that a crimson wind had appeared around the old man, which was beyond the sight of others. It symbolized someone who brings with him troubles and misfortunes, a person whose mind is filled with evil thoughts and whose actions cause evil. Although he had no intention of becoming someone's enemy again, he certainly couldn't leave things like that, especially since the old man wasn't going to stop and continue shouting and challenging him to a fight. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning appeared in the sky, which sent a stream of enormous energy towards the master and wiped him off the face of the earth. Everything happened so quickly that no one had time to understand anything, because they saw something like this for the first time. Guan and So-hee were just as shocked as the master's subordinates. So-hee was devastated by what was happening, although she had seen many dead warriors before, but this was the first time she had encountered such cruelty. She saw with her own eyes that no one attacked the bandits. They simply could not move and were mad with fear. Due to the mixing of energy channels, the chi energy flowed in the opposite direction, as a result of which the channels were destroyed, and this led to their death. And after all, thanks to the drug Ban-ji, they were much stronger than ordinary people. It was all Tan's doing, who dealt with most of the bandits and told them that they could handle the rest of the matter without him. At the same time, in the north of Honam, not far from the river, a hunter named Chan was climbing a huge rock up a mountain, but despite the fact that it was very difficult, he still managed to do it. For 1,000 years, the people of the second were forbidden to enter the territory of the mountain, but some time ago there was a rumor that the ban was lifted, and the hunter decided to check it out, but he did not yet understand what was so special about this mountain. Suddenly, the stones beneath him cracked and he fell into a hole. Closer to night, the guy came to his senses and saw that he was in some strange cave. When he lit the torch, he began to look around, raising his head. The hunter saw the remains of the legendary snake Imugi. He was so shocked that he could not believe his eyes. Chong was delighted with this discovery, because just for selling such information, he would be able to get a huge sum of money, and he would no longer have to work for the rest of his life. As he walked further, he saw the remnants of people who had once been alive, sitting in a circle with their heads bowed, as if they were worshipping and greeting someone. He came closer to examine the memorial stone and the wall, on which he read that the stone spoke of the god of martial arts, in whose honor the 3 heavenly ones fell into eternal sleep to perpetuate his memory, and the tablet was like an eternal memory of his existence. A few days later, Guan and Samtai were digging the garden beds near Tan's house on his orders, while So-hee watched them, not understanding why they decided to dig in such hot weather. They explained to her that they themselves would not do anything like that, but it was the master's order, and told her that she could help them instead of empty chatter, but the girl was not going to do it. Then So-hee called the girl to take a little rest, but she refused, because her father's word meant too much to her. The girl realized that Tan had decided to seriously engage in their physical training after the incident with the Triple Sword Union, but she felt sorry for Somi the most because she was still very small, and it was harder for her than the others. Then he offered her a bet and pointed to one of the uncultivated beds. Her task was to be the first to plow part of that field, and then she would win. The girl did not understand why she needed this, because she did not even know how to do it correctly. Then Tan said that he was betting 1 silver coin on winning. Hearing this, the girl agreed and got to work. Meanwhile, in the Murim alliance, an advisor reported to the leader that a man calling himself a hunter had come to them, who had discovered the secret cave of the god of martial arts on the island of Sages. The advisor also said that the bodies of 3 celestials were found in the cave, whose names were known to all martial arts masters, namely San Feng, who founded the Wudang sect, Damo of Shaolin, and Heavenly Demon, who was the founder of the demon cult. These 3 people had the greatest influence on Murim. They were called Heavenly, because no one had yet managed to reach their heights. However, the people of Murim knew only part of the truth. Leader Jiang was sure that this matter was not so simple, because it was a matter of national importance. All sects, light and dark, would want to interfere in this. So he gathered the leaders of different sects to decide how to proceed, because if the body of Taegon Jin was in the cave, then the representatives of Wudang would definitely interfere. Zhang Sanfeng, who founded the Wudang sect, also created the Great Limit Fist, but it was Gong Jin who helped him truly master martial arts. He accidentally obtained Gong Jin's special technique, and after learning the basic principles of the teachings of achieving harmony, he created the Wudang martial arts sect. So it is not surprising that the members of this sect respected Gong Jin so much. Elder Hogan of the Wudang sect said that most likely the body of the greatest master of the demonic cult, Zheng Mu Guan, is also in the cave. The demonic cult will not remain on the sidelines. Therefore, they need to act correctly, because one wrong move can lead to a war between the dark and white factions. Realizing the complexity and danger of the situation, the Murim alliance decided to send 200 of their warriors, and the Wudang sect would take control and make sure that Gong Jin's body was delivered to Wudang in good order. And Leader Zhang also asked for their help in exploring the secret cave, and Hogan agreed. When they had solved the problem of Gong Jin and Mu Guan's remains being taken care of by the Wudang sect and the demonic cult, Leader Zhang was much more concerned about something else, namely, who was Namju Ryung? Although she was one of the Celestials, compared to the other 2, she had no achievements. No one knew what cult or faction she belonged to, so they could not even imagine who else they could drag into this matter. Meanwhile, Samte was exhausted from the work he had to complete in such unbearably hot weather, and he dreamed only of going for a swim in the lake. But they had to finish the job, although Sohee didn't understand why Tan needed this field. Then the guy explained to her that it was much cheaper to grow food on your own than to pay a fortune for it at the market. Continuing to work, Sohee asked Samtai who his master really was. Since he was incredibly strong, the guy admitted that Tan could be a mercenary or something similar. But Sohee ran and happily began to tell that her father used to be a carpenter since he repaired their house and built a fence and everything else. Even most of what is in the house, everything was his work. The girl couldn't believe it, because a person who possessed such power couldn't be an ordinary carpenter. Tan suddenly interrupted her and told them to stop digging into his past. He also asked if they knew about the restless behavior of the residents of Akyan. They had been behaving very strangely lately. He was interested in what this could be connected with. So he didn't know anything about it, since she hadn't been in the city for a long time, and Guan admitted that it could be somehow connected with those bandits they arrested. But Tan doubted it, because it looked more like the people were waiting for something. Suddenly, a carrier pigeon flew to them and sat on Sozi's hands, who was very surprised, because she had not received any letters for a long time. When she read the message, her expression immediately changed, and she warned everyone that she needed to return to the Murim alliance, but she decided not to give the reason. They said goodbye to her, and Samte realized that it was probably a very serious matter. Since she left so quickly, he was very interested in what happened there. Then Tan ordered him to deal with this issue so that they would know what was going on. Meanwhile, Sohee was heading home, and on the way she was wondering about the gender of the god of arts, since she had once heard legends about this man, but she never thought that someone could actually find the secret cave and the trouble of the 3 heavenly ones. The boy returned home and told what he learned from the head of Hong, namely that some hunter found the secret cave of the god of martial arts. Samtai immediately understood from Sohee's face that something important had happened, but now everything was confirmed. Gong suddenly tensed up, because the god of martial arts was the same man from the legends who was also called the Spirit Almighty. No one could say for sure about him, whether he really lived for 1,000 years or it was just a fairy tale. He and Samta decided that they simply had to get into the cave because it was proof that the Almighty Spirit really existed, and they would probably be able to find a lot of valuable things there. There were many legends about this spirit, that he destroyed countless inhabitants of the Middle Lands, and that he was not only the greatest master of martial arts, but also always found a way to get out of any trouble alive. And finally, the fact that he fell at the hands of 8 immortals did not enter their heads, that someone managed to find real traces of a man who was only spoken of in legends and even gain access to his legacy. There had never been an event more significant than this in Murim, but from Tan's face it was clear that he was not particularly interested in this matter. He only asked where the cave was, and they told him that it was on the island of the sages. Guan began to convince him that they needed to leave right away to get to the island before the Murim Alliance and the others arrived. But Tan told them that there was nothing there, so they shouldn't sail there because they would only waste their time. The guy didn't understand why the owner was against it and spoke so confidently, as if he definitely knew something. Suddenly the thought occurred to him that perhaps he really was an ordinary carpenter, but later somehow obtained the inheritance of the god of martial arts and became incredibly strong. As if hearing his thoughts, Tang asked him not to imagine anything unnecessary. Tan's memory only contained short fragments of his past life. He remembered that on the island of the sages there lived a huge 1,000-year-old snake, Imugi, and a huge number of other amazing creatures. The island was filled with poisonous plants and insects, and the animals living there were several times larger than usual, all due to the special energy that the Imugi emitted. It took Tan 2 decades to bring the island into order. He arrived there at the age of 15 and finished his training on the island at 35. He faced defeat again and was on the brink of death countless times, but in the end he was able to survive. All that remained on the island were his footprints on the rock, which testified to his long years of training, and he had no desire to return to that island to look at them again. Samta continued to tell Tan that the Murim Alliance was already heading to the island, so they should hurry if they wanted to get to the legacy first. But he answered them that the heritage could not be obtained so easily, especially since they could not properly manage even the power that they possessed, so there was no point in trying to obtain even more. As he left, Tan ordered them to stop their idle talk and go train. If they were lucky, they would be able to find the source of power much closer than they thought. Samte was upset and said that he was very sorry to miss such an opportunity, because such a chance comes once in a lifetime. Hearing this, Tan asked what he meant. Then the guy said that according to rumors, along with the memorial stone, the bodies of 3 celestials were found in that cave. Tan seemed to be struck by electricity. His face changed dramatically, and he announced to the guys that they would still go to the island of the sages. They went to the island almost immediately, taking with them the head of Hong, who knew the reasons why Tan was sailing to the island, but why they needed the head of the district, he did not understand. A few hours later, they arrived at an island, on the shore of which they met Sohee, who was shocked by such a coincidence. Tan was no less surprised as he didn't expect to meet her in such a place. She realized that they had also heard rumors and had come for the same reason as her. But Tan answered her that he was not interested in the cave of the god itself, since he had sailed for the sake of the remains of the 3 heavenly ones, which greatly surprised the girl, since he had come a long way for this. In turn, Tan asked why they were not in the cave yet, and Sohee said that a man named the Hunter had destroyed all the entrances and exits to the cave, so they had no way of getting inside. He was surprised that they hadn't found the entrance yet, so as not to waste time, Tan decided to talk to the Hunter about the cave, but Sohee said that he was brutally destroyed, and if it weren't for the clothes, they wouldn't even be able to identify him. Apparently the discoverer of the cave discovered something, which meant it became a target for everyone else, so he was removed from the path. Samtai looked around and noticed that it was too quiet. Tan explained to him that people would not make a fuss on holy ground, so he had nothing to fear. Tan looked at the rocks and thought that the sacred land of the god of martial arts even sounded grandiose. He even liked that people only had good memories of it. So he told him that she didn't really believe in the stories about this god, because it seemed strange to her that he destroyed so many people, never lost to anyone. But when he reached the heavens and fought with the immortals, he eventually died. Tan smiled because he knew how it really was, but So-hee was surprised by his reaction because she had never seen him smile like that. He decided not to focus on it, and in turn asked what the girl was doing on this island. So he explained that she was here to check if any suspicious people would appear, but fortunately, Murim and the demon cult had discussed everything, so no one was going to fight. Suddenly, the girl was called by her partners, who informed her that they had found the entrance to the cave. Without thinking twice, So-hee said goodbye to the guys and ran to the cave to check everything. Samte approached Tan and said that he had also heard about the agreement between the Alliance and the cult that only those who discovered the entrance first could enter the cave, so they needed to come up with something to get in there too. After thinking for a while, Tan ordered them to stay put and take care of the situation, while he went into the forest and took a short rest from the road since the boat ride had tired him out. Meanwhile, he himself went to the cave, thinking that the news about the entrance to the cave came from the north, but the guy was sure that there had never been an entrance there. He decided to hurry before the others got to it. He reached the cliff on the northern part of the island, jumping off the rock closer to the cave where the very entrance was. Tan noticed that even after 1,000 years, nothing had changed in that place, which meant that no human had ever set foot there. Traces of his training appeared on the walls, thanks to which no one would be able to guess that he had been there. Going deeper into the cave, he saw 3 celestials and thought that he most likely should have been sitting next to them for a long time. But by the will of fate, he remained in this world, and they went to another. He sat down not far from them and remembered how they had once, from their youth, strived for his strength and followed him everywhere, trying to catch him, drawing their blades every time a convenient opportunity presented itself. Although his way of life was not good enough to be considered a teacher, they were his most faithful friends and followers. Meanwhile, Samtai and Guan were dying of boredom, not understanding where their master could have taken a nap at such a crucial moment. The other warriors looked at Guan strangely, sluggishly not understanding what the dark faction was doing on the island, since it was not part of the agreement. The boy noticed the sidelong glances directed at him and warned Samte to be on guard, as he had a bad feeling about this. Samte didn't think they should be afraid, especially since he had never received so much interest in his person, since it was precisely because of his popularity that even the head of the district was tense. Hearing this, Hong began to scold the boy, but Samtai joked with him and said that it was okay if he felt afraid when he found himself among the stern martial artists. Guan did not want to listen to their arguments and asked them to be silent. Suddenly, he noticed a strange movement in the sea, and when he looked closely, he saw that several dozen armed ships were approaching them. When the others noticed this, the chief did not believe that the ships could be armed, since cannons could not be purchased without the permission of the imperial family. The chief was sure that even if there were guns there, no one would open fire on state land, since it was punishable. But a few seconds later, powerful explosions were heard over their heads. They were very scared because they understood that someone had attacked the island and now they were not safe. The leader immediately ordered everyone to hide in the shelter, and they ran together to look for shelter. The ships seemed very familiar to Guan. They were similar to those used by the Sandwaves Alliance, as it was known that they too had been searching for the hidden secrets of the gods for years, the first elder having put the most effort into this. The guy tried to throw it out of his head because he still wasn't sure of his guesses, and at the moment, they needed to think about how to get out of the trap as quickly as possible. So-hee, along with the rest of the warriors, were also shocked that the enemies decided to attack them. The shells they used were too expensive, but the Alliance did not have time to figure out who these people were. The demon cult had warned her that they didn't like the atmosphere on the island, so since they had found the entrance to the cave, they also wanted to inspect the surroundings to be on the safe side, but So-hee felt like they were worrying in vain. She knew that the only way to protect the cave was to block the entrance, so So-hee suggested that her partners first focus all their efforts on getting rid of the enemies. Branch Manager Honam agreed with her, since they didn't know how deep they could go into the cave, so it was better for them to stop the attack from the outside. The leader of the Wudang sect, Dan Jin, also supported their idea, since their sect is completely part of the Murim alliance. Although he wanted to see the remains of his ancestor as soon as possible, it was more important to deal with those who dared to desecrate the sacred land. At the same time, Samtai and Guan tried to clear the way from the bandits so that the rest of the people could avoid being injured, but the cannonballs continued to attack them, and it was impossible to stop them. A few seconds later, the leader of the Wudang sect appeared on the battlefield, who came to the aid of the Alliance warriors. He turned to the masked people and asked who they were, threatening them with reprisals. But there was no answer. In turn, the bandits began to attack the warriors of the Alliance, and a fight broke out between them, which did not promise to end well. Until the unknown masked men suddenly attacked the Alliance of the demonic cult, the northwest of the island was quiet. After all, everyone rushed to prevent the attack, and only 2 people were left to defend the secret entrance to the cave. However, another group of masked men quickly headed there, easily dealt with the guards, and entered inside. When they entered it, they noticed that the cave was quite deep, so their business would take longer than they expected, but one of them felt that the air currents had changed, which meant that they were already very close. After a few meters, they finally reached the right place, but there was a surprise waiting for them, namely Tan, who was not very happy with the uninvited guests. He told them that he decided to stay in the cave because he heard strange sounds, but he didn't think that people like them would get there first. In any case, he was grateful to them because they saved him from a lot of trouble. Tan decided to deal with them quickly before they made any noise. Looking at them, he found that they were holding their swords very confidently and looked like they were hired killers. He told them that their skills were pretty good, but they came to the cave in vain because now it was all over for them. The masked men decided that they didn't need to listen to him anymore, so they started attacking Tan and used the acceleration technique to confuse him. One of the bandits noticed that this mysterious guy had a strong aura, which meant that he was definitely a master, but in order to deal with him, they would only need minimal skills, because so far none of those who attacked them had survived. He began to attack him, hoping that he could easily deal with the blue one, but as soon as he approached the guy, he deftly repelled his attack and in the blink of an eye mortally wounded the enemy. The others watched him and thought that Tan was too arrogant. Paz decided to open up to them so easily. Without thinking twice, they rushed into the attack all at once to destroy him for sure. Tan grinned, amused by the fact that they all decided to lose their lives at once, since they had no idea who they were dealing with. After all, if they had thought with their heads a little longer, they would have had a chance to stay alive. He picked up a small blade and with a quick and deft movement struck both opponents with one blow. Tan turned around to finish his business, but then one of the bandits who was barely alive called out to him. The guy turned to him and said that having inner strength does not mean that they are omnipotent, so he decided to show him how to use the dagger. Having destroyed it, he noticed that strange things fell out of the bandits' pockets, which looked very much like signal bombs. He began to think that the unknown people who attacked the island were fighting against the Alliance, and they were trying to get to the secret cave. They must have been trying to signal a retreat for those remaining on the island, or it was a signal that the goal had been achieved. Tan took the checkers for himself and thanked the masked men for their help, because they made his job much easier. At the same time, a very strange sound was heard on the battlefield, after which all the unknown masked bandits suddenly stopped attacking and fled. Master Dan Jin was angry that they never found out who sent these bandits, since even those they captured committed suicide and took poison. One of the warriors said that before their retreat he heard a strange noise, which sounded like a warning. Suddenly he guessed that it was a signal bomb, and they immediately understood that they needed to run to the cave. Having reached the cave, they entered it, but unfortunately it turned out to be empty, which greatly upset the leaders, because they were deceived in such a stupid way. They couldn't give up so easily and decided to immediately begin pursuing those masked men, and they asked Sohee to stay and protect the cave if necessary. When she was left alone, she was very upset because she had not had any luck lately. Looking around, Sohee noticed a strange sign. She took it in her hands and realized that it was a memorial plaque, but when the girl saw whose name was written there, she was simply dumbfounded with surprise. After some time, the leader of the alliance, Murim, arrived on the island, who was also upset that they ultimately failed to find out who attacked and took the remains of the three Celestials. Not only the remains of Gongjin, but also traces of other gods they could not find, because there was not a single clue. Considering the time, money, and effort invested in the work, without exaggeration, Leader Zheng believed that they were too self-confident and ultimately failed. He didn't even think that everything could end in failure, and it threw him off track. But the advisor told him that there was something they could be absolutely sure of. Namely, that this is not the work of the Sandwave Alliance, since they have been monitoring their movements from the very beginning, which means that this is either an alliance unknown to them or people from other lands. Leader Chan admitted that it was possible that it was someone from the demonic cult, despite the fact that they had an agreement that someone could go against her. His subordinates were shocked that the leader would allow such a thought, but he explained to them that it was just an assumption, since he himself was at a loss as to who could have done such a thing. Namgung John was the representative of the Namgung family and a renowned martial artist among the 8 alliances. His unrivaled swordsmanship rightfully earned him the respect of other masters, and it was rumored that no one could become as wise and invincible as he. The advisor was glad that such a person was the leader of the alliance, but he was sorry that Namgung's term was coming to an end, and was worried that a new person might take his place and turn the Murim alliance into chaos. While exploring the cave, they came across traces of swords, but it was a useless clue, looking as if someone had deliberately made them over the old traces to erase the new ones, and now it was impossible to detect anything. Leader Chan noticed that his sword technique seemed to have reached its ceiling and was no longer developing. He had so hoped to find something worthwhile, but who stole this chance from him? Meanwhile, Samte was thinking about how important this matter with the cave was if they were the only ones who were summoned here secretly. But Guan thought that it would be better if his guesses were wrong. He noticed Samtai, who was sitting in a strange position, and asked him what he was doing. The guy answered him that this is how he trains his legs. Suddenly, they heard someone's footsteps behind them, and when they turned around, they saw their master. Joyfully, they immediately ran to him to report the situation. Tan apologized to them for his long absence, saying that he had urgent business that he needed to finish. He threw a bag in front of them and said that they could see what was inside. They rushed to open the bag, hoping that there would be some prizes for their hard work, but the bag contained shovels, and this completely confused them. The boys did not understand why their master had brought them, but Tan, without explaining anything, ordered them to dig a hole. Upon hearing this, they were shocked, but they had no choice, so they had to follow his order. Having dug several holes, the boys informed Tan about this, who praised them for their good work, since they were much better at digging than fighting. After that, he ordered Samte to carefully bring what was hidden in the bushes, and to find it, he needed to touch the ground. The guy obediently went to carry out the task, hoping that nothing dangerous was hidden there. Having done everything as Tan said, 3 skeletons suddenly appeared in front of the guy, which scared him a lot, because he definitely had never come to life to see something like that. He asked the owner what to do with their remains, and Tan said that they should bury these 3 skeletons properly and with all honors. In the evening, Sohee returned home, and sitting in her room, she was tormented by thoughts about the tablet that she found in the cave, and about which the hunter who first discovered the cave told her. She understood that this tablet was installed by 3 heavenly warriors in honor of the god of martial arts, but she was confused by the name that was inscribed on the stone because it was the same as Mr. Tan's, so she hoped that this was not the same person. Soka was distracted from her thoughts by her grandfather, who came to her and noticed that she was worried about something. Master Chan asked if this was related to what happened on the island, and she confirmed his suspicions, but what worried her most was the question of whether a person could live for 1,000 years. He was surprised by such a funny problem and replied that a long time ago, a master named Qin Shi put a lot of effort into creating a cure for immortality, but he still could not avoid death. There were exceptions, like the legends of the 8 immortals who had protected Murim for a long time, but if we judge that this legend could be true, then there was probably someone who could achieve immortality. But this seemed like complete nonsense to Soha. She thought about how Tan undoubtedly had outstanding abilities, But the fact that he could be the strongest master in the history of Murim did not fit into her head, because in that case, a person with such power must have a noble spirit like her grandfather. So he couldn't believe that such a strange man who robbed the pockets of bandits was as strong as the 8 immortals. She thanked her grandfather for the conversation and decided not to continue it any further. Master Chan was glad that he was able to dispel her doubts and suggested that she take a walk to the lake since they had not spent time together for so long. A few hours before this, Tan's subordinates were finally able to bury the remains of their comrades and installed a column with an extract near each one, because this was their favorite drink during their lifetime. He sat next to them and didn't even think that he would ever treat them to a drink like this. Samti came up to him and asked permission to pour a glass of this drink, and Tan allowed him to treat them. The guy started pouring the drink. For some reason, he felt like he had to do it, since his owner looked more lonely than ever. When Samti decided to try the taste of the drink, he was immediately stopped by Tan with a sharp blow to the stomach, since he did not allow him to do this. Upon returning home, Samte tried to find out from Tan who those skeletons were, because he read the names that were written on the slab and was sure that these were the same people they buried on the island. In turn, Tan convinced the guy that he was wrong and wanted to end the argument there, but Samta followed him, continuing to ask the same thing, since he knew that he was definitely hiding something. Guan noticed that Tan was very tense because of this, and understood that if Samtai did not stop pressuring the owner, he would have a hard time. Suddenly, Somi ran up to the guy and asked him for help because she couldn't find her ball. Samta didn't want to be distracted from the argument, but the girl insisted on her own, and he still went to look for her toy. In turn, Somi climbed into Tan's arms and he realized that she lied about the lost ball to stop their argument. He thanked her and asked her not to do that again because deceiving others was not good. Somi also asked him about Sohee, who left them so soon. She was very sad about this because she had become very accustomed to her. Tan did not know what to answer her because he was sure that now the Murim alliance was furious, because they did not manage to get anything. Suddenly he heard a knock on the door and decided to check who could have come to visit them so late. Opening the door, he saw Sohee and the leader, Jong. Tan tensed up because he thought that they found out everything, and that's why they came to him at such a late hour. He greeted the unexpected guests, and so he explained to him that they were walking along the lake and wanted to stop somewhere for the night, but did not find a single free place, so they decided to ask him for a favor, and Tan let them in without further ado. On the way home, he wondered where the Murim Alliance members had so much free time, since they always seemed like very busy people. Master Chong replied that at such a respectable age he was constantly busy with work, so it wouldn't hurt for him to take a little rest. Tan grinned because he didn't expect that after what happened, the leader would behave so calmly. He led them to a spare room and warned them that the night's lodging would cost them a considerable amount, but they would be brought food for which they would not have to pay. Having wished them good night, the guy went about his business. Grandfather turned to Sohee and asked if her friend was really involved in the Dark faction. She told him that the guy still hadn't confessed to her, but everything pointed to that. Tan seemed to the master to be a very mysterious person. He understood this as soon as they met his gaze. It was clear to him that he was not as simple as he seemed. Meanwhile, Somi really wanted to go to the girl so that they could finally play with her, but Tan explained to her that this was impossible because Sohee did not come alone. Guan suddenly approached him, who was very worried about such an unexpected visit, and was sure that this was all for a reason, since Nam Gung Jung was, after all, the king of the sword. Guan also told him that the master is the leader of the Murim Alliance, and he is as strong on the battlefield as the 8 immortals. Although the guy was confident in his strength, such an outcome scared him a little. Tan remembered that this man was Sohee's grandfather, whom she had told him about earlier, and was called by his achievements. The energy that emanated from him was radically different from the energy of other sword masters he had met before, but that was his only difference. Since Tan felt nothing else except this energy, it seemed to him that the master himself did not understand what kind of power he possessed. Guan decided that what happened on the island led them to them, but Tan convinced him that this was not the case. because they behaved too quietly to those who were plotting something. The next day, the master went to the lake to fish and be alone. He was distracted from his thoughts by Tan, who was surprised that he liked such an activity. The master told the guy that in his childhood he often fished and never got tired of it. A lot of time has passed since then, but nothing has changed. He thought about it because it really had been a long time since he had had the chance to sit in such a quiet place and forget about all his worries for a while. After all, in order to keep up with other rising sword masters, he had to trade his fishing rod for a sword at an early age, partly to bring glory to his clan. And over time, he was able to reach the heights he was at the moment, but looking back, he still could not leave behind anything worthwhile. The master told Tan that he had raised the reputation of his clan and also risen to the top of the political faction, but all this was not according to his desire, because the only thing he could decide on was the mission on the island, but even there he failed. Their conversation was interrupted by Somi. She brought in her hands a fish that she had caught herself. They both praised the girl because she did it very well. She climbed into Tan's arms and continued to tell something with delight. Master Tan was watching them. For some reason, he reminded him of himself, and this made his soul feel empty. He was afraid that the guy would follow in his footsteps and make the same mistakes. Master Chan remembered his past, and the day when his children came to him to give him handicrafts that they made with their own hands to please him, but he only became even more angry with them. At that time, he thought that they were just lazing around instead of training. Chan didn't even look at them, and when leaving, he told them to train more, so as not to be weak and helpless people. His words hurt the children a lot, but they never complained to him. Now he understood that compared to him, who always chased money and fame, Tan had acquired something more valuable and important. While Chan was thinking about his actions, Tan decided to support him and pretended to talk to Somi. But these words were addressed to the master about the fact that the more he tries to overcome, the higher the wall becomes, and at such moments, instead of just looking at the wall, he needs to look around and maybe he will find another way. Hearing this, the master was very surprised, because these words turned out to be the most appropriate in such a difficult period for him. Suddenly, Sohi came running to them, looking very worried about something. Master Zhong didn't understand what could have happened that she made so much noise. She told him that she had received a letter with news of an attack on their advisor, and now his life was on the line. The master was shocked by this news and ordered her to pack her things to quickly go to help. At this moment, Tan was watching him and noticed at least a faint aura of death that was hovering around him. People find it hard to believe in such things, but he decided to give advice to the master and told him to beware of his pride and selfishness, because he could lose his life very soon. Hearing this, Chan thanked him for the advice and replied that he was not going to retire so soon, so he had nothing to worry about. He also apologized for having to leave so urgently, because thanks to Tan, he finally got to rest in such a wonderful place. Tan watched him go and replied that he would be glad to have them back at any time, hoping that the master could survive until their next meeting. Guan approached him and asked what could have happened that they had packed their things in a hurry and left the house, but Tan replied that perhaps some urgent matters had come up, but whatever it was, it did not concern them in any way. Then the guy decided to tell that yesterday he heard rumors in the city about the appearance of the Murim sect, and also that some disagreements arose between Akyan and Honam, and because of this strange people appeared who want to rule their city and send detectives to the island of the sages to find something worthwhile. Hearing this, Tan became tense, because the emergence of new sects and clans sooner or later leads to them starting to interfere in other people's business. What he liked about Akyan was the surroundings of the lake which he liked, but most of all this village for its peace and quiet atmosphere. It was a great place to start a family and raise children. He thought it over and said that they shouldn't worry for now because it was just rumors, so he suggested that they observe the situation and how it developed for a while. Despite the fact that they did not advertise their attitude towards the military clan, it was only thanks to them that Akyan was always under protection, and therefore Guan and Samtai were serious, since they did not want to give away what they had so fiercely protected all this time. Meanwhile, on the way to the alliance, Sohi received a new letter that their warriors went to Akyan. and were pursuing the group that attacked the advisor, and also that several skirmishes had occurred between them. Master Chan realized that perhaps their enemy was strong enough since they still couldn't defeat him, so he decided to go straight in their footsteps to quickly come to their aid, and he ordered Sohee to go to the alliance. Sohee didn't really want him to go there alone, but Jong convinced her that defeating him wasn't that easy. Hearing this, she cast aside her bad thoughts and asked him to deal with all the bandits. In turn, she, without hesitation, went to the alliance to check the condition of their advisor, and at this point their paths diverged. In the evening, Sohee reached the Murim alliance and immediately rushed to look for the wounded advisor. On the way, she met subordinates who told her that the advisor was in the main building, but they did not understand the reason for such a hurry. Without explaining anything to them, Sohee headed there. When she came into the office, she saw the advisor sitting at the table and there was not a single scratch on him. He was surprised by her sudden appearance and asked what was the matter and why she was so out of breath. Sohee was confused and said that they received a letter about the attack on the advisor, so she quickly rushed to the alliance. Hearing this, the advisor was shocked and a little scared because he did not understand how this was possible and who dared to deceive them like that. Meanwhile, Master Chong was still following the tracks of the bandits. He thought what was happening was very strange because the last letter had definitely arrived from the alliance, but the place indicated in the letter seemed to be wrong, since he did not see any traces of his warriors. Suddenly, his horse got caught on the rope and he instantly fell off it, but managed to stay on his feet. Namgung Jun was surprised that he couldn't notice such a simple trap and how the child fell into it. Some poison suddenly began to dissipate around him. He tried to use his power but realized that he could not do anything. Then he guessed that this poison dissipates internal power, which also has a deadly effect. He knew that such poison was not so easy to obtain because it was prohibited by law. Thinking about this, he did not notice how arrows flew in his direction, from which the master began to quickly dodge. Chong still could not use force, so he simply covered himself with his hand, which was hit by several arrows. Suddenly, a man approached him. Surprised that the Sword King could be broken so easily, his voice seemed very familiar to the master, but because of the poison, everything was swimming before his eyes, and he could not see who was standing in front of him. He realized that the bandits had been carefully preparing, and apparently the leader had been their target from the very beginning, but the master was not going to give up so easily, so he decided to fight them, and they, in turn, expected something like this and began to attack him. The next day, Tan was sitting near the lake and watching people walking on a boat. He wanted to do something similar to please Somi since last time he couldn't take her with him. Meanwhile, the subordinates from the Murim alliance were rushing to search for their leader, as the advisor ordered them to search every corner of the forest and do everything to find at least some kind of clue. Sohee also took part in this because her grandfather had disappeared, and she was sure that the bandits had deliberately lured him into the forest alone. But most of all, she was interested in who could have planned something like this. On the way, they saw traces of a battle which definitely indicated that something had happened. Watching them, Sohee tried to pull herself together and calm down, as she understood that she had to make sober decisions and not give in to panic, because her grandfather could not lose to some bandits. The advisor began to carefully examine the traces and realized that they appeared from explosives, but gunpowder was difficult to obtain unless these people belonged to the imperial family. When he began to dig in the ground, he smelled poison. He informed everyone else about it, saying that it was an acidic poison that was especially deadly to the people of Murim. So he did not understand how this was possible, because the production of this poison should have been stopped and no longer available to anyone. But if these were really traces of the dispersing poison, then her grandfather was in great trouble. She could not calm down and got on a horse to ride away as far as possible because she was bursting with a feeling of guilt and helplessness, which was difficult for her to cope with. At the same time, Samtai scolded Somi for interfering with his work and ruining what he had been working on for 2 whole days. Somi apologized and said that she just wanted to help him. She put on a sweet face, and looking at him, the guy could no longer be angry with her. He realized that there was no point in talking about it anymore, because they needed to restore everything as soon as possible. Tan heard the guy swearing at Somi and asked him about it. Samti explained that she kept interfering, so he had to do it, but to avoid punishment, he informed the owner that they would finish the tray in a few minutes. When they were all done, Tan came to check the work and praised them, because the boat looked just gorgeous and it was very good for a couple of days of work. He invited them on board, and they immediately went for a walk along Lake Dongchonho. Sailing along it, a light wind blew on them, and in front of them was visible the endless horizon of the lake, which seemed to Tan the real meaning of life. Although he didn't think that wielding a sword was bad for a warrior, he had seen too much bloodshed in the past and had no idea how much bliss such a rest would bring him. They sailed to an incredibly beautiful landscape that Somi really liked. She was also delighted with such a boat ride, and Tan was glad that he was able to please her. Suddenly, their boat hit something and it started shaking. When they looked at what it could be, they were simply shocked, because the mutilated body of Master Nam Gong-chan washed up on their boat. Tan was as surprised as the others, because he had told the master that they would meet again if nothing happened to him. But he had not expected that this meeting would be like this. Sometime later, the Alliance Secretary Murim sat in his office and thought about how there were too many people who wanted to take their leader's place, and there were political parties that benefited from getting rid of him. He could not believe that they could not find a single piece of evidence after a month of flooding. He was distracted from his thoughts by a leader named Heckman. He was the second most influential in the empire, who informed the secretary that it was time for them to accept the bitter truth and refused such a long search that did not bring any results. He also said that rumors about what happened were spreading too quickly and could greatly humiliate their alliance. It was difficult to fix this situation, but telling people that their leader was missing after an attack by unknown people was too risky. The advisor understood that the alliance's safety was their priority now, so they would have to trust the Namgun family, who had sent someone to replace the leader, although he wanted to drop everything and run to find the leader. But for now, he had to deal with the alliance's affairs. So he was sitting in her room, holding a piece of her grandfather's clothing that she had managed to find, when her father came in and asked her why she was not sleeping at such a late hour. She answered him that she was very worried about her grandfather and asked her father if there was even a small hope that he had not died. The man came closer to her and hugged her, saying that their grandfather was a very strong man who was not so easy to defeat. Soha's eyes filled with tears, and she agreed with his words, adding that they needed to do everything in their power to find him. After some time, Nam Gung-jong came to his senses, and looking around was surprised that after being poisoned and fighting a large crowd of bandits, he remained alive. This made him smile, because he believed that the heavens themselves were helping him. He was suddenly called out by Tan, who noticed that the master still had the strength to laugh, which meant that he would definitely live. The master did not expect that it was Tan who saved him. The old man began to thank the guy for his help, but he answered him that he himself had washed up on his boat and left him no choice. Smiling, he thanked him anyway and said that the guy was right, because now as a martial arts master, Nam Gung-jan was simply useless. Tan suggested that he tell the Murim Alliance everything so that they could take him home, but Chan decided that he no longer needed to appear there because everyone had always admired him and considered him the best martial artist, but now everything had changed and he did not want to become a burden to his family. He asked Tan for permission to stay in his house for a while, and the guy allowed him, but on the condition that he would work like everyone else because no one would just support him. The master was surprised that with his condition he would have to work for food, but Tan explained that in his house everyone was equal, so as soon as he felt better he could start working. When the guy left, Chan was tormented by thoughts about what happened and who could be behind all this, because their attack looked like a well-prepared ambush. The election of the next leader was just around the corner, and it was unlikely that anyone would dare to attack at such a time. But suddenly it dawned on him that perhaps there was a traitor within the alliance who did all this. But for now, these were just his guesses. Meanwhile, Sohee and her father were again examining the place where they found traces of the battle. The man guessed that the attack was carefully planned, but his daughter did not feel any better because perhaps her grandfather was no longer alive. But her father convinced her that he was definitely alive, but had definitely suffered at the hands of bandits, so he firmly decided that she was ready to do anything if it would help find her grandfather. Suddenly, a subordinate called out to them, informing them that they had managed to find more traces of bloodshed. When they arrived at the scene, they saw spots that led somewhere. The chief asked where these tracks lead, and the subordinate answered that they were directed towards Akyan, where a stream flows leading to Lake Donjonyo. Hearing this, he ordered them to send a boat to check everything. The Sword King is the symbol of the Namgung family, and if he was able to be wounded so badly, then it is likely that he lost his internal energy. Having lost it, the head doubted that his proud father would return to the Murim alliance. They reached the stream, and at this point, the traces of blood loss ended. The chief was surprised that the master had made such a journey to the river. In turn, he ordered his subordinates to send more people to them to check all the surrounding areas. They explained to him that Advisor Gal was already searching, but the leader was not interested in this. He ordered them to also search for their leader and do whatever it took to find him. At the same time, Namgung Jung finally came to his senses and could already calmly play with Somi and even go fishing with her. His energy amazed the boys, because their grandfather had woken up only a couple of weeks ago, but he behaved as if he had not been in critical condition at all. Somi jumped happily and couldn't wait for them to start fishing, because today she wanted to catch an eel, but her grandfather warned her that such a slippery fish is not so easy to catch. She smiled and replied that she would try to hold it tightly and added that there was no fish that could not be caught with his super strong right hand. He didn't expect the girl to say something like that because now he really was deprived of his left hand and he had to learn to live without it. On the way to the lake, Chan asked if Somi was having a hard time because their estate was far from the city and school, and there were no children her age nearby. In response, she asked if it was hard for her grandfather because he now had no arm, and he agreed with her. He was pleased that she was worried about it. Then Somi answered him that even though her house was in the wilderness, it didn't matter to her at all. Even though she had no friends, she had her dad and others who cared for her and protected her. She was happy that when she slept, in the morning she would be able to meet the guys from school, and when she returned home, her family would be waiting for her there. So she never thought that life in such a place could be difficult for her. Somi added that even if he doesn't have a left hand, he can easily take her hand with his right and continue on his way. When they returned from fishing, it was already evening and the master decided to go outside to practice a little. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all living in the distance. Remembering Somi's words, he was surprised that even a child could teach him something. So he decided to train his right hand. Although it was not easy for him and his hand was shaking, he still did not give up and continued his training. Meanwhile, in the estate, everyone was getting ready to go to bed. Only Somi was very worried that his grandfather had left so late and still hadn't returned. But Tan reassured her since he was the only one who knew what the martial arts master was doing. The next morning, Namgung Jung continued to train, trying to regain his skills using only one hand. But he couldn't do it for long because his arm got very tired and it caused him some discomfort. Tan suddenly turned to him and noticed that the old man was still not used to using one hand. He decided that the master's energy had returned since he suddenly began training. He was a little ashamed, but he admitted that he was doing all this because Somi taught him something. Hearing this, Tan replied that age and style did not matter when it came to learning. Then the master suggested that the guy fight him, but Tan did not consider it appropriate given the unequal forces. Chong convinced him that they would not get too carried away, and especially since it seemed to him that he was quite used to using one hand. The guy thought about the fact that even though the old man had lost his energy, his basic techniques and methods of fighting should be very different from the techniques of Guan and Samte. Thanks to So-hee, he had already seen the Namgung family's swordsmanship in action, but if it was the Sword King who used it, it would be much more interesting, so Tan smiled and accepted his challenge. The guys decided to watch them together with Somi. They argued among themselves who would be the winner. Samtai believed that even though Chan was the king of the sword with one hand, it would still be difficult for him to win. Tan asked the master not to hold back and fight with full force so that he would not have to give in. After these words, Chan began to attack the guy, but before he could even get close to him, Tan knocked the master's sword out of his hand with one quick movement, and this hit his pride hard. In turn, Tan realized that he had expressed himself incorrectly, and once again explained to the master that he needed to attack the guy as if his life depended on it. Namgung-yung was shocked because when he reached the title of Sword King, he thought that he could not climb higher, but it turned out that he still had a lot to learn. They continued to fight, clashing in a sword duel, their blades intersecting, creating bursts of energy, their facial expressions quite tense and focused on the fight. Tan carried out the attack with ease, while his opponent blocked the sword strike with the last of his strength, straining from the effort as sparks flew around. The boys were also tense watching the fight, and Samtai was disappointed that the swordmaster was so bad at fighting because he expected more from him. Namgunjong was very exhausted after the intense fight. He sat on the ground and tried to catch his breath. He was tormented by the thought that he was losing for the first time in his life. He understood that Tan possessed not only pure strength, but also something else. Watching him, the guy thought that the master no longer wanted to continue the fight, but he asked him to fight him again. After it was all over, the master lay in his room trying to accept complete defeat. Samta came to visit him and told the old man not to be too upset because he considered that surviving the meeting with their master was a great achievement. Hearing that the guy called him an old man, Jong was very surprised, but Samtai did not consider it an offensive word. He also added that he was very disappointed with their boring fight. Master Jong asked him if he used a sword, and the boy replied that he would not fight him because it would not be difficult for him to defeat an old man like him. Samtai was about to leave, but was suddenly stopped by Namgun Jong and decided to teach the boy a lesson for such shameless behavior with his elders. When they sat down to dinner, Chong asked Tan if he could stay in his house for a while longer, and Tan immediately agreed to his request. He was surprised that the guy agreed so easily. He thought that most likely he felt sorry for him, because now he felt completely worthless and good for nothing. Anyway, after he lost his left arm, they finally met, and now Tan was a wall for him that he had to overcome. The next day, Namgung Jung was walking with Somi in the morning, and along the way he picked up a bunch of goodies for her, which she was simply delighted with. Even though Tan asked him to pick up the girl from school, he himself really enjoyed spending carefree time with her. Suddenly, Somi called out to him and pointed to one of the shops that sold various masks. When they went there, the girl immediately began to look at the masks, and Jong decided that Somi was at the age when such things seemed funny to her. She showed him one of the masks that she really liked because it was just right for men with swords like her grandfather. The master found this mask very strange, but he still tried it on at Somi's request and also asked the seller in whose image it was made. The seller pointed him to a building that was not far from his crush and told him that they put on masked performances there, and this particular mask belonged to the main actor of the performances. This hero is known as Lord Swordmaster, and he was now very popular among children as these performances were held specifically for them. Namgung. John was surprised that such an impressive name was used in some play. Suddenly, he heard the excited cries of children and turned around to see what was happening. A second later, he was surrounded by a crowd of children who were fans of the master swordsman. He saw how delighted Somi was with this mask and decided to buy her this mask. It cost him 1 silver coin, and now Chan understood why they say that business on children is always profitable. When they returned home, Somi immediately ran to Tan to show off her new purchase. He was not particularly surprised because he knew that she wanted this mask. She looked at it every time they passed by the shop and constantly hummed a song about it. Tan asked Somi if she was happy that she was finally able to get the desired thing, but the girl replied that she did not want it that much and decided to give the mask to her grandfather because it suited him better. Somi ran off to do her homework, and Master Chan, after an awkward silence, decided to ask Tan if he knew about the poison that disperses energy. Tan was surprised why the Sword King was asking him about such a thing, since he should know about such a thing himself. But Chan told him that until now, he thought that he knew almost everything, but after what happened, he realized how wrong he was. He remembered the guy's words about how neither gender nor age play a role in training, which means that perhaps he might know something that the master did not know. Tan replied that he really does know about this poison since he has tested it on himself several times. The guy's answer shocked Chan, because during their battle he was sure that his movements did not belong to a person who had lost energy, which meant that the poison could be neutralized as he did, and then the master would be able to restore his form. He ran up to the guy and grabbed his hand and asked him to tell him about a method that would help him get rid of the poison. Tan answered him that in order to find an antidote, it was first necessary to find out how the poison was prepared, because he did not know how this particular one was made. Namgunjeon lost hope for a second, but suddenly Tan asked him why he decided that poison was really capable of dispersing energy, because this was absolute nonsense, since poison could only block the flows of that very energy. He explained that all the energy would remain intact in the human body. It would simply be blocked until he found a way to get rid of the poison. Upon hearing this, Namgunjeon's eyes once again filled with hope that he might be able to get everything back. Tan confirmed his guesses, but warned that since the path was blocked, he would need to make a hole. The master did not understand what exactly he meant and asked the guy to tell him more about it. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Samte, who ran to them with urgent news that the Murim Alliance had chosen a new leader. Tan didn't understand why the guy made so much noise about this, because the alliance had been without a leader for a long time, and his appointment was necessary. Namgunjeon agreed with him since almost 2 months had passed, and they didn't know if he was alive since they couldn't find any traces. If the position of leader was empty, and this would further lead to internal conflicts, he guessed that the new leader would most likely be the Shaolin Master Song Jin, since he is the best fit for this role, because he has the right values and views on the world. Samtai was surprised and replied that this person was not the leader. Then Chan assumed that it was Master Khan, but the guy also refuted his guesses. The guy said that the new leader of the alliance was the sword master of the Moyan clan. Upon hearing this, Namgunjeon was out of his mind from shock. He grabbed the guy by the collar and began to ask how his secretary could agree to this. Samtai explained to him that Secretary Chegal had resigned immediately upon returning to Honam, and Secretary Manhwa had been appointed to his position. This information amazed Master Chong even more, because there were plenty of other good candidates for leadership. In addition to their exceptional fighting skills, they had the same anxious personalities and strength as their skills. Namgunjeon considered Hiekman not the kind of person who could one day take the place of the leader, and the new secretary was even worse, because he was involved in corruption. He explained to Samtai that if everything is as he says, then the Moyan clan will have full control over the Murim funds, and this will allow Manhwa to do with them whatever he wants. The master was very irritated and angry because of this situation. He did not understand how the other masters in the alliance allowed this to happen, because in such a short period of time everything in Murim had turned upside down. He admitted that perhaps this was exactly what they were trying to achieve. Meanwhile, Hyukmun's son came to report that he had not yet been able to find Namgunjeon's body, but this only angered the master even more, because he was obliged to find him. But the guy replied that the master was poisoned with a poison that dispersed energy and also lost his left hand. He was sure that in such a state, if the old man fell off the cliff, he definitely could not survive. Without thinking twice, the boss hit the guy in the face with all his might and reminded him that everything he does must be done perfectly in order to be absolutely sure of the veracity of the information and not to indulge himself in guesses. The boy apologized to his father for his carelessness and replied that he would do everything as needed. In turn, Hyukmun asked how things were going with the Namgung clan, and the boy replied that they were still looking for traces of Jeong. They were a problem for the leader, but he was more worried about Che Gal, since he didn't voice a single objection, and resigned immediately after Namgunjeon's disappearance, which means he understands perfectly well what is really going on. The guy said that the former advisor is currently on his way to Honam and seems to intend to join the Namgung clan to help them find the Sword King. The chief thought for a moment and decided that due to the unstable situation in Murim, no one would think that the secretary had been deliberately destroyed, so he decided to get rid of him while he had the opportunity. In turn, Namgunjeon continued to train hard in order to regain his skills a little and train his right hand in case of any fight. Tan suddenly called out to him and asked if the master was going to return to the Alliance after such news, but Chong did not see the point in this since he had lost his strength, and even if he tried to return, no one would listen to the words of a helpless old man. After all, it was thanks to this very power that Hyuk-moon was able to become a leader. After listening to him, Tan assumed that the new leader was most likely a good fighter, and Chan confirmed this, because it was not so easy to deal with him even when the master was in his best form. Namgung-yeong decided that this was the reason why the Murim Alliance chose him, and even if he thought Hyuk-moon was unsuitable for the role of leader, he still couldn't do anything about it. Tana was surprised by his decision, but he still accepted it and said that he would not interfere if the master did not consider it necessary for everything to go as it was destined to. For the concern, which in the master's opinion was unusual for the guy, he decided to tell something interesting in gratitude and asked if he knew about a man named Wang Su, but Tan answered negatively. Then Chan said that this man was the best thief in the Central Lands. There was no place he could not enter, and there was no thing he could not steal. Wang Su was so fast that no one could catch up with him. Previously, Namgung-yeong had been stalking him for fun and had gotten one thing for it. He decided to share it with Tan and threw a roll of paper into his hand, which the guy deftly caught. It was a treasure map that belonged to Wang Su. The master knew that he was completely useless in his estate, so he wanted to give him at least something. At dinner, Tang announced to everyone that he was going to Hubei and would be away from home for a few days. Hearing this, Samtae became very tense, because this was the territory of the Wudang sect, which currently does not have the best atmosphere, since they could not find the remains of the 3 heavenly ones. The guy was worried that if they went there, they could face serious problems. But Tan calmed him down and said that he would stay with Somi, since she needed to go to school and he also couldn't leave the estate unattended, because if no one was there, everything they planted would die, and then they would be left without food. Namgung-jeong intervened in their conversation and said that he could also look after Somi, because he had long since lost interest in such trips, so they would definitely find something to do while the owner was not at home. Tan noticed how well the master got along with Somi, so he decided to leave her in his care, hoping that he and Samtae would take care of her and their estate. In the end, he took Guan with him and they set off straight after lunch to save time. On the way, the guy asked why they were going to Hubei, because it was not only far but also very dangerous. Then Tan asked him a question in return, asking him if he knew who Wang Su was. Guan thought for a while and remembered that this man was called a great thief. Then the owner showed him the map that the master gave him and said that the reason for his trip to such a distance was precisely this, since it marked the place where the treasure was hidden. The guy was stunned by this news, because if this information came from the former leader of the Murim Alliance, then it was definitely true. For his help, Tan promised Guan to buy him everything he wanted, which made him immensely happy, and he began to thank the owner, saying that he had made every effort to find the treasure. A few days after arriving in Hubei, they were combing the forest in search of a treasure burial site. The guy was very exhausted from the journey, and he was amazed that Tang looked completely different. It even seemed to him that he was not tired at all. They reached the Hongcheon estate, which was marked on the map, but suddenly stopped because they saw that there were bandits there. Guan tensed up because perhaps these bandits also came to this place for the treasure. Without thinking twice, Tan decided to attack them to remove the rivals. When he had dealt with them, he decided to interrogate one of them. Grabbing him by the neck, he asked how long ago they had settled in this place and who had lived there before them. The bandit was scared and replied that they had been living in this place for almost a year and had never seen anyone there before. After that, Tan let them go and told them to never return to this place again. Guan watched what was happening and realized that his master was serious about finding the treasure, that he even resorted to such methods. In turn, Tan was burning with rage and ordered Guan to look around to find at least some clue. They entered the house and began to examine every shelf and everything that was there, hoping to find at least something worthwhile. A few hours later, Guan was digging up the ground around the house in search of clues, when suddenly Tan called out to him and said that he had found what they needed. Without thinking twice, the guy rushed towards him. When he arrived, he saw a stone statue, not understanding how it could help them, but Tan thought it was rather strange that there was no large decoration in this estate, and only it stood in the middle of a blooming pond. He knocked on it, and the sound came out very empty and decided to destroy it, but suddenly he found another card in his mouth. They both started looking at the map, hoping that it would tell them where the treasure was. The map actually showed another route that was located several kilometers from the estate. Seeing this, they were in anticipation that they had very little time left to get those very treasures of Wang Su. After some time, they reached a cave that they had to climb over, although they were going where the map said, but Guan was haunted by the feeling that they were getting more and more lost. The passage was so narrow that they could not straighten up. The guy wanted to give up everything and go home and rest, because his strength was leaving him more and more each time. When the tunnel ended and they finally managed to stand on their feet, they noticed a drawing on the wall that pointed to something. Guan felt that Tan's patience had reached its limit, and he was simply beside himself with rage. Without thinking twice, Tan gave the guy the torch and rolled up his sleeves, saying that he was going to break the wall. Upon hearing this, Guan was scared because the cave could collapse right on them. But this didn't frighten Tana at all. His eyes were full of rage, and in order to finish everything faster, he decided to use his power, because he was tormented by fruitless adventures. When he did this, the guy was even more scared because the owner didn't just break the wall, but blew it up in the literal sense of the word, which destroyed it right up to the exit. Once outside, they were shocked by what they saw, as in front of them stood the very same statue of the lion with which they began their treasure hunt. Guan wanted to start to get indignant, but Tan asked him to be quiet because he himself was bursting with hatred and anger, since he understood that they were just going in circles. He noticed the statue he had checked before and decided that perhaps their treasure was there. Tan immediately snapped his fingers and cut off Lev's head. The guy knew that the owner was angry, but did not understand why he needed to destroy everything. When they got closer, they saw that the statue's head was divided into a chest. Tan was not surprised by this, as he knew that he should have broken it from the very beginning and not messed around with a fake map. Rejoicing that they had finally managed to find the treasure, Tan decided that he would not take revenge on Wang Su for leading him by the nose. He went up to the chest and stepped on it to quickly see what was inside. When the chest opened, another map fell out of it. Seeing this, they became very tense, as they guessed that perhaps the path to finding treasures was drawn there again, but unfortunately it was completely empty, which meant that they were simply deceived. Meanwhile, on the way to Honam, the former advisor and his daughter were attacked by warriors from the Murim Alliance, who were hired by their newly elected leader. Che Gal threatened them that after such a crime they would not be able to remain safe and would answer for everything, but they were sure of the opposite. The gang leader was confident that nothing would happen to him for this, since he had secured the support of the Moyeon clan and therefore would come out of this situation unscathed, and would also receive a good sum of money for their heads. The former advisor guessed that there was someone behind these bandits, which meant they had to leave, but his daughter Yeon asked him to hide behind her while she tried to somehow deal with them. At that very moment, the bandits began to attack them, not doubting for a second that they would be able to deal with the two weak members of the Chegal family, since their weakness was to blame for everything. But before he could reach them, he immediately flew back towards several monsters and crashed into the wall from a powerful blow. Tan, who was angry enough to do so, intervened in their skirmish, and it seemed to Guan that his master was taking out his anger on these bandits. The rest of the gang were confused as to who this man was, but Tan, without thinking twice, quickly accelerated and continued to attack them. He destroyed the bandits one after another without sparing them at all, even though they tried to resist him. But their weak skills were not enough for this. When he finished destroying another bandit from the air, another one was approaching him. He fired a bunch of daggers at him, hoping that he would definitely not be able to escape this attack. When the daggers reached the ground, they immediately began to explode one after another. The bandit was sure that the guy was finished, but suddenly the smoke cleared and he appeared in front of him again, holding his weapon in his hands. The guy threw daggers at him with such speed that he simply could not dodge them and died on the spot, Chegal and his daughter watched him and could not understand where such a strong warrior could come from. Guan, in turn, did not expect that they would meet the former advisor Namgongjong in such a place. He guessed that most likely the man was in danger due to the disappearance of his former leader. When Tang finished fighting, he approached them and asked if they knew where he could find a great thief named Wang Su, but they replied that they had no idea who he was talking about. Tan was even more irritated, and in order not to waste time and not to harm innocent people, he told the guy that they were leaving, and he immediately ran after him. Watching them go, the former advisor could not understand who that strange but rather strong warrior was. His daughter only said that his partner was definitely a sword master named Guan. Hearing this, Chegal remembered that this guy was from the Dark faction, which meant that someone as powerful as that warrior had appeared among them. No Yan explained to her father that Guang was no longer a member of the Dark faction, as he was presumed dead. This information confused the advisor even more, and he decided that they needed to unite with the Namgung clan as soon as possible and find out the whole truth. At the same time, Somi was happy with the sweets that she bought together with her classmate while walking through the market. Her friend was not particularly happy to be among so many strangers and asked Somi to go somewhere else, as she was afraid of bandits who could hide among ordinary people. Somi looked at the girl and saw how much fear there was in her eyes, and she really wanted to protect her friend from bad people. She remembered a conversation with her grandfather who told her that she needed to learn martial arts, since they train the mind, keep the body healthy, and if the time comes to protect someone important to her, then such knowledge will be very useful to her. After thinking about it seriously, Somi decided that she really should start training so that she and her friends could walk anywhere without fear. When she returned home, she saw that her father had finally arrived too, and immediately threw herself into his arms. Somi was very worried that he might have gotten hurt during the hike, but Tan told her that he was just a little angry, and when they met, all his anger immediately disappeared. She became interested in what could have made her father so angry. At that moment, Namgungjong also approached them, and he also wanted to know what happened to Tan and where the treasures were that they were going for. Tan turned to the master, and his face was distorted with anger and fury. He made it clear with his whole appearance that he had no desire to discuss this. A few minutes later, Samti returned from the market with a bunch of bags on his back. He greeted the owner and asked if his trip was a success, to which he agreed and began to hide the map in his pocket. When the guy saw her, he was very surprised that she was right here. Tan was confused about what he was talking about and asked him to explain everything to him. Samt took the card from him and was glad to remember the old days again. He said that he put a lot of effort into making it because where he came from there was a rule to create such a card and play a prank on people. He started laughing because this treasure map makes stupid people go in search of nothing, and this amused him very much. But after a few seconds it dawned on him that these stupid people were his master and Guan. He realized that he needed to run away urgently because now he would definitely be punished, so he told them about urgent matters and immediately jumped up to run away as quickly as possible. Tan watched him go silently and ordered Guan to bring the guy back so he could give him a good beating for his stupid jokes. Not far away, near Lake Donchan-ho, the leader of the Windsword clan was sitting, and his henchmen came to him and reported that this was the largest lake in the area. He asked if there was a place near this lake where they could stop, and his subordinate said that there was an estate nearby. Upon hearing this, the leader was glad that everything was going as it should. The leader did not understand why there was an estate on these lands, since they belonged to the imperial family. His subordinates replied that they had conducted an investigation, after which it turned out that the owner was somehow connected to an official, but no one knew exactly who he was. They also told him about the rumors that the god of war was sealed in this lake. He himself initially thought that this was nonsense, but traces of the god were seen on the island of Gunchado, so he immediately arrived in Akyan as soon as he realized that his cult could operate without him. After the incident with the secret cave, the existence of the god of war ceased to be a legend for him. He was sure that as soon as they found him, they would instantly rise up and become one of the 10 great cults. The leader ordered his warriors to prepare as he personally intended to pay a visit to this mysterious estate. At that time, in that very estate, Tan made sure that Samte never gave up, since this was his punishment for having fooled his master so much. In turn, the guy was angry with him because he didn't know that this card would end up with him. He thought that Tan himself was to blame because he wanted to take possession of someone else's treasure. Suddenly, someone rang their doorbell, and Tan allowed Samte to go check who had come to them, and the guy was glad that he could finally give up. But Tan looked at him with a look full of rage, and the boy immediately raised his hands, and Guan went with him to help him open the gate. As he approached the door, he felt the presence of a whole crowd of people around the estate, so the guy decided to prepare himself in case of an attack and took up his sword. Opening the door, he saw a huge army that completely surrounded their house and did not understand why they came to them. Their leader came out to the guy and introduced himself, saying that they were from the Windsword cult and they needed to meet the owner of this estate. Guan called the owner, and after a few minutes, Tan came out to them, asking why they suddenly needed him. Seeing him, Jia Ren was a little surprised. He decided to introduce himself again, but the guy interrupted him and asked him not to mess around and get straight to the point. The leader was shocked by such behavior because no one dared to treat him like that. Jia Ren decided not to dwell on this and immediately offered Tan to sell his estate to them. He threw a bag of coins in front of him and asked him to think carefully about his offer. The leader also added that he had taken good care to ensure that there was a large sum of money inside the bag, and he was sure that Tan would be pleased when he saw how much was there. In turn, Tan, without any hesitation, kicked the bag back at him and said that this money was too little for such a house. The leader's subordinates were outraged by such rude behavior and began to scold him, but Jia Ren stopped them and said that they should not interfere in the conversation. He asked Tan how much money he wanted for his house, and the guy answered him that the sum of 10 million gold coins would be enough for him. Hearing this, he was shocked because such a sum was too big for him. The leader turned around to leave and finally said that their negotiations were over for now, but if the guy changed his mind, he could find him himself. Guan was worried because it didn't seem like this man was going to give up so easily, so Tan decided that the master would help them figure this out and told the guy to call him urgently. When they found Master Chan and told him what had happened, he told them that he himself had learned of the existence of such a clan when he took Somi to school, since they had recently taken over the streets of Akyan. In turn, Tan understood that the leader had some goal and his estate was one of the means to achieve it, so he was sure that they would return again. Meanwhile, Jia Ren studied all the information he could find about Tan. He learned that his daughter attended one of the best schools, but her father did not work anywhere. The leader decided that perhaps the guy had given a huge bribe to an official to live on his territory, and he was also paying a lot of money for tuition. But where this man could get such a large amount of money was a mystery to the leader. He thought that 200 silver coins would be enough for the guy to leave the estate, but since this did not happen, the leader decided to act differently and sent his people to the school, because if they took his daughter, then he would definitely be on their hook. The next day, Nam Gung Jung came to school to pick up Somi. When she saw him, she immediately ran into his arms. When they were about to leave, one of the leaders suddenly called out to him and asked him to give him a little time. They went into his office, and the man told the master that Somi had a very bad influence on the students. Hearing this, Chan was very surprised. He continued to say that it was all about the game his granddaughter was playing. Chan was perplexed, because how could some game of a small child have a bad influence on other people? But the man explained that her game arouses excitement in children, and now many students at school are addicted to her, since Somi was the main instigator of all this. Nam Gung Jung was furious and told the manager that in a situation like this, a warning would have been enough. Since there are many children from influential families among their students, and Somi disrupts their learning atmosphere, many parents began to complain, listening to all this. The master asked not to drag it out and finally say why he called him. The manager was shaking with fear, but he still managed to say that they could no longer allow Somi to attend their school. In turn, leaving, Jung replied that he would inform her father about this. The master found it strange that they suddenly decided to find flaws in Somi. He decided that perhaps it was somehow connected with the people who came to them earlier. On the way home, Somi told Jung that she wasn't upset that she couldn't go to school anymore. Even though she liked it, she loved her family more. He agreed with her and said that school wasn't that important because he could teach her everything she needed to know. Passing by the shops with sweets, Somi could not resist and ran to buy them. The grandfather turned to the seller and asked to sell him one portion. But the man refused him and said that they were no longer selling anything because they had run out of goods. Upon hearing this, the master was perplexed because he could clearly see the goods in front of him. The seller was confused and simply closed the curtain in front of them, saying that his working day was over because he urgently needed to go home. What was happening simply shocked the master. He looked around and saw that all the sellers suddenly began to collect their goods and close their stores. Now Namgung John understood who was the culprit of all this. When they returned home, the master immediately told Tan about what had happened. At that moment, Samtai and Guan returned home, who were also irritated by something. Tan asked why they were so angry, and Samtai told him that when he went to the market to buy groceries, all the stores unanimously said that they weren't selling anything, and that it was time for them to go home. He thought that those guys who recently tried to negotiate with them might be behind all this. Namgungjun thought that the cult wouldn't do something like that, since only bandits would use such methods, but Samtai said that he was too naive to still hope for someone's honesty. Guan confirmed the guy's words and said that even though it was a cult, they could have behaved in such a way as to drive them out of the estate or force them to sell it for the money that they initially offered them. Tan couldn't understand why they were all so worried about this, but Samte was shocked by such stupid questions, because the first and most important thing was that they would soon have nothing to eat or wear. Then Somi raised her hand and said that they could sew their own clothes and get their own food, and Tan confirmed this. He thought that absolutely nothing had changed, and also noted that Samte had golden hands, and he could do all this, after which Tan decided to end their meeting. At the same time, the leader of the Ja-Ren clan was resting in his chambers and thinking about why Tan had not yet come to beg him for help, since he had a hand in his daughter being expelled from school and ordered the merchants to stop selling them goods. He decided that perhaps the guy had already left, but his subordinate told him that they seemed to want to prove that they didn't need money to live and that they caught fish in the lake for lunch, sewed clothes and blankets from animal skins, and even grew plants, thereby replenishing their food supplies. Then he asked what happened to the people they had bribed, and he said that the guards refused to arrest them, saying that they would not dare to lay a finger on him. The leader was shocked by what was happening and decided to act differently since they left him no choice. He ordered their warriors to be disguised as guards and sent to the estate. That same day, a crowd of warriors arrived at Tang's estate, led by the deputy official, who announced to them that, by order, they must all leave this place by the following day. Samta looked at the guy and did not understand who he was to tell them what to do. In turn, the deputy explained that he was an official of this district. Tan intervened in their conversation, and Samte told him that some man was ordering them to leave, but he did not understand why they were leaving because he had not received any letter from Hong. The guy said that he was his deputy while the master was away and ordered them to leave the estate because they built it illegally on royal lands and they could be punished for this. Somi started shouting that they didn't build this house but simply renovated it, so all the deputy's words were not true. But the deputy was adamant. He didn't care where the house came from. They couldn't allow them to continue living in it anyway. After thinking it over a bit, Tan agreed and said that they would not be able to leave today because it was already late, so they would leave tomorrow. The deputy was glad that he managed to achieve his goal so easily. He smiled sarcastically and called the warriors away from the estate. When the warriors left, everyone began to ask the owner what they should do next, because if they left the estate, they would have to live on the street. But Tan calmed their cries and asked them not to worry about it too much as he had an idea on how to solve this problem. When the deputy official returned to the city, while walking through the market, he destroyed the shop of one of the merchants and told him that if he wanted to continue working in this place, he was obliged to pay. The man did not understand why he should pay if the official allowed him to work at this point for free, but the deputy continued to yell at him, saying that while their boss was away, they all obeyed him. He left, and the man fell to the ground with his wife and children and prayed, hoping that Chief Hong would return soon and be able to fix this situation. Upon arrival at the palace, the deputy was given a table, and while drinking alcohol, the guy was happy that he had managed to secure support and would soon receive a lot of money. He was glad that he had such an opportunity immediately after he began to replace the position, because acquiring connections in the Wind Sword cult that controls everything in Akiana was a great success for him. They promised him that they would take care of the official instead of him, so that this position would immediately become his, and since he had sorted out the estate, he only had to wait a little while, and the power would be in his hands. The girl who served him decided to ask if he had heard rumors about the estate that is located in the west, since they say that a deity lives there. Upon hearing this, the guy froze in a stupor. She continued to tell that this gigantic estate was built in just one day, and yet the bandit Peksan and the black faction immediately disappeared somewhere. That is why no one dares to approach this place, and even the head of the district himself makes offerings to this estate once a month. The guy was shocked that people believed in such nonsense. He thought that it was just gossip and made-up stories that definitely couldn't be trusted. Suddenly, the deputy's head began to spin and his vision darkened. He did not understand what was happening to him, and after a few seconds, he completely lost consciousness. When he came to, he was very scared because he found himself tied up and hanging from a tree, and in front of him stood people in masks. The guy began to scream and demand to be released because he found out that these were the same residents of the estate. Tan decided that he had too much energy, and in order to calm him down a little, he ordered Samti to beat the deputy, and he happily agreed. After that, the guy no longer had the strength to say nasty things and shout now. He just begged them to let him go. They did not react to his requests until the guy realized that they were doing all this because of the estate. He immediately said that it was the clan leader's idea to drive them out of this land, and added that now no one would touch them anymore. Watching what was happening, Namgunjong did not even think that Tan's idea would turn out exactly like this, but still the master felt good participating in something like this, because they were punishing evil. After listening to the guy, Tan decided that he had enough and ordered Samti to untie him and let him go. The deputy joyfully began to thank them for leaving him alive. When Samti approached him to untie the rope, it suddenly began to crack, and suddenly the deputy flew down the cliff and crashed. Everything happened so quickly that the guy did not even have time to help him. A few days later, the leader was sitting in his office and was haunted by the fact that those who were supposed to flee the estate and not look back were still there, and the monk who volunteered to deal with them seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He could, of course, leave the estate and simply switch to searching in the vicinity of the lake, but now it was a matter of pride, because the leader had spent so much money and time that he was obliged to get this place no matter what. Suddenly, one of the leader's subordinates burst into his office and told him that they had found a body at the foot of Mount Uelu. Jia Ren didn't understand why he made so much noise about this, but his subordinates added that this was the body of the same monk who had recently disappeared. Hearing this, the leader was shocked because he even thought that everything would turn out this way. He immediately, without wasting a minute, went to the department and told them that he knew who could have taken the life of the monk, but one of the detectives answered him that they had already established the cause of his death, and it was that the guy committed suicide. The leader was shocked by such a statement and began to prove to him that the monk had no reason to take his own life, since he had no reason to do so he was sure that they helped him do it. The detective started yelling at him in response, demanding proof of his words. He didn't really want to get into it, since they already had a lot of work to do, so he decided that the guy's words didn't make any sense. Suddenly, their cries were interrupted by the head of the Hong district, who had just returned from a trip. One of the detectives told him that this man could not stop talking nonsense about the destruction of a monk. In turn, Jia Ren approached and asked the headman if he knew about the estate that was located near Lake Dongchonho, because the people living sent the monk to the next world. He also added that as the leader of the Wind Sword cult who protects Akian, he will not simply leave this matter, and if they are unable to find out the truth about what happened, then he will have to go to his superiors to solve this problem. The chief approached the leader and said that he had received information about everything that had happened in his absence, and he also learned about how exactly he had protected this place. So he warned the guy that he had better not approach the estate if he did not want serious problems. Hong believed that someone like the leader should not interfere in such matters, and when he left, he ordered him to return to where he came from and not show his face again. Jia Ren was angry and outraged by his words because he did not understand why everyone was protecting this estate. The guy decided to do everything himself to show how great the power of the Windsword cult was over Akyun. The leader ordered his subordinates to gather their entire army as he was going to destroy this palace so that only ashes remained of it. That same night, he set out with his warriors to teach a lesson and destroy every single one of the inhabitants of this estate. When they got to the place, they were already waiting there, because there was no doubt that these people would come to them again, and suddenly one of his warriors was hit in the head with a stone, thereby disarming him for a while. A second later, a man in a mask appeared in front of them, who clearly had no intention of letting them in. Seeing him, the leader asked who he was. The master replied that he should be the one asking such questions, since it was they who, under cover of night, decided to secretly try to enter someone else's house. The leader saw that the unknown man was wearing the mask of the sword master that children like so much, and he thought it was funny that an old man had such a hobby. But Nam Gung Jong replied that he was not an old man at all, but the master swordsman himself, and advised them to leave the estate if they did not want to feel his wrath. The leader began to laugh at him, and decided that the master seemed to have gone mad, so he decided to quickly send him to the next world and ordered his subordinates to destroy the old man. The warriors simultaneously rushed at the master, but he was ready not only to meet their attack, but also to teach them a lesson in nobility and respect. They rushed forward, holding their katanas at the ready, because they were sure that it would not be difficult for them to defeat such a crazy old man who imagined himself to be the hero of a theatrical production. Nam Gun Jeong remembered the conversation with Tan about what he would do if the cult drew their swords and attacked. Then the master was sure that this would not happen because they were allies of the Murim alliance and would never do something unprincipled. As the leader approached the master and raised his sword, preparing to deliver a crushing blow, the master deftly dodged and struck back with lightning speed, striking the enemy in one move. His warriors saw this and, filled with rage, immediately rushed at the master, intending to avenge their leader and finish him off as quickly as possible without giving him a chance to resist. The master looked at how confidently they held their swords in their hands, and the thirst for bloodshed that emanated from them indicated that it was not the first time for them to fight and destroy the innocent. He couldn't even think about it when he stood at the top without knowing what was happening below. He believed that the dark faction was different from the light faction, and would never follow the path of the demonic cult. But these people called themselves the Light Faction, and still came to the children's home with the intention of bloodshed. Nam Gun Jeong blamed himself for everything because he was the one who did not see anything in front of him, which meant that he would be the one who would fix everything. So as soon as the enemy approached, the master quickly struck him, killing him on the spot. The master began to attack them back to end their battle faster, and quickly dealt with them with one hand, even though they tried to aim at her on the leader's orders. He made a huge swing of his sword and with one powerful blow destroyed several warriors at once, leaving them no chance to repeat their attack again. At that moment, he did not notice how the leader of the cult appeared behind him. Irritated by the helplessness of his warriors, he decided to destroy the enemy himself and, putting all his strength, struck his sword on his back. Meanwhile, Tan and Guan were waiting for the end of the battle, or at least some results. The guy was worried whether the master would cope alone, and even with one hand. Tan answered him that Nam Gun Jung would have to try hard and risk his life, because the difference between someone who reached the top and someone who couldn't was in their instinct. Because a born master instinctively finds a way out of any situation and sees the path he must follow. After the master was stabbed in the back, his stamina decreased a little, as fighting with one hand turned out to be much more difficult. The leader confirmed this because simply swinging a sword was not enough, and it did not make the master stronger. Although his skills were not bad, he decided that it was time to finish with him. Their blades crossed again in a tense battle. The leader decided to show the enemy how big the gap was between them. No matter how well the old man knew the basics, the guy considered him just an amateur who was not able to use internal energy, which meant that he definitely could not lose to someone like him. The old man flew back after the blow he had taken. His body lost its balance, but his hand still tightly gripped the sword. A whirlwind of energy surrounded him, and traces of the blow spread through the air. He realized that he would not be able to win because the difference between his past, when he still had internal energy, and the present was too great. It was so painful that he became ashamed to call himself the king of the sword. That feeling from childhood flared up again in his memory when you are faced with something that is beyond your strength and when the desire to win boils in your veins. He never thought he would be able to experience something like this again. A feeling of pleasure took over him, and the master called out to the leader, ordering him to attack. Jia Ren thought he was crazy, because getting into trouble in such a state meant inevitable death. But if he was so impatient to part with life, the leader decided not to argue and immediately rushed into the attack. The next morning, Master Nam Gung Jun returned home. Completely exhausted and powerless, he opened the door and announced to everyone his return. He moved very slowly, suffering greatly from his wounds. Without taking even a couple of steps, the master lost his balance and, unable to hold on, fell to the ground. When Samta saw him, he was shocked because defeating such a strong enemy without having a drop of internal energy seemed almost impossible. Tan, in turn, understood that the master had learned a lot. Since he was able to cope with such a difficult task, he ordered Samte to contact the department so that they could sort out the remaining issues. After the head of the Hong County arrived at the scene, he immediately ordered the warriors to arrest all members of the clan and immediately send them to the department. As they were being led to the department through the entire village, people around them watched what was happening and whispered among themselves. They said that the cult had been caught trying to take the lives of innocents, and therefore they were even glad that the bandits were finally finished. Meanwhile, Somi noticed her grandfather's bandaged hand and decided that he had fought with someone, but the master assured her that nothing like that had happened, because he did not at all look like a person capable of starting a fight. In turn, Tan finally felt calm because their conflict with the Wind Sword cult had been settled. He also said that the head of the district took this matter upon himself, so most likely no one outside the city would know about what happened. Samta still believed that it was too early to relax, because if a new cult appeared in Akyaan, everything could repeat itself. So in his opinion, they needed to be on guard and ready for any development of events. Suddenly, Master Chong called out to them and said that since there was no longer a major cult in Akyana, he suggested that they hang out a banner and start their own. Meanwhile, the leader of the demonic cult had already received news of the destruction of the Wind Sword cult, and his subordinates also believed that the owner of the estate was seriously suspicious. But the cult leader named Sado considered absolutely everyone suspicious. He was bored with inaction because his main rival had disappeared, and now he decided to personally take a look at those strongest warriors who managed to deal with the Wind Sword cult. Namgun Jong continued to talk about the benefits of creating their own clan, the main one being that when rumors about their influence in Akyaan began to spread around the city, there would be fewer such incidents and people would no longer be afraid for their property. A gate with a sign of their future clan immediately appeared in his imagination as a symbol that everything was just beginning. But Tan did not approve of this idea, considering that the consequences could only worsen the situation, because as soon as they declared themselves, those who wanted to use them for their own purposes would start flocking to them. If he had initially intended to go down this path, he would not have gotten involved with the head of the district, so Tan suggested postponing the plan until a more suitable moment. Realizing that the owner of the estate was not interested in creating a clan, Namgung Jung decided to switch his attention to Somi, hoping that she would at least be interested in training. Sitting down next to the girl, he began to tell the history of the Central Plains, saying that the culture of martial arts originated so long ago that its origins were lost in the centuries. The founders of martial arts were called the God of War himself, the three heavenly ones, and the great Master Dharma from Shaolin, each of whom made their own contribution to the development of this ancient culture. Somi was surprised and did not understand who the three heavenly ones were, and then the master explained to her that these were three great people who had a huge influence on Murim, and until now, only they were considered worthy of being called heavenly ones. Then Somi asked what kind of god of war he was if even the three heavenly ones were so outstanding, and Chan said that he was perfect in everything and that even after 1,000 years no one could surpass him, and hearing this, Somi was simply amazed. He continued to talk about how even a single swing of the war god's sword was capable of cutting through the heavens, and a single strike could crush mountains, and it was rumored that he had emerged unscathed from a battle against tens of thousands of martial artists. Namgunjong even thought that if he had lived at that time, he would have definitely asked to become his student, but his words were heard by Tan, who without hesitation replied that he would never take students for himself. The master answered him that it was not about him, but Tan was sure that even the god of war would not have taken him as a student, but the guy did not explain how he knew this. Somi concluded that if Grandpa was right, then the god of war was the strongest person in Murim, and Namgungjong confirmed her words. Suddenly, Tan intervened in their conversation again, and said that the master was wrong, and that the god of war was not the best among all, even though he was the strongest. Then the master asked who in his opinion was the strongest and best of all warriors, and Tang said that it was the blood demon and the best of the best. When it was deep night, Namgungjong decided to retire to one of the rocks behind the estate, where he had never been before, but there was a very beautiful view that fascinated him and allowed him to relax. He was tormented by thoughts about what Tan had said, and it seemed very strange to him that he knew even more than him about something historical, even though he looked much younger. Namgungjong became curious about who Tan really was, where he came from, and why he didn't want to reveal his power to the world. Heading back to the estate, the master thought that the longer he was here, the more questions he asked. Suddenly, he noticed something strange in the bushes, and when he came closer, he saw burial mounds, but their location was quite strange, and it was also clear that they were made recently. When the master saw on each of the tablets the names that he knew well, he was overcome with fear and surprise, because these names definitely belonged to the three heavenly ones. He rushed towards them, trying to understand why the graves of the three heavens were in the forest, because he was sure that the demonic cult had taken their remains. Suddenly the master remembered Soka's words about whether people can live for 1,000 years, and all the pieces of the puzzle came together in his head. Namgunjong did not hesitate, and immediately went home, and upon returning he asked Tan whether he was somehow connected with the god of war. The master told Tan that his internal energy did not correspond to his young age, and his knowledge of what happened 1,000 years ago was very suspicious, and next to his estate there were burial mounds of the three heavens with nameplates. But Tan looked absolutely calm and answered the master that he did not understand what was being discussed, because the graves that he saw did not belong to heaven. Namgungjong looked at the boy sternly and asked him not to lie, explaining that the mounds looked like they had been built several months ago, which coincided with the time of the disappearance of their remains, and the names on the tablets were identical, so there could be no mistake. But Tan didn't think that the names on the tablets were anything special, because names like them were very common in Akiana, and it had nothing to do with the Celestials. The master was not going to leave these guesses so simply, because he was almost certain that Tang was a descendant of the god of war. He began to reason that most likely Tan managed to find the legacy left by the god of war on the lands of Hunan, which is why he knew about the blood demon. The master was certain that this was why Tang brought the remains of the three heavens here, to honor their souls as a descendant of the god of war. In turn, Tan began to laugh, but then pulled himself together and told Chong that his theory was quite interesting, but not entirely true. Namgunjong started getting angry and yelling at the guy because he was sure that he was right, unless Tan was the god of war himself. He was very irritated by the fact that Tan was not finishing the sentence, because he was sure that the guy could not be the god of war himself, but who he really was remained a mystery to him. The guy looked at the master seriously and said that his name was Tang Hyun, and they were members of his family, and this would never change no matter who he really was. Tan stood up and said that if the master was going to continue this pointless conversation, he was no longer interested, after which he turned around and left. Watching their master leave, Guan and Samtai believed that he could be the descendant of the god of war, because it would explain a lot about his strength and behavior. Looking after him, a strange feeling overcame them, because most likely the person they serve can give the greatest in this world. The next day, Namgung was busy designing a new sign, and even came up with the name of their clan that they had talked about not long ago. Somi began to praise her grandfather for such beauty, because he had to work hard on it. She also wanted to learn to write as well as he did. The master answered her that he would be happy to teach her everything she needed, but suddenly Tan snuck up behind him and asked what they were doing. The master was startled and felt a fever. Namgun explained to him that they were making a sign, and although he knew that the guy was against some clan, the master still asked him not to worry because such signs are hung even if the clan does not actually exist. Tan was very irritated and wanted to answer the master, but he was interrupted by Somi, who was delighted with the sign and asked Tan to be sure to hang it up and thus left him no choice because he could not refuse her. In turn, the guy asked the master when he was going to return home, since several months had already passed, but he replied that he didn't have any plans for that yet. Namgung-san decided that he would live with the guy until he passed away and asked him to give him a place next to the three heavenly ones. Although he continues to claim that it is not them, the master assumed that his body would last up to a year at best, because now that he had lost his vital energy, old age would come to him much faster. But he was still sure that he had lived a long and happy life. Hearing this, Somi was frightened, but the master calmed her down and said that this is inevitable and people come and go. This cycle cannot be broken. But the girl became even more upset and began to cry. The master began to calm her down, and Tan, noticing her worries, asked if the poison that dispersed energy was really that strong. But Chan was not sure about this and believed that it was more his own weakness than the effect of the poison. Tan thought for a moment and remembered that there was a way that would help Namgung recover faster, namely the spiritual herb. Chan was shocked that Tan could cure him with the help of spiritual grass. The guy explained that it would be difficult for him to fully recover, but with it, he could at least unblock the energy channels. Somi asked her father what spiritual grass was, and Tan told her that it was a plant that contains spiritual energy. Namgung suggested that spiritual pills might also work. He remembered that their family had a medicine called a laser pill. Tan warned the master and said that he should not covet someone else's because simple spiritual herbs growing in nature also have the necessary effect. But Chan thought that this would be a problem for him since the spiritual herb is initially rare and valuable, so even money does not guarantee its acquisition. The only way to get the herb is to find it yourself. He was upset because he didn't know where to find this spiritual herb, and without luck, it was impossible to find it. The next morning, he took Guan and Samtai with him to help him find that very herb. Since he was sure that it could grow on the mountain, the guys didn't really believe it. But the master convinced them of this, since the mountain was so steep that even herbalists don't go near it, so the herb should definitely be there. Somi also wanted to go with them to help her grandfather find what he needed, which pleasantly surprised him, so he decided to leave her under Guan's care while he and Samtai went upstairs. The girl was very glad that her grandfather did not send her home, but allowed her to search with everyone else. She waved to him and wished him luck in his search. When they climbed to the top of the mountain in search of the spiritual herb, Samta began to doubt that it even existed, because a lot of time had passed, and they still had not managed to find anything. But the master assumed that it would not be easy, but he did not think that it would be so difficult. Samta was sure that if they continued at this rate, an eternity would pass in search, so he suggested that the master turn to his family, but he replied that this was impossible since he had completely severed ties with them. The guy sighed heavily because it was difficult for him to understand the behavior of the Light faction, especially since there had been strange rumors about them lately. Upon hearing this, the master asked what rumors he was talking about. Samta explained that now everyone is discussing the current leader of the alliance, Murim Hekmun, because he has heard that the leader does not care about political affairs at all, but only about power. They also say that the Murim alliance has already blackmailed more than 100 merchants into paying money. According to people, the Moyan family is abusing power and living off stolen money. This information shocked Namgung-jeon, and he thought seriously. Meanwhile, Somi and Guan were sitting downstairs resting after an unsuccessful search. The guy asked the girl to wait and not go anywhere while he went to look around again. The girl sat quietly on a rock waiting for the guy, but suddenly she felt very hungry and saw edible flowers in front of her and decided to collect more of them to share with everyone. At the same time, Samte suggested that the master go back down since the sun sets faster in the mountains, but in response he heard nothing but silence and mentally scolded himself for telling him about those rumors. In turn, Namgung-jeon thought about why the new leader acted like this, robbing the peaceful residents of the alliance and what he wanted to achieve with this. Suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts and saw Somi and Guan collecting some strange grass. The girl took a flower out of the bag and showed it to her grandfather. She boasted to him that she was collecting so much for her dad, and so that he would not be offended, Somi decided to give him a flower too. She began to rummage through the bag and took out a flower to give to her grandfather. When the master saw it, he could not believe his eyes, because in her hands was exactly that 1,000-year-old ginseng, which is considered the best plant among all spiritual herbs. In his joy, the master began to spin her around and praise her for the fact that she was able to find the necessary flower and, without realizing it, helped him in a very important matter. Samtai was shocked that he had to climb the rocks for nothing, but at the same time, he and Guan were glad that they found what they came for. Returning home, Tan prepared everything for the ritual, sat on the ground and asked the master to also cross his legs and feel his energy, because from this moment he must be completely ready because his pain would be simply unbearable. Namgung-jeon gritted his teeth fighting the internal whirlwind, because the return of chi was not soft and smooth. The energy broke through his channels and burned from the inside, testing his will for strength. After the violent surge of power, silence fell. Namgung-jeon sat in complete peace, allowing his inner energy to settle, the morning rays penetrating him as if the sky itself had acknowledged his rebirth. Tan approached him and asked if the master felt his internal energy returning. But the master was a little upset, because he felt like he had restored only 1/10 of it, and it would take him several years to restore more. Still, he was still grateful to the guy, because if it weren't for him, the master wouldn't have done anything like that. But Tan believed that this was Somi's merit and not his. Since it was she who found the necessary grass, Tan went to Somi and the master, watching him, thought whether he really was the heir of the god of war, because he was Murim's enemy and a vicious person, and he did not understand how his descendant could possess such pure energy. Guan and Samtai stood in the shadow of the trees, not daring to say a word, their gazes fixed on Namgung-jeon, who was sitting in the middle of a forest clearing, immersed in deep meditation, energy raging around him, rising upward like a whirlpool of light and power. Suddenly, a flash of blinding light broke the silence, and energy burst out from Namgung-jeon's body, and at the same moment, Guan and Samtai were thrown back. They did not have time to understand anything as their bodies were lifted into the air and thrown away. When they came to their senses, they were shocked by such power, because now they felt the incredibly powerful power of the Sword King. Hearing a noise behind him, the master turned around because it seemed to him that there was someone else there, since he didn't really want to show anyone else how his energy circulated. When he saw the guys, he calmed down and they went home together. On the way, Samat told the master that now his enemies who dared to do this to him would walk in fear. But Namgung-jeon told him that he had not yet restored most of his strength, and it was still unknown who was guilty. But he still had to teach these people a lesson because the safety of the Murim alliance depended on it. Although he had no idea who was behind this, the master was not going to leave him alone, because as long as he was alive, every minute he would regret what he had done, even if it took years to find him, because revenge is never too late. Meanwhile, Tan had uninvited guests, namely bandits who were hunting his estate. There were several dozen of them, and they surrounded the guy from all sides. Suddenly, the leader of the demonic cult intervened in what was happening. He was not going to put up with the fact that so many people cowardly attacked an unarmed man. Appearing before them suddenly, like a shadow, he looked around the crowd and without further ado decided to teach them a lesson for their meanness. Before they had time to rush into the attack, everything went wrong. The leader of the demonic cult jumped up, closing the distance with one swift jump and destroying one of them with a lightning-fast sword strike. Everything happened so quickly that the others didn't even have time to react. They looked at the warrior who was emitting powerful energy and were afraid to move from their place. In turn, the leader began to attack them himself, but instead of a sword, he used his fist, which he used to deliver strong and damaging blows, not giving them a chance to attack in response. When he dealt with all the bandits, he celebrated his victory because he believed that no one could compare to him. Watching him, Tan noticed that this man looked like an outstanding master, but his fighting technique confused the guy a little. The guy decided that since there was no more problem, he could just leave. The leader of Sato called out to him and asked him to wait, but the guy did not react and continued his pew. Then the master, without wasting time, rushed after him to stop him. As Sato's leader approached the boy and grabbed him by the shoulder, Tan quickly punched him in the face, instantly stopping him. Tan dragged the master into the estate and threw him at Samti's feet. He ordered him to be carried to the room, but the guy was shocked because he didn't even understand who this man was. Namgunjong came to the noise and asked what had happened. In turn, Samtai told him that the owner had left the house for a few minutes, and when he returned, he brought some strange man with him. Looking at him, the master was surprised where Tan could have found him, because judging by his appearance, it seemed to him that the warrior had survived a serious battle. Tan told them that this man saved him from bandits. Hearing this, the master became a little tense because the owner was attacked. Namgungjong remembered the incident with the Windsword clan and realized that Tan most likely had many enemies in Murim, and the guy confirmed his suspicions. He thought for a moment and said that everyone he had dealt with so far was hunting not for him, but for his estate. Guan turned to the owner and asked him to tell him exactly where he was attacked so that he could inspect the area, but Tan thought that it made no sense since the attackers were in no condition to be late. The guy also suggested that the man he caught might be in cahoots with those bandits, but Tan didn't think so, because why would he destroy so many of his warriors? They couldn't leave everything as it was because other people could soon come to take the estate, but at the same time, Tan wasn't sure whether they were really hunting for the estate or for the people who lived in it. 3. But there was no point in worrying about his enemies. They led to him. There were fewer of them than Namgungjong. The master was ashamed to admit it, but Tan was right. Without realizing it, the master had made himself a bunch of enemies at his side who were ready to do anything. Tan reassured the master because he was not going to kick the master out, because he came to him at the estate and said that he wanted to become part of his family, and as the master, Tan was responsible for each of its members. After the conversation, the master decided to check how their guest was feeling. Somi volunteered to go with him, and together they watched him, waiting for him to wake up. Somi decided that he needed to eat something, and then he would definitely feel better, because the same thing had happened to her once. But she remembered that Samtai was not at home, and there was no one to cook food. Namgunjong convinced her that whatever she cooked would be delicious, and she was delighted and immediately ran to prepare food for the guest. As soon as she disappeared behind the door, the master turned to the leader of Sato and said that he no longer needed to pretend to be asleep for so long. Then Chan realized that the leader was most likely ashamed that he was knocked to the ground with one blow, otherwise he would not have behaved like that and would not have staged this scene. Namgunjong added that in his place he would also like to fall through the ground, because for the one who is called the Demon King to fall from one blow was simply shameful. Suddenly, the leader jumped up from the spot, unable to bear the ridicule, and began to prove to Zhang that it was an ambush. He turned away from the master, and he immediately realized that the leader of the demonic cult was lying to him, and he was even ashamed of him. In turn, Sato was outraged because Tan's attack passed through his enhanced defensive energy as if it wasn't there at all. He couldn't understand how he managed to destroy his defense with one blow. Without thinking twice, he decided not to hesitate and go to the guy to take revenge on him. But Chan stopped him and told him not to make a fuss in places where there are small children. Seeing him smiling, the leader of Sad became even more angry because he was being eaten up with disappointment from the inside for such a shameful fight, and instead of supporting the master, he laughed at him. Suddenly, the leader saw that the old man had no arm and asked how this happened. He answered that it was all because he sat on top for a very long time, and this was his punishment. Looking at him, the leader Sato felt sorry for him because even though the master has a lot of experience behind him, but from one look, the heart is filled with sadness. Namgunjeong calmed him down and said that fortunately, his internal energy had returned, so he was very lucky. The leader guessed that an energy-dispersing poison had been used against the master. He really wanted to see the one who was able to turn the Demon King into his pathetic likeness, but he decided to put it off for later because something more important was waiting for him. When the leader opened the doors to leave the room, on his way, he saw the same guy who knocked him out with one punch. Without thinking twice, he grabbed his sword and decided to take revenge on his offender, so he immediately began to attack the guy. But when he approached him, he suddenly disappeared right in front of his nose. Suddenly, Somi called out to him and brought the man food that she had prepared especially for him. Tan suddenly appeared next to them and said that this food was his punishment for the fact that the leader dared to draw a knife in his house. Looking at her and soberly assessing the situation, Master Sato realized that he really shouldn't have waved his weapon around the child. He squatted down and thanked Somi for the food she had prepared, since no one had ever tried so hard, especially for him, so he took the terrible with food and introduced himself to the girl. The girl introduced herself in response, and without thinking twice, the leader decided to try what she had prepared for him. When he ate what was on the plate, he suddenly felt very unwell and immediately lost consciousness. Somi continued to look after him, thinking about why her grandfather suddenly felt so ill, because she also tried the food she had prepared and she quite liked it. She was making him some poultices and felt an unpleasant smell from his beard, and decided that he needed to trim his beard, because at school she was taught that if a person is sick, he should keep his body clean. Somi rummaged through all her things and found a small knife with which she decided to shorten the master's beard. When she finished, she suddenly remembered that she had agreed to go to the market with her father, so Somi dropped everything as it was and ran off to get ready. Meanwhile, Master Namgunjeong was reading books and thinking about how Tan managed to knock out the leader of the demonic cult with one blow, because for this, his skills must be even higher than those of the three heavens. The leader Sato's scream sounded like an explosion so loud and sharp that it shook the entire estate. Hearing it, everyone who was nearby immediately rushed to the room, overcome with anxiety and curiosity. Seeing the leader, everyone burst into loud laughter, which only added fuel to the fire. He was seething with rage, not so much because of the ridicule, but because he didn't understand who dared to do this to him. At the same time, Somi was walking with Tan through the market and saw a sweets shop and decided to buy more of them to treat everyone, even her grandfather, who would probably be shocked when he noticed that his beard was gone. On the way home, Tan was surprised that Somi liked the new guest so much that she decided to buy him sweets. The girl answered him that she wanted to apologize to him. The guy was surprised by her answer but did not ask any questions. When they entered the courtyard, they immediately froze because the estate was in ruins. There were debris, dust, and traces of destruction everywhere. It seemed as if a hurricane had passed through here and destroyed everything in its path. Leader Sato continued to swing his sword furiously, unable to understand who dared to desecrate his face like that. In his rage, he decided to punish everyone indiscriminately. Namgunjeong tried to stop him, and said that his beard didn't suit him anyway. Now he looks way tidier than before, and he has no reason to be so upset about his beard. The master was burning with anger and was furious. He decided to teach the old man a lesson, and suggested that he cut off his beard too, so that he could feel everything that he felt. After that, he continued to destroy everything around him, and without listening to anyone, in a blind rage he pushed forward until he finally reached Namgunjeong to teach him a lesson. At that moment, Tan called out to him, who had been silently watching what was happening all this time. His calm but firm voice pierced the tense silence, causing the leader to stop for a moment. Upon seeing him, Samtai and Guan immediately rushed to him, begging for help. When Sato finally turned his attention to Tan, he immediately felt an unusual energy emanating from him, realizing that this was clearly not an easy person, since it was he who had managed to strike. And now the leader, without hiding his wariness, declared that he would no longer allow himself to be caught off guard and was ready to repel the next attack. In turn, Tan replied that the master would have to be punished for destroying the estate, because the house was more important to him than some leader of the demonic cult. Hearing this, Sato became even more angry and decided to use his deadly technique on Samtai by moving only 2 fingers to show the guy what he was capable of, but Tan managed to block and repel his attack. Tan was surprised that the leader used such a strong technique in a normal situation. It seemed to him that Sato used his power too often without need, and calling himself a master after this was shameful. But Sato himself did not understand why he could not use all his power against Tan. The guy understood that Sato was provoking him, and decided to fall for his provocation to show where his place really was. Suddenly, Sato rushed forward to unleash a powerful attack on Tan. A flash of bright energy painted everything around him in pink light, and the ground beneath his feet cracked, and a shockwave flew in all directions. But Tan did not move from his place, calmly watching the approach of the exploding force. But when he approached him to deliver a crushing blow, Tan suddenly appeared behind him, and the leader immediately tensed up, feeling that he had missed the moment. Tan smiled sarcastically and told Sato not to worry. He would not hit him too hard and would definitely leave him with his arms and legs, because someone would have to restore his estate. Sato attacked Tan again, approaching him with lightning speed. But the guy hit Sato in the stomach with stunning force, causing the leader to bend over without even having time to react. Tan considered him too weak to call himself a martial arts master. After the strike, Tana Sato instantly released his powerful energy. His body was surrounded by a bright pulsating aura, which emanated with great force, and those present could not hide their surprise and felt the pressure emanating from this force. They flew rapidly towards each other, and the ground under their feet cracked from the approach of such power. At that moment it was unclear which of them would win, only a feeling of an inevitable collision. A few seconds later they collided, and Tan instantly dealt Sato a series of crushing blows. The leader fell to his knees, his body trembling with pain. He did not die, but his defeat became obvious, and Tan won. When the battle ended, Namgung John approached Tan and asked why he didn't stop the leader, because instead of continuing to destroy the estate, he could have simply not given in to provocations and stopped the fight. Tan calmly replied that the leader had tried to hurt his family, and he could not forgive such behavior. Suddenly, Tan noticed tracks and realized that they had uninvited guests. Master Chong suggested to go after them, but Tan decided that it was too late, and they would better wait until the bandits returned to catch them. All that was on Tan's mind now was the renovation of his estate. He had built it with great difficulty, and now he wanted Sato to feel the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, the cult leader who sent dozens of fighters to search for the Sword King learned that all contact with them had been lost. The informer also said that they had conducted an investigation and found no hints about the master's fighting style. When they followed the tracks of their warriors, they found their bodies in a terrible state. The subordinate was sure that the Sword King would not have done such a thing. When they examined the bodies, they found evidence of demonic arts and were convinced that a demonic cult was behind all of this. Their leader decided that the demonic cult master was in the estate and had killed all of its inhabitants, but the subordinate said that they had not found out their location and did not know where to look. The leader was upset that his warriors had not taken care to find out the location, but he did not punish them because his orders in the first place were to get rid of the Sword King, and he hoped that he had died and would not cause them any more problems. He ordered his subordinates to stay away from Hunan province and return to Anhui, as they would now be able to completely destroy the Namgong family. At the same time, in the estate, Sato finally came to his senses and noticed that Somi had been sitting next to him all this time, and was very glad that he was okay. She began to offer him water and food, but he refused everything. The girl felt very ashamed and decided to admit that it was she who built his beard. Hearing this, Sato became very angry, but the girl explained that she did not do it on purpose, but just wanted to make him more beautiful. The leader looked at her and said that there was no point in worrying about what had already been done. Somi was happy and decided that he forgave her, but Sato looked at her sternly and said that she alone should answer for her misdeeds. The girl was surprised that he decided to punish her, but the leader insistently ordered her to stand in the corner because she had done wrong and must be punished for it. When the leader had fully recovered, he met with Tan to talk and find out who he was. They sat opposite each other in absolute silence, which greatly irritated Sato. Finally, he couldn't stand the silence and asked the guy if he was a martial artist and where he came from. The guy smiled and said that he had been here before, and if he started telling him, he might confuse him. Sato got angry and shouted at Tan, demanding that he explain everything clearly. In response, Tan said nothing. He paid attention to his sword and noted that it was quite good. Sato in turn confirmed this because the sword was passed from leader to leader of the cult. He wanted to tell who the sword belonged to, but Tan beat him to it and said that the sword belonged to Chan Mu Guan. Sato was shocked to learn that Tan knew about such a thing. Tan decided to end their conversation and told Sato that he should quickly finish his treatment because he still had to restore the estate. But the leader believed that he was not the only one to blame for its destruction because the guy also tried no less than him. In turn, at the end, the guy also asked him to cut off his beard because it looked simply disgusting and unkempt. Sato watched him go, wondering how a man could master martial arts that were older than him and how he could recognize the sword of one of the three heavenly ones. All of this seemed too strange to him. In the Murim alliance, meanwhile, Sohee came to the dungeon to the leader of a gang of bandits to find out information. He started to mock her and say nasty things without thinking for a second. Sohee immediately drew her sword and with one swing took away his hand, but this did not upset him at all. His subordinates began to laugh with him, but the girl did not share their joy because she did not understand what was funny about the fact that they were put in prison for attacking the Namgung family. Suddenly, a subordinate called out to her and informed her that the head of the family had been kidnapped. Sohee was in a panic and confusion but did not show it. She only asked if they had sent out a search party, and the subordinate confirmed this by saying that the elders had gathered a group and left. She began to guess that the bandits were so calm because they were aware of everything, and the leader in turn began to laugh loudly and rejoice that someone had managed to kidnap the leader. Sohee grabbed the bars in a rage, her eyes filled with hatred, and looking at him, she said with fury that she would not forgive them for this. The leader smiled sarcastically and, looking at Sohee with mockery, said that she had no time for revenge because all the members of her clan had already gone in search and now there was no one to protect this place. After these words, a loud explosion was heard behind her. Sohee closed her eyes, standing motionless, and understood that they were attacked. Sometime after the estate was built, Sato was walking around the grounds, looking at everything around him. He looked at the house, realizing that they were trying to convince everyone that it was unremarkable, but he was sure that no one would believe it. Sato decided not to interfere in this because it was time for him to return to the demonic cult, since he left without telling anyone anything, and now he could no longer stay here. On the way, he met Samta, who did not recognize him because of his lack of a beard, and mistook him for a bandit who had sneaked into their territory. The leader tried to explain that he was the same guest that they had before, but the guy did not listen to him and decided to attack in order to get the vile thief and deceiver. But the guy didn't manage to deal even a minimal blow to the leader. He only received a blow in return due to his own stupidity. Namgun Jong came running to the noise, and at first he also did not recognize his old friend because without a beard, he looked like a real man. Upon hearing this, Sato got angry at the old man because the beard was his pride. A few minutes later, the others came up to them. When Somi saw her grandfather without a beard, she immediately complimented him. Because without it, he was much better. Sato was pleased to hear this, and he thanked her. They were interrupted by Samte, who asked them to pay attention to his condition and start treating him. Sato could not believe his eyes that the guy quickly recovered after his strong blows. The leader approached the owner of the estate with a request for permission to train Samt. Tan was surprised by his request, but the master explained that he wanted to put things in order in his head so that the boy would become more focused and disciplined. Tan warned Sato that there would be a lot of work with the guy, but he replied that it didn't scare him at all. Watching them, Samte was shocked and confused, not understanding how everything was decided without his consent. Suddenly, the head of the Hong district burst into their estate and informed Tan that he had come regarding his recent request. He said that while observing Anhui, he learned the terrible news that the Namgung family had fallen. This news shocked absolutely everyone. Meanwhile, the leader of one of the enemy cults arrived at the domain of his master, who hoped that this time he brought him worthy news. The leader confirmed his expectations by saying that he came about the Namgun family. He happily reported that he had done everything as his boss asked, and now the Sword King had been destroyed. Heckman had been elected as the leader of the Murim alliance, and the Namgung family was on the verge of collapse. The owner was angry that the Namgung family had not yet fallen apart, but the leader began to ask him to wait, promising that they would be able to finish everything. But the owner, without moving from his place, hit him with a powerful stream of energy. He turned to him and reminded him that he had ordered to get rid of every single one of the Namgung family. The leader decided to give him one last chance to reform and wipe the Namgung cult off the face of the earth. Hearing this, the leader was very scared, and without wasting a second immediately ran to carry out the master's order. The leader thought that this time he would change everything, and despite the fact that Tan managed to rise to the very top, he was still not the strongest, and the leader would not allow him to do this anymore. At the same time, all the residents of the estate went to Anhui to take a walk and find out more information about what was happening. On the way, Tang noticed the masters who were both sitting in masks. The leader of the demonic cult explained that in that city many people knew his face, and walking around without a mask was too risky for him, and Namgung Jung thought the same. On the way, Guan and Samtai suddenly noticed something strange ahead and warned Tan about it. He immediately looked out and saw a crowd of bandits attacking the merchants. Tan suggested that Master Chong intervene, as this is exactly the kind of situation in which a true master swordsman should act. Namgun Jeong didn't have time to answer when suddenly the leader of the demonic cult jumped out of the carriage and said that his participation in this battle would not be required. Sado, with a cold gaze and complete concentration, burst into the thick of the enemies. The bandits did not even have time to understand what was happening. One after another, they fell to the ground from the precise and powerful blows of the leader. The merchant was glad that he was finally saved from the bandits and began to thank the master, but suddenly Sado put a sword to his neck and said that words of gratitude alone would not be enough for him. Namgunjong stopped him and began to swear indignantly, believing that the leader was no different from those same bandits and such behavior was unacceptable. But Sado sincerely did not understand why he could not receive a reward for saving someone's life, because in his opinion, justice was on his side. While they were arguing, the merchant noticed that one of their team silently began to take his money, which the bandits had previously tried to take away. He was confused and did not know how to react to this. Tana called out to Samte and boasted that he had tied up every single one of the bandits. Tang praised him and told him to follow them so that they could hand them over to the government in exchange for money. A few hours later, they were all sitting together at a large table and eating the treats that the merchant had prepared for them, not understanding how everything had happened so quickly. They learned that the man was also heading to Anhui and offered to go together, and at the same time asked to provide them with housing, thereby paying for saving his life. The merchant was forced to agree, although he felt sorry for the money earned with such hard work. Tan approached him and said that the inn did not look as good as he thought. The merchant immediately apologized and said that next time he would find something better. He also asked the merchant what he knew about the situation in Anhui, and the man replied that the attack on the Namgung family was a shocking but expected event given the activity of the Blood Squad. According to him, the Namgung family simply failed to cope with their role. Tan did not understand what detachment was being talked about, and then the merchant explained that these people appeared suddenly, and no one knew where they came from. They were very strong and immediately took control of all of Anhui. Guan was surprised because there was too little information considering everything that was happening, because the future of the Namgung family literally depended on it. The merchant agreed with him and said that they would soon arrive in Anhui and would be able to see for themselves what was happening there. But Tang replied that there was no need for this, because they were going to enjoy nature and see the sights. The guy stared at the mountains beyond which Anhui province began. Despite everything, he was still interested in how much it had changed over the past 1,000 years. The next day, they finally arrived in the provincial capital, at which point the merchant said goodbye to them and immediately hurried off to his business. Leader Sado looked disappointed. He hoped that they would spend some time with the merchant and rest as well as the day before, but Tan reassured him by saying that they would still have the opportunity to meet. Namgung Jong approached him and said that he would take responsibility and take care of everyone until the morning, since he knew one reliable place where they could stay. By evening, they reached an involuntarily beautiful estate that was considered the best hotel in Anhui, and it was there that Master Chong's friend worked. When they entered, they were met and greeted by a guy. Chan immediately asked if they had any free rooms to rest in, and he nodded approvingly at him. Then, without thinking twice, the master poured silver coins into the boy's hand and said that they were interested in a separate building. Seeing so much money, the boy realized that he needed to take them to a separate building as special guests. He led them along, while other hotel guests watched them with interest. They were surprised that these people could afford such expensive housing. Many decided that they simply wanted to show off their money. When they reached their home, Namgung John felt that as the owner of the Tan estate, he was obliged to occupy one of the best rooms in this house. Suddenly, the owner of the hotel knocked on the door and said that he had come to greet his guests. Chong allowed him to enter, and looking into the room, he began to greet them. Namgun Yung told the owner that he was surprised at how they now had to greet each other. He took off his mask, and as soon as the man saw who was in front of him, he immediately fell to his knees, declaring that he knew that the leader of the alliance was alive. The master asked not to call him that, because he had not been a leader for a long time and told the man to keep information about him a secret. He nodded approvingly and suggested that the master returned because of what happened to the Namgun family. They confirmed his guesses and asked how well he knew the picture of what was happening. The man warned that it was a long story, but they were ready to listen, and he began his story. When they learned all the details, they asked the man if he knew where the Blood Squad base was, but unfortunately the man did not have such information. Namgung Jong apologized to him for bombarding him with questions and keeping him for so long, and with that they said goodbye and the owner left their house. Tan waited until Somi woke up and decided to go for a walk and show her the sights. Guan and Samtai also decided to keep him company to find out the situation around. But Sato suddenly stopped Samte and said that he would stay with them since he was now under his supervision. The guy was very upset, but he had no choice. Walking through the market, Guan noticed that it was quite quiet around, but Tan thought that there was nothing strange about it, because the family that people trusted had fallen, and they were not in the mood for fun. There were too many people with swords around. Guan thought that they were probably just regular vagrants. But Tan guessed that it might be a group trying to get inside, since the Namgung family no longer protected this place. On the way, Somi noticed a shop where they were selling a doll of the General of Demonic Heaven. She really wanted to buy it because she was sure that Grandfather Sato would like it. Tan had no choice but to buy her this toy. At the same time, he asked the seller if he knew where the Namgung estate was. The man was surprised by his question, but Tan quickly explained that he had heard about the Namgung family as the most famous people in Anhui and would like to see their estate. The seller's face suddenly changed, and he exclaimed that only crazy people wanted to get there, so he forbade them to even approach that place. He added that although no one from the bloody squad was visible now, no one knew when they might appear. Tan calmly interrupted the panicking man, saying that it was none of his business and simply asked him to show him the way. After hesitating for a bit, he gave in and reluctantly said that he just needed to walk down the main street and the estate would be immediately visible. But he still continued to insist that they should not go there if they did not want to lose their lives, since a few days ago someone had also gone there and not returned. As he was leaving, Tan told the man that he would do as he saw fit and that he shouldn't be so wary of him, and with that, they went home. After night fell, Tan put Somi to bed and informed Namgung Jung that Samtai and Guan would be staying with her to look after her. Leader Sato was surprised that they actually intended to go to the Namgun estate so soon, but Tan did not want to waste a minute and ordered everyone to move out immediately. Meanwhile, Sohee ran headlong from the bandits and, looking around, noticed that she had finally managed to break away from them. She was sure that after so much time, the Murim Alliance should have already sent her help, but there was still no news from them, and then she realized that the Alliance took the side of the observer, and most likely a spy appeared there. In that case, turning to them for help was the same as surrendering to the enemy, so she decided to seek help elsewhere, where she could hide and come up with a plan for further action. Suddenly, images of Tan and Soha popped into her head, and they would definitely allow her to hide with them, so she decided to head to their estate. And at the headquarters of the Bloody Squad, a subordinate came to the leader and reported that they had caught the head of the Namgung family and their entire clan, but they had let Sohee in, who seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He also added that they lost track of her in the Hubei region. The leader was irritated by this situation because he understood that Sohee would definitely not turn to the Alliance because she was smart enough. The leader understood that she had guessed that it was not safe in the Alliance because he still had not done anything, but no matter how she tried to escape, the leader was sure that he would still catch her. Now, for the leader, the complete capture of Anhui was much more important, and his subordinate assured that there was nothing to worry about, because after the fall of the Namgung family, many clans either went into the shadows or joined them. At this rate, the province would be completely under their control in a few months. The leader thought that this was too long a period of time, so he ordered them to hurry up and finish it as quickly as possible, because they did not know what could happen. The subordinate also reported that strange people had appeared in Anhui and were staying at the hotel, but what alarmed them most was that 2 of them were wearing the masks of the demonic Heaven General and the Swordmaster. This news greatly amused the leader, but he still ordered that these people be checked, because if they were wearing masks, it meant they were clearly hiding something. But he forbade engaging in battle with them, because after the fall of the Namgung family, any serious skirmish could attract the attention of the 10 great clans. The leader knew that their master strongly desired the destruction of the Namgung family, so anyone who dared to go against his wishes would face death. Meanwhile, Tan and the masters reached the Namgun estate. Everyone was shocked by its condition because the destruction turned out to be much more serious than they expected. Examining the remains of the buildings, Tan realized that there were many enemies, and they used not only explosives but also something much more powerful. He turned to Namgung Jong and asked if he had any ideas about who could have attacked his clan other than the Blood Squad. But the master had no other options because everything looked much worse than he thought. Among the destruction, the master saw a sign with the name of their clan and rushed towards it as memories of home came flooding back to him. In turn, Tan noticed traces of bloodshed and decided that all members of the clan were alive, since the tracks on the ground were as if someone was being dragged. A few seconds later, they heard Sado's voice, who said that guests had come to visit them, and when they turned around, a group of bandits was already standing on the roof, illuminated by a dim light. One of the bandits asked why they were hiding in this place. Tan noticed that there were red bandages on their faces and guessed that this was the symbol of the Bloody Squad. Suddenly, Nam Gunjong stepped forward, surrounded by a bright, energetic aura. His gaze was full of anger and capable of destroying everything in his path. He asked them the same question, intending to understand what they were doing in this place. The squad members were shocked by his presence and the powerful aura emanating from Namgung Jeon. They stood there unable to utter a word, feeling the danger of the situation. Their bewilderment turned to determination, and they realized that they would not receive an answer. So they decided to use force as they were the only way to deal with this unstoppable enemy. Tan, with a satisfied expression on his face, was already in anticipation and asked the masters to show him a real spectacle. He in turn warned him that it would be a one-sided fight, so he shouldn't expect any fun, but Tan wanted to see exactly that and asked to leave someone alive to find out at least some information. Namgun Jong and Sado quickly ran forward, full of determination and readiness for battle. The bandits, native to rage, also rushed to meet them. When they were very close, they suddenly disappeared and thus greatly surprised the masters, as they appeared behind their backs with incredible speed in order to immediately hit the enemy, Such a technique was the first time they had encountered it in all that time. The warrior swung his sword powerfully and dealt a strong and accurate blow to the enemy. They were sure that he could not escape from this attack, and now he was definitely finished. But a few seconds later, when the dust cleared, the gang saw one of their members fall dead, struck down by a single blow, while the masked man stood without a scratch. Namgung-jun looked at the bandits with a cold gaze and said that despite having one arm, he didn't need more to destroy weaklings like them, advising them not to yawn and fight with all their might if they wanted to survive. While destroying one after another, Sato glanced at the swordmaster and was surprised that he was still so strong despite having lost his arm, but he was still sure that the master was still far from him. Having dealt with everyone, Sato held one of the bandits and asked how they were connected with the shadow walk technique, since it was a martial art of the disappeared faction, but the bandit was not going to answer his questions. The leader had already decided to destroy the bandit, but Tan stopped him. He said that they needed to leave at least one alive in order to get important information. Suddenly, a new group of bandits appeared in front of them, coming to reinforce their comrades. Their faces were full of determination, and they were clearly ready for battle. Namgung-jun lowered his sword and decided to introduce himself to them before the fight continued. He calmly said that he was just an old man from the village who was called a swordmaster. The bandits decided that he was crazy and started laughing at him, but Namgung-jun responded with cold confidence that his skills could really drive them crazy and that this would be their last mistake. The bandits had no choice but to show the old man real madness. Suddenly their bodies began to increase in size, turning them into giant creatures resembling stone people. Their powerful forms radiated threat, and they were ready to crush everything in their path. Watching the bandits, Tan guessed that they were using a body-strengthening technique. He asked the master if he could defeat them, but despite the fact that the old man knew nothing about such a technique, this did not stop him in any way, because he was confident that his strength and skill would overcome any obstacles. A few seconds later, one of the giants attacked, leaning on the master with his gigantic body, his huge fists crashing down on the ground, trying to push the old man into the ground with monstrous force. The master managed to dodge the giant's attack, and a moment later he was behind him, and he quickly delivered a powerful blow, intending to hit the giant with full force. Having destroyed the giant, the rest immediately rushed to attack the master with the whole crowd, but he met their attack with merciless fury, destroying them one by one. With each blow, his movements became faster and stronger, and thus he did not leave the enemies a single chance to win. Although their number did not decrease, the master was confident that he could cope with them. After he dealt with everyone, only one of the bandits remained alive, who returned to his natural form. He was completely exhausted and did not understand where such a strong old man could have come from. They took the bandit, and Sato began to interrogate him about the location of their main base. But he didn't want to say anything at all, even though he was beaten quite badly, and this angered the master even more. Watching the master interrogate the bandit, Tang told the leader that he was disappointed that he couldn't get any information out of him, as he had expected the demonic heaven general to be capable of more, but the leader merely annoyedly asked him not to interfere. The leader grabbed the bandit by the face and threatened to get rid of every one of his fingers until he could no longer bear the pain and began to speak. After some time, they finally got the information out of him and headed to the place he indicated as the base of his squad. On the way, Tan noticed that the mountain was small, but there was clearly good cross-country ability here, and he decided that it would be stupid for the bandits to set up camp in such a place. Namgun-san approached him and said that this place did not look like a place where the squad could stop, and that most likely they were deceived. But Tan replied that the bandit did not lie because it was all about the art of illusions, and upon hearing this, the master was surprised because earlier the guy had talked about the art of strengthening the body. And now this also appeared, which seemed very strange to him. Before telling them about it, Tan decided to ask the masters if they had never encountered illusions or spells, and they silently nodded in response. Then Tan told them that with the art of illusions one could play with people's minds, and with the art of spells one could create zombies or summon ghosts. He added that people who used these dangerous types of martial arts were exterminated in the past. What he heard shocked the masters, and Chong asked if there was anything else similar to this. Tang named another technique called Qigong. It released the internal energy in the central Qi without using any weapons. Many people tried, but no one has yet managed to master this technique. Leader Sado was surprised by Tan's knowledge, but the boy didn't think anything special about it, because it was basic knowledge, and there were times when such techniques didn't surprise anyone. They decided not to waste time and moved on. Suddenly, Tan stopped and took out his sword, with one swing of which he destroyed the energy barrier. When the barrier disappeared, a cave appeared in front of them, which was guarded by a group of bandits from uninvited guests. Sado was shocked by Tan's skills, because with such skills he could well believe that he was the god of war, since an ordinary person is not capable of such a thing. Tan looked around carefully and decided that most likely the people of the Namgung clan were in the cave, and they needed to somehow get there. In turn, the leader of the demonic cult took out a knife and confidently told them to go inside the cave, and he would detain and destroy those outside. When the bandits noticed that their illusory barrier had collapsed, they were scared and did not understand how this could have happened. One of the commanders immediately ordered to reconnoiter the situation and moved forward with the rest. Arriving at the place, they saw a man who was calmly walking towards the cave, and their leader, not understanding why no one was trying to stop him, angrily ordered everyone to immediately block his path. He also rushed into battle but suddenly froze when Namgung John passed by him because he felt his powerful aura and lost the ability to move from fear and pressure. Suddenly, the leader of the demonic cult appeared in front of him and blocked his way, saying that he was very surprised that such inept and reckless warriors dared to contact the Namgung family. In turn, the leader of the bandits took out his sword and replied that he had no idea who they were, but if they wanted to lose their lives so much, he was not going to stop them. Walking through the cave, Namgung Jian hoped that his family was here. Although he understood that a worse place to hold the wounded could not be imagined, he tried to remain calm until the last, but seeing what was happening here, he could no longer restrain himself. Suddenly, huge giants began to approach him from all sides, and although Namgung Jiang did not know what body strengthening was, he immediately realized that these monsters no longer looked like ordinary people. The master raised his sword and decided to take merciless revenge on everyone who was involved in the disappearance of his family, because each of them, without exception, had to pay for what they did to his home. Meanwhile, the leader of Sado was constantly destroying the opponents who tried to attack him again and again, but he repelled each attack with fury, tearing everything around him with his powerful energy and not giving the enemies the slightest chance. The leader of the bandits watched everything that was happening, and he was filled with hatred because he could not understand why some people dared to stand in his way and interfere with his plans. They gained power and overthrew the Namgung clan, and now he couldn't lose so easily, so he needed to find at least some way to fix the situation. The leader noticed Tan standing nearby and decided that if his strength was not enough to win, he would take this guy hostage, and without thinking twice, he ordered his men to immediately seize him. When the giants rushed towards Tan to attack, he stood completely calm, not reacting and waiting for them to get closer so he could hit them with one blow. At the same time, he thought that the leader was smart enough to decide to take him hostage. A second later, all the giants were destroyed and their mutilated bodies lay around Tan. Seeing this, the leader was terrified and could not believe his eyes. He received the power he dreamed of so much, and very soon he was supposed to have everything he wanted. But he lost it after such a short time. He simply could not, so he decided to fight to the last. Looking at the leader, Tan realized that he had lost his mind due to the side effect of strengthening his body, and now there was no point in interrogating him, so he had to be destroyed like the others. The leader became several times larger than all the giants they had seen before, and approaching Tan, tried to grab him in order to crush him with his own hands, but Tan remained just as calm, showing neither fear nor excitement. Master Sado froze in anticipation, but when Tan destroyed the giant with one powerful blow, destroying him, he was not surprised. His eyes only reflected gratitude and respect because he already knew what this guy was capable of. At the same time, the head of the family heard strange sounds and stood up to see what was happening, and suddenly saw how all the bandits guarding them suddenly began to run away as if escaping from someone. Nam Gunjong followed after them, thinking about leaving at least one alive to find out useful information. When the leader heard him, he immediately recognized his father's voice, and without holding back, he began to shout and call him. The rest of the clan members were no less shocked. They could not believe that the Sword King was still alive. In turn, the master approached them and asked them to move away from the bars. With one swing of his sword, he destroyed the barrier between them and thus freed the entire clan. After the head rushed to his father and began to say that they had been looking for him for so long, he suddenly noticed that he was missing an arm, and with an upset face full of sympathy, he immediately asked who could have done this to him. In turn, Nam Gungjong answered him that he was not his father, but just an ordinary old man who was called Mr. Swordmaster. The leader did not understand why his father was saying such a thing, because he definitely recognized him. Elder Kenjong ran up to them and introduced himself to the master in the hope that he would remember him. But the master only repeated that he was an ordinary old man who accidentally ended up in the cave and simply saved them. His father devoted his entire life to the Namgun clan, but now for some reason he says that he doesn't know them. The leader decided that perhaps he is tormented by doubts because of the collapse, and most likely he is going to leave Muram. The master turned to leave, but was stopped by the leader, who fell to his knees and began to beg his father not to abandon them, because they needed the king of the sword. Turning around, Nam Gungjung told him to stand up, because he was sure that if his father was really here, he would not forgive him for everything that happened. The master said that the most important thing is that everyone remained alive, and for the Sword King this is enough. So now they should focus on restoring what was destroyed, returning everything that was lost, and doing everything possible so that this never happens again. When he left, the clan immediately took up arms, and the leader ordered them to make their way to a safe place so that they could give their bodies a rest, and then find those who were behind all this. Meanwhile, Leader Sado and Tan searched the bandits' belongings to find at least one clue about their leader, but they were unable to find anything. A few minutes later, Nam Gungjong returned to them and apologized for keeping them waiting. The leader of Sado asked how his meeting with his family had gone, and the master calmly replied that everything had gone as expected, although he still hadn't revealed the truth about himself. Tan, in turn, said that they had completed their task and could now go home, but the master suddenly asked them to look in one more place before leaving. They were surprised at what place they were talking about, and the master explained that he wanted to go to Henan because he believed that he simply had to meet Moyeon Hekmun. A few hours later, the blood demon returned to the cave, looked around, and was surprised at how cleanly the uninvited guests had worked. They had so easily dealt with his people who had used the body-strengthening technique and rescued the members of the Namgung family. The demon decided that their skill level should not be lower than that of the 10 supreme cults, and perhaps the Sword King himself really was among them. He became angry at the thought that the Sword King could be too and even find allies for himself. The demon snapped his fingers and monsters began to rise from the ground. The demon, confident that this would be the last day of life for those suspicious people, ordered them to be found and brought to him, and the monsters themselves, as if created from earth and dirt, began to rise from under the ground, ready to fulfill his will. Meanwhile, the innkeeper was delighted with the large number of orders for flatbreads, which had previously sold very poorly. He noticed Somi sitting at one of the tables, gobbling up flatbreads one after another with great appetite, and he realized that it was because of her that so many orders were coming in. He was very pleased that now she didn't look so sad, because before that, the girl was very upset because Tan had left her alone for so long. He approached her and began to praise Somi for her good appetite, when suddenly their peace was disturbed by the loud cry of new visitors. Several warriors were unhappy that the owner was wasting time entertaining a child instead of giving them at least one table, since they had been waiting too long for their turn. The people around did not understand what was happening and were surprised when a man whose face seemed familiar to them entered the hotel. They quickly realized that this was the same robber who was called the King of the Vagabonds named Zhang Gan. The owner began to apologize to the soldiers and explained to them that the girl was the daughter of one of the special guests, and she was different from all those standing in line. One of the team members was furious that the owner was treating them like regular customers and started yelling at him even more. Suddenly, Jangan stopped him and ordered him to stop making a scene and behave more decently, and he immediately fell silent. The leader approached Somi and gently wiped her cheeks as she was all smeared with food. The girl smiled back and thanked him for his care, and the owner, seeing this, was shocked that such a great robber could love children. A few minutes later, Tan returned with the masters. They noticed that there was a very strange situation around, and Namgung-chan asked what had happened to them. The owner replied that everything was fine and asked the master if he had sorted out his business. The master nodded positively and added that some things would be delivered to him soon, so he asked him to take care of it. When they left for their chambers, Jangan watched them go and wondered who they were, since he had never seen them before. Returning to his home, Guan told Tan that the man with the huge sword was the king of the vagabonds named Jangan. Tan decided that this bandit belonged to the dark faction, but Guan didn't know if it was true. All he knew was that he helped people with work, but the guy found it strange that a person like him was in Anhui. In turn, Tan decided that as long as these bandits did not interfere in their affairs, they had nothing to do with them, and since they had already sorted everything out, he ordered them to get ready and prepare to leave. When everyone fell asleep, Tan went outside and was tormented by thoughts about the witch clans that had been destroyed many years ago. No one had heard of them for a long time, which meant they had disappeared without a trace. But he did not understand where they came from again because for this, someone had to create them. He was worried about many things, but what seemed even funnier to him was that the connection with Murim that he so wanted to break only strengthened even more. The next morning, they were already on their way to Henan, and Samte was irritated by this because he wanted to return home as soon as possible. But Guan told him that this was their master's order, and they had no choice but to follow it. Suddenly, they saw a group of bandits ahead, led by Jangan, who blocked their path. They stood in his way and asked why he decided to block their way. The robber, without showing an ounce of doubt, replied that he had simply changed his mind about letting them through. Guan tensed up, preparing for battle, but Jangan calmly smiled and told him not to rush into drawing his sword. He confidently added that this time he did not come to fight, but simply wanted to ask a few questions. When the guy calmed down a little, Jangan asked them if they had ever heard of 20 spirits. After some time, the robbers set the table and invited them to dine with them. Somi, without any embarrassment, immediately began to eat the flatbreads. Looking at her, Jangan couldn't help but notice her innocent charm. He thought she was a very cute child and couldn't help but express his feelings, adding that she was incredibly similar to his daughter. Tan, in turn, asked to tell in more detail how the 3 dead vagabonds began to look like mummies. And the leader continued to say that these vagabonds were known as the 20 spirits because they wore strange clothes and demon masks. Leader Sato and Master Chan realized that the bandits mistook them for demons because they were also wearing rather strange masks. But Jangan answered them that after talking to them directly, he was now absolutely sure that they did not look like spirits. Samte was surprised by what was happening and asked Tana if there really was a martial art of mummifying people, and he confirmed this by saying that it was one of the demonic arts. Hearing this, the leader of the demonic cult was surprised because they had never heard of anything like this, but the guy explained to him that if he does not possess this, it does not mean that such art does not exist. He also said that the demonic art of absorbing the enemy's energy belonged to the holy demon of the Black Wind, who fought with the heavenly demon for 3 days and 3 nights but ultimately fell. Sato was surprised that someone was able to fight with one of the 3 heavenly beings for 3 days and nights, because it was the first time he heard about something like that. Namgun-jong was also surprised that someone like that even existed, and their affairs were taking a completely different turn since too many unknown martial arts had appeared recently. The King of Thieves realized that they did not have information about the 20 spirits. He said goodbye and thanked them for their time. When they left a few hours later, Tan informed everyone that he needed to go away for a while. Somi was upset that he was leaving her again, but the guy convinced her that he would return soon and said that he would contact the grandfathers or Samtai and they would buy everything she wanted. Namgung-jung didn't understand what Tan was planning, but he replied that he just needed to make sure of something and it wouldn't take much time. Meanwhile, Zhang fought with the spirits that turned all his people into mummies. He tried to understand how it happened that they set up an ambush for him, because before that, it was difficult for him to find the slightest trace of them. He dodged their attacks and tried to land his own, but none of their martial arts worked on them, which made the robber very angry and confused. The spirit swiftly attacks Zhang, his movement so fast and powerful that he does not leave him the slightest chance to even try to dodge, as if everything around froze at the moment of this decisive attack. He fell to the ground, but despite the pain, he managed to continue moving and leaning on his hands. He looked around, trying to understand what was happening, but there was no answer. Fear gripped him, and he did not know what to do next in this hopeless situation. Suddenly, he noticed an unknown person who was able to destroy one of the spirits. The guy turned to the robber and said that judging by the sensations, it was not people who were fighting with him. As he approached, Zhang realized that the warrior standing in front of him was the same one he had met recently. The robber was trying to understand what he was doing here. His gaze was wary and full of questions, while the tension in the air grew stronger. Tan explained that he was just interested in assessing the spirit's skills, but now he realized that they were just walking dead and asked the robber not to move and wait until he sorted out the situation. He looked at them and was surprised that the dead possessed the demonic art of absorption, although he did not understand how this was possible, but still they did it perfectly. Suddenly, one of the spirits attacked Tan and dealt him several heavy blows that would have killed an ordinary person, but he remained on his feet while the spirits surrounded him from all sides to deal a killing blow. Looking at this, Zhang began to worry greatly about the guy because he could quickly die from such wounds, so the robber decided that he had to help him somehow. At the same time, Tan praised the spirits for a good attack and kicked the ground with all his might, breaking it and knocking down all the opponents that surrounded him. Seeing this, the robber did not understand how this was possible because the guy was seriously injured, but now for some reason he looked completely unharmed. Tan continued to destroy the Mi of centuries one after another, not sparing, inflicting crushing blows on them with his sword. The leader of the spirits was watching him and did not understand who the guy was and how he managed to defeat such strong spirits. He decided that he needed to immediately return and report everything to the owner. But Tan heard his words and a few seconds later appeared behind him. The guy guessed that it was he who gave orders to the dead. He dealt a powerful blow, knocking him to the ground, and Tan ordered the leader to tell him in a friendly manner who was behind all this, warning that if he continued to remain silent, he would learn what real pain was. The guy also warned him that if he tried to escape, he would greatly regret it, after which he asked about the body-strengthening technique, demonic art, and jiangshu, because ordinary people did not know about such things, but the leader remained silent. Tan noticed a familiar object in his hands and realized that he was a shaman. The leader was tense because he hoped to hide at least this, but since he failed, then he decided to act differently. He threw the tambourine towards the guy with all his might and began to run away from him as best he could, because if he didn't see a chance to win, then all he could do was turn to his master. But after a few seconds, Tan knocked him down and he, having hit the ground with all his might, remained motionless, unable to even move. Watching this, Zhang couldn't believe his eyes that Tan managed to deal with the bandits without even touching him. Now he truly understood that there are a lot of unusual people in the world. When they finished, the guy went to the river to wash his clothes, thinking that he had destroyed everyone, but he still hadn't managed to find out any information. Returning back, he considered whether these unknown people could be descendants of the blood demon, because one of them was definitely a shaman. But even if he had nothing to do with this, the shamans were already involved in what was happening, which meant he would have to turn to the Murim Alliance for answers. He scolded himself for coming to this place out of curiosity, but ended up finding himself even more problems. Suddenly, the same robber Zhang appeared in front of him, who immediately knelt down and asked the guy for permission to follow him. Upon hearing this, he was very surprised by his request. The robber explained that he had long been looking for a master whom he could serve for the rest of his life, so their meeting seemed like a sign to him. Looking at him, Tan noticed that he looked very much like Guan, so he decided that there was no point in dragging a second one along with him. He refused the robber and went on. In turn, Jong-un, catching up with him, told him to at least allow him to accompany him to Henan, promising that during this time he would prove that he could be useful. Hen thought about it and decided to let him go with them, but warned him that as soon as he decided that he didn't need him after all, he would immediately leave. Upon hearing this, the robber was beside himself with delight and agreed to his conditions. Zhang Gan immediately wanted to follow Tang and said that he could show him a shortcut to Henan, and they immediately set off. Meanwhile, Nam Gunjong tried to understand why the owner of the estate left, but Sado himself did not know the answer because his thoughts were always incomprehensible to him. The master decided that if Tan left and left Somi, then something was clearly wrong. Sado got angry at him because the owner did not take the girl because it could be dangerous there, and not because he abandoned her. They started arguing with each other again, and Somi heard it. She got angry at them and asked them to stop, otherwise she would tell her father everything, and they immediately pulled themselves together. At the same time, Sohee finally arrived at Tan's estate, but when she saw that no one was home, she was very irritated, because right now she needed their help. She was very upset because she had spent too much time getting to them, so she was determined to at least have dinner and, taking a fishing rod, went fishing. Returning back to the hotel, Nam Gunjon began to worry about Tan being gone for so long, but Sado convinced him that the guy was definitely fine and would be back soon. At the next table, they heard people discussing the great sword of heaven and were surprised that his reputation had fallen so much. Nam Gunjon didn't understand what the current leader was doing to allow such rumors to spread. He couldn't believe that they were using the Murim alliance for the benefit of their family. He was distracted from his thoughts by the return of the guys who were walking around the area. The master asked what the situation was outside, and Guan answered him that everything was still quiet, and it didn't look like anyone was planning anything. The master asked what they were going to do, but Guan replied that for now, he would wait for the owner to return, and then they would make a decision. Suddenly, someone called the guy, and he immediately became tense and wary. Several bandits burst into the hotel and were clearly angry at the guy. Sado asked Guan who they were, and he explained that they were some of those who wanted to take revenge on him. When Somi saw that Guan was about to leave somewhere, she began to worry about him, but Gamgunjong convinced her that everything would be fine with the guy and that he wouldn't even get hurt. The robbers called the guy outside so they could deal with him calmly, but suddenly Somi blocked their way and started shouting for them not to touch him. Seeing her, one of the bandits decided to teach her a lesson and swung his arm to hit her, but before he could even move his hand, he was knocked off his feet by Tan, who was furious that someone dared to raise a hand against his daughter. A crowd of people gathered around the house in anticipation of their battle. They were unhappy with the fact that Guan was walking free, but some thought it was wrong to capture a martial artist from the dark faction when he was even declared an enemy of the people. Tan watched them from the window and wondered where they got so many people from. Guan apologized to him, but he replied that a little noise would only make their life more fun, so he had nothing to worry about. He also turned to Nam Gunjong and asked about further actions, to which the master replied that he wanted to make sure that the rumors were true. Tan objected that if so many people were talking about the same thing, then everything was already clear. After thinking it over a bit, the master firmly decided that he needed to get into the Murim alliance. Tan did not understand how he was going to do this, but he explained to the guy that there was a passage in the pavilion that only the leader knew about. The guy approved his proposal, but to get there, it was necessary to deal with the guards who were standing outside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gong volunteered to help them, but Guan began to interrupt him, who also gave him the readiness to fight. Tan thought it over and decided that they could all go there, and they would just look at them from the outside and appreciate how much stronger the guys had become. When the boys went outside, the master stood by the window and watched what was happening. Nam Gung-jeong was sure that the bandits would not act recklessly while Zhang-gang the vagabond king was nearby. And they really noticed how the former vagabonds began to disperse, noticing the leader, but the rest still stood waiting for the battle. Suddenly, a man burst into their squabble, dissatisfied with what the bandits had done on the territory of the Murim alliance. One of the bandits explained to him that this was a master of martial arts from the dark faction, and many had their own scores to settle with him, the man replied that they were driven only by the desire to become famous, and if they pointed a sword at the guy, then Master Muho would immediately stop him. Mukoi suggested that those who really had serious problems with the master of the dark faction should come out, and then he would judge them, but instead the bandits decided to just leave. Guan, in turn, thanked him for not letting the situation get out of control. Muho, however, drew attention to the strange company with which the guy came and considered it very unusual, but he did not answer anything to this, only calmly asked why he came to them. Suho explained that he had come to deal with the commotion that should not have happened right in front of the alliance, and also noted that although Guan and Zhanggan belonged to the dark faction, he had heard that they were on the side of the light, and he had no reason to arrest those who did not intend to cause trouble. At this point, he said goodbye to them and asked them not to create any disturbances as this place was under the protection of the Murim and Shaolin Alliance. The masters came out to them, and Tan noticed that the guy was quite interesting because he had an incredible aura emanating from him. When they returned back to the house, Zhanggan polished his weapon and watched Guan. He remembered that the guy had claimed the position of one of the leaders of the dark faction, but he did not understand what he was doing with Tan then. Just as that guy Suho said that the company really looks very strange, because for them it seems that the concepts of dark and light factions do not exist, the robber was also interested in two old men who, in his opinion, were clearly not simple and raised many questions. Zhanggan asked Samte who those old men were, but the boy only said that he didn't need to know. He asked in return whether the robber really wanted to stay with them. Hearing this, Guan was surprised and said that Zhanggan should mind his own business, but the robber decided that it was not his concern and remained silent. In turn, Samtai calmly intervened, trying to defuse the situation and reminded that the master trusted him more than anyone else. At the same time, Namgungjeon was worried because it was suspiciously quiet in Henan. There were no members of the 10 great families to be seen anywhere, nor were the leaders of the next generation. All this caused him a vague uneasiness, and he decided that it was time to personally visit the alliance. Hearing this, the leader Sado enthusiastically volunteered to go with them, because he had long dreamed of joining the alliance and had been traveling all this time for the company to at least catch a glimpse of it. Namgungjeong was initially against it, because it could be dangerous. But the leader turned out to be so stubborn and persistent that in the end, the master allowed him to join. Master Chan noticed that despite their noisy conversations, Somi did not even move and was still fast asleep, and decided that most likely she was very tired. But Tan explained to the master that this was due to the fact that he pressed the sleep button, because he had a premonition that it would be quite noisy that evening, so he did not want her to see or hear anything. Suddenly they heard a terrible noise, and when they ran out into the street, they saw that explosions were heard in the direction of the Murim alliance. Meanwhile, in Murim, Heckman heard a noise and could not understand what was happening. His son told him that they were attacked by the 10 great sects who wanted to seize power over the alliance. Hearing this, Heckman became very angry. He could not believe that someone dared to act so boldly, and with a determined look he headed towards them, intending to stop everything with his own forces, and if someone got in their way, they needed to deal with it quickly and without hesitation, since he was not going to spare anyone. When he came outside, one of the 10 masters approached him and ordered him to leave the post on his own, since the Murim alliance did not need a leader who indulged only his own whims. Hearing this, Heckman became furious. He could not allow anyone to treat him in this way, deciding that a battle was inevitable. He was confident that his strength would not allow them to overthrow him and that they would not be able to win. Meanwhile, Namgungjeong and the others had already arrived at the battle site, and when the master saw what was happening there, he was shocked. He did not understand how the alliance had managed to get to this point. Having dealt with several masters, Heckmoon approached the last warrior, who was holding her wounded father in her arms. The leader, without hesitation, decided to help her cope with her grief, and waving his sword, directed it towards her to put an end to her suffering. But suddenly Hyukmun was attacked by Namgungjeong. The blow was so unexpected that Hyukmun did not have time to understand what was happening, but his son managed to hold back the attack, thereby protecting his father and not allowing him to get hurt. But the master deftly knocked the sword out of the boy's hands and knocked his son to the ground. The leader could not understand who was standing in front of him and why he decided to raise his sword against him. The master replied that he was a master of the sword. Hearing his voice, he immediately recognized in him the man who constantly stood in his way and whom he would recognize out of 1,000. The energy and spirit that emanated from the leader was sure that in front of him was Namgung-jong. Heckman was surprised that the old man was able to survive. He did not understand why he was getting into a fight again, but if the old man was so eager to fight, then Heckman decided to help him and show that this was not the best choice. Sato approached the master and asked if he could handle it alone, but he confidently replied that he had to do it and asked that no one interfere with their battle. Looking at Heckman, he couldn't believe that the leader of the Light Faction Alliance could be such an evil and hateful person. As a sword master, he couldn't come to terms with it because such cruelty didn't correspond to the ideals he followed. Suddenly, Heckman's son approached him, trying to warn him, but Tan did not let him finish and immediately interrupted him by restraining him with a blow, since he did not want the boy to spoil his interesting spectacle. When Namgung-jong entered the battlefield, Hyuk-moon doubted that he would be able to defeat him with one hand, but the master confidently replied that this would not prevent him from winning. At that moment, it seemed to the leader that the expression on his face hidden under the mask became visible, and he saw again that mockery that had followed him since childhood and told him that he would never be able to defeat him. But this time, Hyuk-moon was sure that everything would be different, and deciding to act first, he attacked Namgung-jong. The battle took place on a field where two energies met in a fierce clash, one energy trying to break through the other's defenses, while the other in turn used its density to prevent the enemy from advancing further. Hyuk-moon tried to corner Namgung-jong, and he succeeded because the master started to retreat, avoiding direct confrontations. He ordered Namgung-jong not to look at him with such a penetrating gaze, claiming that he did not need his pity. The master answered Heckman that his soul had long since rotted, and he had already reached the point of no return. His words sounded calm, but there was so much pain and disappointment in them that they made Heckman think for a moment, although he had no intention of stopping. Heckman was closing the distance with every step. His attacks were becoming faster and more powerful. The leader was ready to settle this dispute once and for all without giving the slightest chance of salvation, and dealt him another blow. Namgung-jong was thrown back several meters by the powerful attack. He stood up with difficulty and looked around, feeling how Heckman's energy had changed. Now his strength seemed different, as if it came from a completely new world. But such a powerful chi could come from an ordinary person he did not understand. But while Namgung-jong was thinking about this, Hyuk-moon suddenly appeared in front of him. His gaze was full of rage, and the energy around him was filled with such power that it seemed like he was not a human being, but a real demon. When he struck him again, Namgung realized that the leader would not stop until he completely destroyed him, because he was all ablaze with the heat of revenge. Namgung-jong was ready to accept defeat. But another attack by Hyuk-moon was stopped by Tan. He knocked the sword out of the leader's hands and ordered them to stop this senseless battle. Hearing this, the leader was not going to listen to a man unknown to him and grabbed the sword that was lying on the ground to attack again, because he could not miss the opportunity to take revenge on the sword master. But as soon as he approached Tan, he quickly parried his blow and began to attack him in response, not giving the leader the opportunity to use a single skill. Heckman couldn't understand why he couldn't reach Tan with any of the moves in his arsenal, because even the Sword King wouldn't be able to stand up to someone like that. But Tan touched his head and told him that he was thinking too much. The guy noted that Liller was also very predictable, and he became bored of fighting with him. When he fell to the ground, his son ran up to him and started checking if everything was okay with him. But he didn't react to him in any way because he was consumed by hatred and anger. His eyes darkened, and his expression became completely unrecognizable. Tang, watching him, noticed that the source of the dark qi was the leader, but who exactly taught him this, he did not know, and Heckman also did not intend to reveal this secret. He charged again, swinging his sword furiously, trying to destroy everyone in his path, but Tang parried and blocked every one of his attacks. All this time, his son tried to stop him and bring him to his senses. He continued to call him and ask him to stop the fight, but Heckman was so blinded by hatred and thirst for power that he did not notice how he wounded his son. When the boy fell to the ground in front of him, the leader suddenly came to his senses and rushed to his son, trying to understand where such a big wound came from. Tan reminded him that he himself had wounded his son. Hearing this, everything immediately became clear in Heckman's head, and he remembered that this was indeed the case. He was overcome with fear and terrible, unbearable pain because he had destroyed his child with his own hands and had no way to bring it all back. Tan approached the leader and grabbed him by the collar to deliver the final killing blow, but at that moment, Namgung Jong stopped him and asked him to let Hyukmun go, since he had already lost everything that was dear to him. The guy let him go, but warned the master that he would regret this choice, but he did not dare to contradict him because it was his battle. On this, they decided to return back to the hotel. When Heckman came to his senses, he took his son's body and tried to carry it home, but his strength was not enough and he stopped in the forest mourning him. Jong remembered Namgung Jong's words and still could not accept his pity, because even though he had lost all desire to destroy the master, he still had it, and hatred filled his heart. Suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts by the voice of a man unfamiliar to him, who noticed that the leader was completely enveloped in darkness, and an unknown fear and an irresistible desire to destroy were eating him up from the inside. Looking at the stranger, Heckman did not understand who he was and what he wanted from him, but he in turn extended his hand and offered to go with him, promising to help him cope with the pain and darkness that sat inside him. On the listening day, everyone packed their things and went to the estate. On the way, Somi was a little upset that they were not able to visit the temple, but Namgung Jong promised her that as soon as they returned, he would immediately take her for a ride on a boat on the lake. Although she was happy about this, she was still a little upset. Tan noticed this and quietly put a statuette of the Shaolin temple into her hand. Seeing this, Somi was overjoyed and began to brag to the others. When Sato noticed the statuette, he also wanted one for himself. Tan explained that he made it himself. Then the leader asked to make one for him, but the guy refused him. Then Samte approached Sato and told him how to persuade the owner to make him a statuette. After listening to him, the dealer again turned to Tan and said that the robe would give him money for it, and he immediately agreed. Sato was spent on how much the martial artist was mercenary, but the guy explained to him that he would spend this money on Somi since it was necessary for her. Samtai asked Namgung Jong what kind of business they went on last night, but he replied that nothing interesting happened. But the guy was sure that the matter was definitely important if even the owner of the estate was going with them, so he started asking him again. In turn, the master showed Samta that it was better for him not to continue asking about things that did not concern him, and the guy immediately fell silent. Although he was sure that they went to the Alliance and was worried about how they would solve everything that they had done there. Meanwhile, the families that were part of the Murim Alliance organized a meeting to discuss what was happening in the Alliance. One of the leaders could not believe that the Moyon family had fallen. The leader of the Pei clan believed that Henkun had crossed all boundaries and therefore deserved it. However, the leader of the Huangbo clan believed that the 10 great sects had no right to attack the leader of the alliance under any circumstances. Now that there is no Sword King or Sword Saint, it has become a huge problem for the families, because the safety of the Murim alliance was hanging in the balance. One of the leaders asked what Chagall was doing at the moment, and they admitted that most likely he was continuing to search for the Sword King. They informed him of the current situation, but he was not interested in helping them, and it was unlikely that he would be able to help them with anything. The leader reminded everyone that they were no longer 8 great families, but 5, and since there was chaos in Murim, it was for this reason that he had gathered them all. In his opinion, the people of the 10 great sects looked down on them and even tried to overthrow the Sword Saint, so he decided that they could no longer cooperate with them now. He also decided that no one would object if they left the Murim alliance, which could no longer function properly, and started over under the name of the Order of the Heavenly Sword. A few days later, on his way to the Namgung estate, Jong received a letter about the decision of the 5 families and was shocked. Master Sato was also upset that Murim was now split in 2. with those who followed the 8 great clans uniting into the Order of the Holy Sword, and those who followed the sects remaining in Murim. Everyone was sure that even though everything seemed peaceful for now, over time the conflict between the parties could escalate, and all because Namgung-jung saved Hyukmun's life. Master Sado continued to say that it was a big mistake to spare the leader, as there was no need to turn a man with such power into an enemy, and there was no way to allow the 10 great sects to take him. After all, if Heckman had been captured, a thorough investigation had been conducted, and his crimes had been exposed, then the 8 great ones would not have thought of creating a new union, and everything could still have been fixed. Listening to their conversations, Tank found everything very, very interesting, so he decided to save this information for later. Suddenly, Samta called out to him and said that they had reached the estate, but there was something strange there. Namely, smoke was coming from the house, and this scared them a lot. Namgung-jung volunteered to go to the checkup, and Tan allowed him to go alone, which surprised Guan a lot because he thought they would all go together. A few minutes later, the master came back, all scared, which surprised the others very much since they did not understand what he saw there. He grabbed Tan by the hand and asked him to go into the estate himself and check everything. The guy did not understand what was happening, but there was clearly someone inside. Entering the house, Tan began to examine the corridors and wondered why the old man had run away so quickly. Suddenly, he noticed steam rising from one of the bathrooms, and his face immediately changed. Tan assumed that there might be a thief inside who decided to use the bathroom intended specifically for Somi. He decided to burst into the room without knocking, and when he was finishing eating the bodies, he saw Sohee, who was taking a bath there. Tan did not expect to see her at all and froze in a stupor for a moment. He confusedly asked what she was doing in his house, but she, frightened, suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs. When everyone calmly returned home and sat down to drink tea, Tan suddenly thought that the master had sent him there on purpose, but Chong quickly objected, since he had run away because he was too surprised and confused, but he could not even imagine that the guy would just go and enter the bathroom. A few minutes later, Sohee came to them and began to apologize because she had no intention of entering the house in the absence of the owner. But when she called from outside, no one answered, and she suddenly realized that she had nowhere else to go. In turn, Tan also apologized for barging into the bathroom without knocking, but Sohee replied that this was nothing compared to her misdeed. In any case, she was already getting ready to leave, as she had almost recovered and was very worried about her clan. Tan confirmed her words because she really had something to worry about. He also added that the Namgung estate was burned to the ground. Hearing this, Sohee realized that they had been to Anhui. Sohee was very scared and started asking Tan what happened to the estate. He told her that all the buildings were destroyed and their restoration would take some time. But this did not bother her at all. Everything that really interested Sohee was connected with the fate of her family members. Tan replied that according to rumors, after the destruction of the Bloody Squad, all the warriors of the Murim clan disappeared without a trace. The girl immediately slid to the floor and her eyes filled with tears because these words greatly eased her condition. The old man added that everything was definitely fine with her clan and she should not worry. Hearing his voice, she immediately remembered her grandfather and decided that it was definitely him. Unable to contain her emotions, she grabbed him by the collar, began to shake him and excitedly ask if it was really him. Namgung-jung hurried to explain that he was not who she thought he was, but Sohee was sure that it was her grandfather in front of her, and without listening to objections, she threw herself into his arms, happy that he was okay. Taking off the mask, he really turned out to be the one Sohee had been looking for so long, her grandfather. Seeing his face, she immediately recognized him and, filled with joy, rushed to him, and he, holding the mask in his hands with the same warm expression on his face, was happy to see his granddaughter again. The moment was quiet, sincere and full of long-awaited family warmth, with Tan and Somi watching from the side, who were also glad that they had finally met. They decided to take a walk outside so as not to disturb them. Somi told Tan that he did wrong because he should have told Sohee in advance so that she would not have to cry so much. Tan answered her that Sohee's grandfather himself did not want her to know, and it would be rude of him to tell everything without permission, He explained to Somi that there are things in the world that need to be hidden, and if the truth should be revealed, then only now. After thinking it over for a bit, Somi suggested that Tan marry So-hee so that Namgung-jung would become her real grandfather. Tan was surprised that Somi liked her grandfather so much that he even began to feel jealous, but the girl calmly replied that in fact she loved him much more than anyone else. Samta saw their sweet conversation and was very surprised by how his owner changed when he looked at Somi. Late at night, Tang decided to go to the mounds of the three heavens to honor their memory and remember the old days. He remembered the situation where he caught Nam Churin, who decided to attack him on the sly, calling him a demon. She in turn asked him for mercy, explaining to him that she was just stupid, and promised that this would not happen again. For a martial artist who wields a sword, there is nothing more humiliating than begging an opponent for mercy, and yet despite her strong trembling, she begged. At that moment, she looked ridiculous and thus attracted Tan's attention. Nam Churin is a woman who would later become one of the three heavens and be known as the Sword of Heaven. Later, when leaving, Tan gave her the name Namgun since they first met at the southern gate, so there was no need to think long about the name. He didn't think that she would use the name that the guy gave her then, and even more so, he didn't think that it would later turn into the Namgung clan. Tan was amazed that even though more than 1,000 years had passed, fate still connected them to this day. Aumam Churyong and the emergence of the Namgung clan, the leader Sado, who inherited the martial arts of Cheonmuguan, and the Wudang sect, which, in Tan's opinion, surpassed the martial arts of Taigonjin. And these weren't the only traces of the past, because what he saw back then was definitely the martial arts of the Black Wind Saint Demon. Everything he had seen before, namely witchcraft, body-strengthening techniques, and demonic absorption art, only one person came to his mind who could pass on all these techniques without hesitation, and that person was the Blood Demon. This meant that his descendants still walked the earth. The fate of Tang in the past stretched through this era, and no matter how much he tried to lie low, he could not escape it, which meant that he would have to go to the Central Plains again. The next day, Tan gathered Samtai and So-hee and suggested that they fight each other. They were both surprised and did not understand why this was necessary, because they had never fought each other before. So-hee thought that there was no point in her fighting someone who had only recently started studying martial arts, and even more so, she wanted to fight Tan, and she considered Samtai to be too weak an opponent for her. Tan looked sternly at So-hee and said that a martial artist should not put herself above others, and if she did not follow this advice, she would lose even to the weak one whom she looked down on. After finishing their conversation, Tan nodded seriously and ordered the battle to begin. At the same moment, Samte and So-hee seemed to flare up, and their bodies were enveloped in a bright energy that emanated from within, as if strength had awakened within them. A few hours ago, So-hee came to Tan and asked him to fight her so that she could learn something new, but Tan refused her, doubting that she would be able to learn anything from him. So-hee decided that he was simply afraid of her, but Tan convinced her that this was not the problem. He simply did not want to take part in a useless fight and suggested that she fight his grandfather. But she couldn't fight him because the difference between their skills was too big. Then Tan offered her another candidate for battle, which surprised her greatly because there were few worthy of her in the estate. But when she saw that this worthy opponent was Samtai, she was very disappointed because she did not understand how he could put her in a pair with someone who knows absolutely nothing. Tan seemed to hear her thoughts and promised her that she would not be able to defeat the guy, although he did not look strong but was in fact very capable. So he warned that she was not going to show pity to Samtai, and immediately launched an attack to show how strong an opponent she was. After several hours of fighting, the guy was still standing on his feet, although he was very exhausted, but he held on with all his might. So he wasn't feeling her best. Questions were swarming in her head. She couldn't understand how Samtai managed to survive her attack, because she was sure that she would win with the first blow, but in the end she couldn't even touch him. Without thinking twice, So-hee rushed into the attack again. She was overcome with rage. The injustice of the situation burned from within, because she definitely did not want to lose to someone like Samtai. Watching their fight from the side, Tan noticed and told Namgung-jung that So-hee was losing patience. But the old man himself saw it and understood that this was not entirely good. So he thought about how she had trained in swordsmanship for so many years, and now she couldn't allow herself to lose to a person who was just starting to learn martial arts. Her eyes flashed with determination and anger, and energy seemed to boil inside. She was no longer going to hold back. With a furious cry, So he rushed forward and brought down a powerful blow with her sword on Samte, putting all her anger and desire to prove that she was stronger into it. The guy miraculously managed to avoid being injured at the last moment. He managed to dodge her powerful attack. His heart pounding in his chest, he immediately rushed to Tan, frightened, complaining that Sohee almost destroyed him and that it was not at all like training. In turn, Tan received the guy and said that he would not have died from the details anyway, so he had nothing to worry about, and with that he ended their training. Sohee fell to the ground trying to catch her breath, because she clearly put all her strength into that blow and didn't even realize it. She was sure that her last push was strong enough, and Samte definitely shouldn't have avoided this attack. Slee was angry at him and at herself, and couldn't understand how this was even possible. Looking at her, Tan said that if she continued like this, she would never be able to fight him, and with that they left to have dinner, and so he continued to sit on the ground trying to come to her senses. Late at night, the commander-in-chief of the demon cult, Fang, examined the bodies of his warriors, trying to understand what had happened to them. His subordinate said that no matter how much they examined them, traces of the battle were not found, so Fangu decided to examine their appearance. There were about 20 bodies that looked like mummies, and most of them were first-class martial artists and elites of the demon cult who were not easy to divide. His first thought was that the warriors had been ambushed, but upon inspection, there was no evidence of this. It looked as if their hearts had stopped naturally. Fangu knew he had to find the culprit before the leader returned. He didn't know what to do because he was also very worried about the headaches caused by the chaos in the Murim alliance, as they would have to decide which side they would choose. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts by a stranger who suddenly appeared and destroyed Fang's subordinate with one movement. Seeing this, the man also felt that the stranger's energy was comparable to the cult leader and was even stronger. Suddenly, the stranger coldly ordered Fang to kneel before him, and he, as if deprived of will, suddenly lost control of his body and fell to the ground. The stranger added that he was now his master. This man was the holy demon of the Black Wind, and his presence evoked a feeling of ruthless power and darkness. Meanwhile, the light faction that was united was divided into the Order of the Holy Sword and the Murim Alliance. They faced a problem they had never experienced before. After Hekmug retired, the new leader of the alliance is a holy fist named Seong Jin, and in an attempt to overcome the turning point, he sends a messenger to the Order of the Holy Sword with a proposal to join forces again. However, the heads of the 8 great clans refuse him, which leads to an escalation of the conflict between the two sides, and over time, the number of masters leaving the Murim alliance and moving to the order begins to grow. And the more of them left, the weaker and more unable the alliance became to function. Now that it had lost its former strength, one group sat in the mountains that surrounded the estate. A group of the strongest martial artists of the Dark faction, the Martial King Fortress, were waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, Sohee was sitting on the street upset about her defeat. Namgung Chog came up to her to support her, but she in turn began to apologize for being so weak. The master explained to her that in martial arts, not only the level of skills is important, but also their type, so her movements and technique were ill-suited for fighting Samtai. He praised Sohee because her movements were fast and light. She looked confident in battle, but added that her techniques were just weak attempts to replicate his style. And no matter how fast she was, it didn't matter in the face of someone who was always faster. The master confessed to Sohee that the outcome of the battle was not a surprise to him, and that meant he was not as good at training as he had previously thought. Listening to his words, Sohee felt bitterness growing inside her. She had tarnished the name of her clan, and in front of her grandfather himself, which made her heart even heavier. She worked all her life to ensure that something like this never happened, and suddenly her grandfather asked her not to be so upset and not to apologize to him, because all this was a valuable experience. He gently stroked her head, and calmly said that he was not disappointed in her at all. From his warm words, Sokka's heart filled with warmth and all the tension seemed to dissolve. It became so pleasant that she immediately rushed into her grandfather's arms. At the same time, Samtae admired himself and the fact that he managed to defeat Namgung Sohee herself. He began waving his arms and legs, thinking that he had always considered himself far from the world of martial arts. But even though he had not landed a single blow, Sohee still won. Now he considered himself almost a full-fledged master of martial arts, and was confident that he could defeat anyone. Meanwhile, in the Murim alliance, the elder of the Huashan sect was angry about the group's attack. Although their followers managed to repel the attack, they still suffered heavy losses and half of Shanxi province moved to the Martial King fortress. He was confident that if another battle like this happened, then they would know whether the Huashan sect would stand or fall. Bakjong also told the other leaders that the order had joined forces with the Northern Sea, and if the alliance continued to lose numbers, they would not last long. The Wudang sect elder said that his clan needed to prepare for attacks from other new alliances, as well as the demonic cult, so they couldn't provide people to help the alliance. He also added that the situation in Hubei was no better, as the Green Forest bandits were becoming active again when the Murim population was dwindling, and they needed a lot of people to prevent this. Hogan suggested that only the Shaolin Temple was not in the worst situation, and the temple leader in turn asked what steps the Order of the Holy Sword had already taken. Pekjon said that the Order has not done anything yet because they do not have a common leader, and it is most likely difficult for them to come to a common decision. Then Seongjin asked if they knew the location of the former advisor Chagall, and he told him that he was most likely looking for something in Hunan province. Sun Jin ordered them to hurry and use all possible means to pull the advisor to their side, because only he could help change the current situation. He was sure that it was Chagall who managed to unite everyone among themselves, and without him, the order was nothing serious. He also told Pekjian that he would send some of his followers to the Huashan sect to strengthen their army and prevent another attack. Later in the evening, Sohee sat at the table with her grandfather and asked if he was planning to return to the alliance, but the master decided that he had nothing to do there, since he had not been the leader of the alliance for a long time, and certainly not the Sword King. However, Sozi believed that with his support, the Order of the Holy Sword could once again unite with the Murim-Vel alliance. It had only been a few months since he had disappeared. Namgunjan believed that this period was sufficient, especially since the reason for the split was that the two associations had ceased to pursue the same goals and could no longer act as a single entity. Watching the others, the master decided that his place was here, and told Somi that she could go back because everyone had their own path. After thinking it over for a bit, Sozi replied that she felt sorry for the new leader of the Murim alliance because of her grandfather's stubbornness, he also lost her. Namgung Jung was surprised that his granddaughter decided to stay with him, but she explained that she had nowhere else to go, so they were both glad that they were finally in a third place and could help each other. Meanwhile, the bloody demon was walking through the forest with Manhu's subordinate. The guy felt that he wanted to tell him something but couldn't bring himself to do so. Manhu looked at the owner with fear, and then he suggested that perhaps he was wondering why he saved Heckman's life, and he confirmed his guess. The gentleman explained that this leader could still be useful to him because he could become stronger than he is now. He asked Manhu if he knew what a person needed to become stronger. Manhu thought for a moment and suggested that it was a good weapon, suitable martial arts, and of course innate talent. But the blood demon only chuckled and replied that what a person needed was not weapons and talent, but anger and envy towards others, as well as a thirst for destruction, which is why he was sure that Heckmoon would be able to raze Murim to the ground without hesitation. Hearing this, Manhu was surprised because he thought that the owner was going to gain power over Murim and not completely destroy him. But he answered him that it was the same thing, because in order for him to be able to take possession of something, it must first be destroyed, but if the process is too peaceful, then he will quickly get bored. Suddenly, Manhu realized that because Hyukmun was unable to replace Namgung Jung when he became the leader, the faction split up immediately after his disappearance. In turn, the fortress of the martial kings took advantage of this opportunity and immediately began to act. The Murim alliance will inevitably suffer great losses, since they will no longer be able to work harmoniously as before. Now Manhwa guessed that the blood demon had foreseen and planned all of this, and so he sent the Black Wind Saint Demon. He, in turn, was surprised that Manhwa figured it all out so quickly. He said that with the help of magic, he helped the holy demon find a new body. And although the body was different from what it was before, it still had a similar level of strength, and the blood demon hoped that this person would help bring someone else into this world. At the same time, the former advisor Chagall continued his search. He planned to find the man who once saved his life, and with his help, he planned to return the former Murim. But his daughter doubted that they would find him, because a lot of time had passed and there was still no progress in the search. Chagall felt bad knowing that his daughter considered him pathetic, although he understood her, because instead of dealing with the clan's affairs, he, as the head, was wasting his time in an incomprehensible place. He was sure that the Murim Alliance and the Order of the Holy Sword were probably looking for him. He understood that it was stupid of him to search for an unknown man, so Chagall believed that he had to find him as soon as possible. Suddenly they heard a noise behind them, and when they turned around, they saw someone fishing in the lake. Looking closer, they noticed a little girl, but the advisor could not understand why he had not felt her presence before. Suddenly, they saw the girl fall into the water and were very scared for her, so Chagall immediately rushed to the lake to get her. But not even a few seconds passed before the girl herself came out of the water and was a little upset because the fish she caught got away. Chagall convinced her that there was no problem since she had already caught a lot of fish, but Somi told them that it was a very small catch, which surprised them greatly, and the advisor praised her. She told them that she was catching fish herself, because none of the adults wanted to go with her. The advisor was not surprised to hear this because she was a good competitor in fishing. In turn, so he decided that they had come to her home, but Chagall did not understand what house she was talking about because they did not see a single estate nearby, so they decided that she was homeless. Then he remembered that the girl said that she lived with adults, and these adults did not want to fish with her, and Chagall decided that the naive girl was simply being used. Enraged, he demanded to see where she lived so he could talk to her father. Somi got scared, deciding that she might have said something wrong, but Chagall gently explained to her that although she was trying to protect adults, even they sometimes act incorrectly. Then she without hesitation led them to the estate, and when they arrived, Somi met Jangan and asked who she brought with her. Somi said that they were their guests and invited them to come into the house. On the way to the house, Chagall felt the aura of a sword master from the stranger, and his face seemed very familiar to him. Looking around, he was amazed by such a huge estate. Looking at the happy Somi and how her elders treat her, no one is using her, and apparently he just misunderstood everything. But the place seemed very unusual to him, and when he saw a guy doing household chores, he was surprised that he looked as if he had been trained in martial arts. Hearing a noise behind him, Chagall saw a man running in the other direction. From behind, he seemed very familiar to him. Suddenly, Tan called out to him and asked with cold caution who he was and why he dared to come to his house without permission. When the advisor saw him, he immediately realized that this was the man they had been looking for all this time. He cried out with joy, but Tan did not understand why he was behaving like that. Chagall knew that it was stupid to expect the guy to remember him, since quite a lot of time had passed since their meeting. So first he introduced himself to him and told him that he was looking for him. Yeon understood that the reason why her father was looking for a man was simple. He wanted to create an even stronger alliance and probably decided that by pulling him over to his side, he could take Murim to the next level. Her father had not changed his role as an advisor to this day, trying to find a person capable of taking the place of the Sword King. But during this time, the situation had changed a lot. Their union split in two, and now it is unclear where to return to. The Murim Alliance is definitely trying to bring Chagall back, but if he takes their side, he will have to turn away from the elders of the order. For now, he remains independent and does not join any of them, as his main goal was to find a martial artist who could replace Namgung Jung. Tan, without waiting for an answer, said that they often search for him in order to destroy him. But for the first time, they searched for nothing, and if they cannot explain the reason for their search, then they would be better off leaving his estate. Suddenly, Chagall grabbed the guy by the hand and stopped him, asking if he liked alcohol. Having heard this, Tan could not understand what this question was about. But a second later, the advisor took out a bottle and explained that it was Shak Sing wine aged 50 years, and he offered Tang to try it. Chagall acquired this wine in Hunan province by chance, and could not even imagine that he would need it right now. After thinking about his proposal for a while, Tan agreed to listen to him and invited him into the house. Chagall thanked the guy and was glad that the little girl had brought him such luck. While they were drinking wine, Nam Gunjong and So Hee were watching them from the bushes and did not understand what their former advisor had forgotten in the estate. The master was furious that they were all sitting at the table and drinking wine with a good snack, and he was even more irritated by the fact that Sado was with them, because Chan loved wine no less than he did. So he guessed that the person that Elder Chagall was looking for was Tan. Nam Gunjong didn't understand what she was talking about, and so he explained that the advisor told her that he had previously been helped by some martial artist, and that this man was so strong that Chagall intended to pull him into the alliance. But the master thought that they would waste expensive wine in vain, because Tang would definitely not agree to his proposal. Meanwhile, they were drinking wine, and Tan praised his find, because before that he had never managed to find something worthwhile, and the advisor was glad that he was able to please him. After this, Tan looked sternly at Chagall, and with obvious suspicion in his voice, asked why they had been in Hunan for so long and why they were looking for him, and now they were suddenly so generously treating him to such an expensive drink. The elder answered the boy that the reason for all this was very simple, and was that he wanted to establish a good relationship with him. After they finished talking, Tan said goodbye to them and returned back to the house. Nam Gunjong was waiting for him, who was curious why his former advisor had come to see him. Tan, in turn, poured wine for the master, and after drinking it, he was very pleased with its incredible taste. But he still repeated his question to the guy, and Tan told him that Chagall wanted him to help protect what was left of Murim. The guy remembered their conversation and how he refused to help the elder, which surprised him greatly because he thought that the guy was interested in the triumph of justice and a peaceful life. Tan asked what he would get in return for his help, and Chagall replied that they were reaping his glory, but the guy thought that this was the most useless reward that could be offered. Continuing to look into the distance, Tan suddenly felt something and abruptly jumped up from his place and headed towards the exit. Nam Gunjong didn't understand where he suddenly decided to go, but Tan ordered the master not to follow him and, if possible, not to leave the estate. Upon hearing this, Nam Gunjong was a little confused and tense, not understanding what was going on at all. In turn, Tan came to the place where the mounds of the three heavens were located, and looking at them, he seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, the blood demon appeared behind him and was surprised when he saw the burial of the remains of the three heavens. He also turned to Tang, saying that he did not expect his arrival. The guy turned to him and said that the magic of controlling the dead that he had recently encountered was definitely his doing. He also remembered how he had once destroyed it by splitting its head into small pieces. Tan was surprised that after that the blood demon was still alive, because it seemed that such a blow should have ended everything once and for all. For the last 1,000 years, Tanu had no contact with anyone from the past, and their meeting was very opportune for him, because now he could have fun and destroy him again. Blood Demon smiled and was glad that after so many years Tan had not changed at all. He said that at that time he knew him too well, so he hid a couple of tricks. Tan guessed that in order to survive, the Blood Demon probably used the great heavenly art. But as far as he knew, the magic that transferred the soul from one body to another required bloodshed, and the victim had to be a child no older than 10 years old. Tan's gaze changed and was now full of hatred, but Demon asked not to look at him, because the guy didn't even know what he had to go through to find a suitable body. Looking at him, Tan was not surprised that Demon sacrificed many children just to live a little longer, because his cruel character had not changed at all even after so many years. In turn, Demon could not believe that they met after many years, and admitted that perhaps this was the fate that the 8 immortals had prepared for them. They realized that Tan was the only one who could defeat him. He also asked Tan if he thought that the 1,000-year seal that he thought he had removed himself was actually removed by someone else. Hearing this, Tan flared up with rage, not understanding why he was saying all this. Noticing his indignation, the demon asked the guy to calm down, because now he was much weaker than him. He explained to Tan that too much time had passed, and he had managed to become stronger, and to prove it, with one wave of his hand, he struck the guy with a stream of energy, which led to a strong flash. Tan managed to block his attack, but he tensed up as he noticed that the demon had managed to move him half a step, although nothing like this had happened before. The blood demon watched the guy and said that it was the first time he saw such an expression on his face, so he suggested that he train more because the current him is not his equal. In turn, Tan was extremely irritated because he did not understand what demon was talking about and what he needed. But the demon offered him to fight again for the title of the best and strongest master, and also to take a risk and decide who would get all the associations and the central planes. Seeing his expression, Demon was proud of himself for being able to bring out Tan's old emotions that he saw before the battle with him. Without thinking twice, Tan took out his sword and with a lightning-fast movement cut the blood demon's body in half. The blow was so fast and accurate that the demon didn't even have time to react. But the blood demon's body returned to its normal state, as if there was no injury. He turned to Tang, his eyes sparkled with an ominous light, and with a faint smile, he warned that the holy demon had already set foot on this land. With one of his witchcraft techniques, the demon evaporated right in front of Tan, and finally added that he should prepare to fight a new opponent. Hearing this, the guy was full of anger, because now he had even more problems. The next day, everyone was peacefully doing their own thing, and Tan calmly watched Somi running around the house. He remembered what happened last night and the energy that emanated from the demon. The guy was sure that all this was real, and he appeared to him in person. The reason why the Blood Demon Holy Cult had at one point become the strongest group in the Central Plains was because of his sorcery, so the words about the appearance of the Holy Demon were definitely not a lie. Therefore, Tan clearly decided that he had to find this demon before he found someone from his family. The guy approached the Kui Masters and asked who had the most money in the Central Plains. After thinking for a bit, Namgung Jong replied that Manhu Riang fit the description. He was one of the gold merchants. Namgung Jeon also added that the path to the Murim alliance is now closed for Manhu. They will try to get rid of him at the first opportunity. But Manhu still has many organizations existing at his expense. His wealth accumulated over the years of managing the gold merchants still gives him considerable power. The master didn't know what Tan was thinking at that moment, but seeing his expression, he realized that something was bound to happen, and that made him feel uneasy. After this, Tan became interested in how much the merchants earned. Namgun Jong did not know such details, and did not understand why the guy needed it at all, because in order to manage the merchant society, you need to have an excellent understanding of how the world works. The master believed that it was not suitable for Tan to engage in such a business, so he began to dissuade him, but he did not react to him in any way and simply decided to leave. Turning around, Tan asked Sato if he was going to return to his cult, to which he replied that until he received enough benefit from being with them, he would not go anywhere. The guy was also interested in whether he maintains contact with his cult, and the leader said that they exchange letters through pigeons. Usually Fangu sent him messages, but with the last snow it has been a month, and now he does not know what is there. Salo thought that until this moment, he hadn't even realized how long he had been with Tan, but he was also worried about why the guy had suddenly become interested in the demonic cult. Without explaining anything, Tan went about his business, and on the way Samta suddenly ran up to him. He was surprised because he didn't even call him. But the guy, Samte, said with a smile that he had already learned to understand the owner by one look, and he was right because it really was a task for him. Tan ordered Samte to go to the demonic cult. Hearing this, the guy was shocked because he was very far away and it would take him several months to get there. But Tan explained that he didn't need to go to the main building, as he would be fine with the guy walking around their area and finding out the situation in the cult. He also ordered to get as many details as possible, and he even wanted to know about any rumors. The guy readily agreed, and Tan suggested that he take Jongan with him in case he couldn't get some information. They would beat it out by force, and Tan promised to take responsibility for the consequences. He also gave Sammy a bag of money, which greatly surprised the guy, and he guessed that the matter was really very serious, and they parted ways. Although the Black Wind Demon Saint was the first person to establish the demon cult, everyone around him rebelled because of his cruelty, but the followers liked Cheon Mu Guan, one of the three heavens, more. The demon saint, after the battle with Cheon Mu Guan, which lasted for 3 days and 3 nights until the latter won, was quickly forgotten by the people, and Tan knew the place where the resurrected demon saint could go, and he was determined to destroy him. But first, he decided to visit one of the gold merchants' shops. The man saw the guy and was glad that his shop finally had visitors, but when he saw who came to him, he was shocked. Tan greeted the merchant as it was the same man he saved on the way to Anhui. The guy was surprised that he had driven into such a wilderness, although he tried to find him, but it was all useless. The merchant asked him why he had come, but the guy explained that he was his client, and so he had to let him in first. When they entered and Tan settled down comfortably, he noticed that the man's business was going very badly, and he told the guy that the gold merchants controlled all of Hunan, and most of the merchants joined him because they could not withstand the competition. He explained to him that if they had not all joined Manhwa, they would have ended up the same way and would be sitting without clients and money. Tanu became interested in what was needed to open her own retail outlet, and the man said that for this she needed money and a reliable business partner with whom she would do business. Tan asked what a merchant would start with when opening a store in Yueyang province. The merchant thought about it and said that the first thing he would do would be sell wine. The guy was surprised and asked why wine. The man explained that because there is a lake called Dongchonho nearby, and many people come there to relax and drink, so if you take them as buyers, you can even make a deal with the Hoen clan. He said that the Hoyeon clan was famous for their excellent wine, but now it is a thing of the past because they stopped making wine after losing to the Chuman clan. But if they resume production, the profit will immediately increase. Some rich people still can't forget the taste of that wine, and if the taste didn't change, it would be possible to make a lot of money. But there are too many other products on the market, and it won't be so easy to break through with them. The merchant had an idea to start selling spices and seasonings from the western regions. Now these goods are sold only through gold merchants, and only a couple of times a year, which is why they are very expensive. Tang put a bag of gold coins on the table and told him to close the shop at that place and move to Yueyang, giving him 10 days to open a new shop there that would surpass the gold merchants. The merchant was shocked by his offer, but in the end Tan decided to leave him the money, and if he agreed, he had to come in 10 days. The man began to stop the guy because the merchant was sure that he was not capable of this, and it was very dangerous to compete with the gold merchants. Tan replied that people who have nothing to lose usually have very strong determination because they don't want to be left as nothing. So he was confident that the merchant would succeed. But the man was still confused because Tan did not even give him time to think. But the guy explained that if he gave him this time, he would lose all his courage, and without it, he would never make decisions that could lead him to success. So he convinced the merchant that the more he thought about it, the more time he would lose, so he hoped to see him again in Yueyang. When Tan left, the man could not believe that he did not even give him time to think, but immediately confronted him with the fact of leaving such a large sum of money, and he did not understand what to do now. Meanwhile, in the mountainous outskirts, Jangan and Samtae were abandoned by the driver and did not understand what to do next. Jangan believed that the guy himself was to blame for everything since he did not allow the man to rest and forced him to do all the work and also look for food. So he could not stand it and simply ran away. The leader was sure that the driver had deliberately broken the wheel on their cart, and now they would have to travel on foot. This whole situation greatly irritated Jangan. He started blaming the guy for everything, even though he thought so. Instead of solving the problem, they started arguing among themselves and sorting things out. Returning home, Tan began to have dinner, and Sato, who was sitting next to him, asked where Samti and Jangan had gone, and Tan said that he had sent them on business. Nam Gung Jung asked if they had any reason to worry about anything, but Tan replied that everything was fine for now, but something might happen soon. Meanwhile, there was also a commotion in the fortress of the martial kings, as Jin learned that his former subordinate Guan was still alive. A whole year had passed, but the eye that he had cut back then still hurt. He was furious because all this time he thought that Guan was dead. Jin ordered his warriors to find out all the information about the guy and destroy him on the spot if such an opportunity arises. Jin was angry at him because the boy dared to raise a hand against the one who gave him a roof over his head when he was a child and had nowhere to go. This time, the leader is determined to show the boy his place. 10 days later, a merchant came to Tan, ready to follow any of his instructions, but the boy told him that he was not going to give him instructions because he did not understand anything about trading. Tan explained to him that he would also remain the owner of the shop, so he could act at his own discretion, and Tan would only provide financial assistance. Upon hearing this, the merchant could not believe that he would really be able to make any decisions himself. It all seemed too strange and like a dream to him, but Tan convinced him that he was not sleeping and everything that was happening was real. The merchant was interested in one question, and he asked Tan if he was serious about surpassing the gold merchants, and Tan confirmed his suspicions. The man was worried about this because the gold merchants owned 70% of the market and were the largest trading guild in the Central Plains, but Tang believed that becoming a merchant meant taking away someone else's earnings. The merchant understood that Tan was right, because it didn't matter whether it was a martial arts master with a sword or a merchant with money, because the strong always takes money or life from the weak, but the roles can change over time. Tan also told the man that a series of changes would not take long to come, and he would have to rise much higher than he was now, so it would never be easy for him. Looking at the gentleman, the merchant hoped that everything would go according to plan, because next to him he felt as if all his dreams would certainly come true, and it was not a matter of gratitude for trust, but simply a strong conviction that he could not even explain. He bowed to Tan and said that he was looking forward to working with him, then nodded to him in response and added that he should go to the department to see Hong, since Tan had found a good place where he could open his own shop, and Hong would resolve all issues regarding this. Tan decided to take a walk to the head of the district himself, since they had not seen each other for a long time, although they had no need to meet until something like this happened. On the way he saw Jin, who was also walking around the market. Tan thought his face was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. He watched him, but could not remember where he knew him from, and continued to go about his business. But suddenly he heard a strange noise behind him. Jin, who remembered well who the guy was approaching him at a furious speed to meet him. He swung his huge blade, but Tan stopped him and asked why he was attacking people in broad daylight. Jin was furious that Tan forgot who he was. After thinking a little, the guy looked closely at the leader and remembered that he once fought with him. With one swing of his hand, the guy grabbed Jin by the neck and threw him to the ground with all his might, stepping on him. Tank liked his eyes, because even if the master's body is on the edge, his gaze remains alive until the end. But the guy didn't understand what kind of revenge they could be talking about, because the leader was much weaker than him, and in his opinion it was a waste of time. These words angered Jin even more. Tan let him go. He didn't understand what Jin was thinking when he went looking for him, and if he was so eager for revenge, he should have at least tried to become stronger. The guy didn't want to waste his precious time on him and told Jin not to show up in his sight again. In turn, the leader was defeated because he lost again. Returning home, Tan told Guan that he had met his former commander and immediately guessed that he had probably come for him, but he was unlucky because he ran into the owner out of all of them. Meanwhile, Jin returned back to the fortress of the martial kings and tried to get himself in order and normal physical shape. At the same time, the assistant told what he managed to find out about the guy, namely that he is quite famous in these parts, despite the fact that no one knows his name. They were not able to find out the exact location of his estate. They also learned that the guy periodically goes for walks with his daughter and some strange old people, and it looks like Guan is with them too. Hearing this, Jin was furious and ordered that their estate be found immediately and that he be taken there as quickly as possible so that he could destroy every single one of them. At the same time, Tan became interested in whether Guan would be able to destroy Jin. The guy did not understand why the owner was asking him for such a thing instead of dealing with him himself. But still, Guan was sure that Tan had good reasons for this. He asked him again, and the guy answered that in the past it was impossible because the gap between Jin's internal energy and his seemed unbearably huge. Jin was many times superior to him and was on a completely different level, but now everything has changed, and Guan confidently replied that with his current strength, he can defeat him. Although the guy didn't know how much time was left until their meeting with Jin, but for the moment when his attacks would reach their target and become proof that his skills had improved, he would train 1,000 times harder. When they finished their conversation, Namgungjong turned to Tan and asked if everything would be okay with Guan, because Jin was strong enough to be reckoned with even in the fortress of martial kings. Tan replied that if the guy couldn't defeat Jin alone, then that was the limit of his capabilities, and he would never cross that line. Salo confirmed his words because he believed that a man should achieve his own goals. The leader saw only that Guan had previously served Jin, and now they would have to fight each other. Namgunjong was tormented by doubts that the people from the Fortress of Kings came to Akhyan with good intentions. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, they would definitely do something else, although it was easy for the three of them to destroy Jin. But the consequences of this could be unpredictable. The 7 faction alliances that had split up would not stand aside and would definitely join the fortress in the battle against Hunan, and if they sent their best masters to avenge Jin's death, they would not be able to avoid bloodshed. The master was sure that this incident was much more serious than all those they had encountered before, and he felt uneasy about it. Tan looked sternly at Namgungjung and replied that a situation like this would help them show the world who they really are. Looking at him, the master realized that something was really going on, because before that he had assumed that Tan would think 1,000 times before revealing himself to Murim. But Tan understood that even if he did nothing, evil would still find him, and he could not hide from it anywhere, and he no longer wanted to sit back. That time the blood demon moved Tan half a step, but as soon as he realized in an instant that he had retreated, he felt joy and anger at the same time. Smiling, Tan replied to Namgungjung that he thought it would be funny if his name thundered around the world again, and this time he was determined. Meanwhile, Jin and his warriors settled in one of Akhyan's hotels, and thus drove away all the other visitors, because rumors that he would beat anyone who looked at him had spread very far. The hotel owners were shocked by what was happening, and they were uncomfortable with the fact that he was in their hotel. The only thing that made them happy was that he paid for the food and drinks. They also learned that Jin and his men were looking for someone in the area, and now there is not a single soul on the streets, because if the leader stays here for a long time, then the matter will definitely come to an end. The girl suggested contacting the head of the district, but the man told her that he could not do anything against such craftsmen. Their conversation made a noise, and when they looked down, they saw Jin grab one of the guests by the collar and start threatening him. The man began to beg for mercy, but Jin was too furious, because he had warned in advance that he would destroy everyone who entered the hotel. The stranger quickly began to justify himself, insisting that he did not know about this, but it was too late. Jin did not flinch and was ready to deal with him. The next day, the head of the district was already informed that there were problems at the hotel from recent guests. Upon hearing this, he was irritated and did not understand what could happen again. The subordinate said that the members of the new faction were waving swords at everyone who approached the inn, and the local merchants were so scared that they were now afraid to say a word. Hong was irritated by this. There was already enough unrest in the city, and these people were only adding to the problems. The leader understood that the situation concerned martial artists from the new faction, and that they were not ordinary fighters. They belonged to the fortress of the martial kings, which was considered one of the pillars of the dark faction, so if he tried to stand in their way, the consequences could be too serious, and it would be difficult to cope with them. Hong remembered Tan, who could really help him solve such problems. He also remembered that the fortress is connected with Guan, and perhaps they are behaving this way precisely because of him, since many know that the guy became Jin's enemy after what happened in Hunan. Unexpectedly, the head was informed about a new visitor, which surprised him greatly because he was not expecting anyone, and after allowing the guest to be let in, he saw that Somi had come to him. Hong was glad to see her but did not understand why she had come so suddenly, and the girl explained that her father had asked her to do so. Meanwhile, everyone who remained in the estate went to that very hotel, so he looked at them and thought that it looked more like a gangster showdown since they looked too threatening, as if they were preparing not for a conversation, but for a fight. But Tan tried to calm her down and said that they didn't look like bandits at all, because they only came to greet the guests. But so he continued to argue with him, claiming that they were indistinguishable from local hooligans. When they arrived at the right place, Guan felt that there were several people inside at once. Tan added that they had been waiting for them for a long time. Guan said that ever since they left the estate, he had the feeling that someone was watching them, and most likely his subordinates had already reported to him that they had arrived. A few seconds later, Jin looked out of the window and shouted to them that he was tired of waiting for them. Tan noticed that the leader's energy was at its highest. In turn, Jin said that if Tan thought that the situation would be similar to the one when they met at the market, then he was very wrong, so he decided to give them a choice. They didn't understand what he was talking about, and then Jin explained to them that his people had surrounded all of Akyan, and there were still a couple of people left in the hotel as hostages. He pushed one of the attackers out the window, saying that this is the end for those who are not afraid of anything at first, and then begin to beg for mercy. Nam Gong-sun saw this and felt strong anger. He wanted to stop the leader because what was happening went beyond all limits. In turn, Jin began to laugh hysterically and said that his plans were to destroy each of them, even the girl who was hiding with the head of the district. He warned them that if they pointed a sword at him, he would order his warriors to destroy everyone in this city, so he offered Tang the choice to simply surrender to him instead of a pointless battle. Tan looked around carefully, and with the help of his skills, he saw that those who studied martial arts were hiding in ambush above, and below were all those who had nothing to do with this battle. Without thinking twice, with one swing of his sword, Tang tore off the roof of the building, which immediately collapsed, and all of his servants fell to the ground, completely immobilized. Jin didn't even have time to understand what happened and where the explosives came from in the building. Hearing that they came for him and not to save the hostages, he was very scared and decided to immediately run away. Suddenly, Gemsu came up to him and, looking at Tan, asked the leader if this was the same person he had told him about. Seeing him, Jin was delighted. He completely forgot that he took him with him. Gemsu was for him a real genius that could not be found. He was one of the 10 strongest people in the fortress of martial kings, and his strength was comparable to that of Jin's father, whom he once followed to create his own union, and fighting Guan was no problem for him. Gemsu asked Jin if Tan was strong, and he confirmed it, since he was able to defeat him in the city. Hearing this, Gemsu became interested because he had not yet had the opportunity to settle down with someone worthy. Tan noticed that Namgun Young and Sado knew who this man was, and they told Tan that they both once fought with him, and of course defeated him. Gamsu, in turn, watched them, and could not understand who they were, since 2 of them were wearing masks. But he did not feel any energy coming from them, and decided that they were just fools who did not even suspect that the end awaited them. Tan looked at Jin in surprise and didn't understand why he wasn't running away, because he was definitely going to do that. Looking at Tan, Gamsu noticed that he looked quite young, and his victory over Jin was impressive. But still, for Gamsu, the guy was nothing more than just entertainment, so he decided to take action. He threw one of the fireworks, which immediately flared up and illuminated the entire street, thereby giving a signal to the rest of their subordinates to act and distracting the enemy's attention. In turn, Jin immediately jumped up and started running away. He was sure that they would not just leave his subordinates scattered throughout the district, which meant that they would definitely have to split up and only a few would follow him. He decided to lure them out one by one and destroy them, so that each of them would pay for daring to cross the path of such a great warrior from the Fortress of Kings. Gamsu was sure that they would not be able to resist his power and cunning. Watching him run away, Sado got ready because he thought it would be easier if they grabbed him right away. But instead, they create a breed for themselves and play along with him. Tan turned to Guan and said that he could begin to destroy Jin, and he immediately took off from his place in pursuit of the leader. After which Tan suggested that everyone else split up to quickly finish clearing out the bandits, and the masters immediately took one side for themselves. So he remained, and Tan asked where she wanted to go. She thought about it because Sado chose the place where most of Jin's subordinates were concentrated, and grandfather went to the department to protect Somi. For her, there was only one option left in the direction in which Gemsu had disappeared, which was called the Red Light District. Tan noticed that Sohi was overcome with doubts and decided that she was afraid of Gemsu, but she in turn denied his words, and then he realized that she reminded him of a girl who was as simple-minded as Sohi. So he got angry and didn't understand why he suddenly called her simple-minded and even compared her to others. Tan explained to her that that girl managed to become famous in the Central Plains in less than 10 years. Hearing this, Sohi thought that the girl was very impressive, and Tan confirmed her words but also added that she was not lucky enough to be born as talented as Sohi, so everything that the girl achieved was earned through hard work. Sohi was irritated by his words, and unable to bear it, went to the Red Light District to look for Gamsu. At the same time, the leader of Sado killed several bandits and freed the people they were holding hostage. He announced to them that he was the protector of Akian County from the Hunan Tang clan, and that he would never allow the bandits to behave like this. He believed that in this way, his words would help spread rumors about the Tang clan and they would become popular throughout the province. While he was thinking, a new group of warriors ready to fight surrounded him from all sides, and Sado was not against having fun with them. He began to throw down his sword and rushed into the attack, not having the slightest idea of what the owner of the estate was planning. Sado continued to stand nearby and fight shoulder to shoulder with him. He was having so much fun that he did not want to leave at all. Meanwhile, the squad of fighters were waiting for the commander's command. One of the soldiers turned to the general and said that he did not think it was right that a martial arts master was harming ordinary people from the department. But he answered him that it was none of their business and ordered them to destroy everyone they met on the way, because that was the leader's order, and they were obliged to obey him. Suddenly, Namgun Jong appeared in front of them. When he saw how many of them there were, he was a little surprised, but not at all scared, and told them that if they wanted to get inside the department, they would first have to fight and defeat him. Looking at him, the army general knew that the people from the estate that they should be afraid of were Tang and Guan, and all the others, according to rumors, were good for nothing, and he hoped that this information was true. He furiously ordered his warriors to destroy the old man, and they did not hesitate to rush at him. But Namgung Jian was determined to tear them to pieces without leaving a trace of them. At the same time, Guan caught up with Jin, but he had to fight with Gemsu, who defended him with all his might. The guy was exhausted from the previous fight, but despite the fatigue, he still had the strength to continue this brutal fight. Gemsu was disappointed because he had expected Tan to follow them. He was surprised that Guan considered himself strong enough to pursue them alone. But the boy smiled and told them that his master did not need to waste time and energy on such talentless warriors as they, so he was sure that he alone would be enough for this. Looking at his expression, Gemsu realized that he was not imagining things and that the guy really did look like a madman. He noticed that the guy was constantly looking not at him, but at Jin, and such disrespect really hurt him. Without thinking twice, he decided to teach the guy a lesson and attacked him. The guy managed to defend himself but still got wounded in the leg and it immobilized him a little, but he was not going to show his weakness. Jin was amazed at the audacity with which Guan spoke to them as if he didn't realize his destiny. He still couldn't understand why his father was looking for someone like this guy and he never liked it. But now he could destroy him and present it as a gift to his father to show that he was a worthless warrior. But Guan didn't react to this in any way and only told him that he was a cowardly psychopath who was not capable of doing anything on his own. Jin realized that the guy wanted to shorten the rest of his life by throwing around words. He decided to help him with this, but first he wanted to deprive him of his arrogant eyes. Gemsu confirmed Jin's words, saying that he didn't like the guy's eyes either and that simply destroying him wouldn't be as interesting, so he decided not to delay and do it right now. Having torn himself from his place, Gemsu was suddenly thrown up, and with incredible force he was thrown back to the ground. The blow was so powerful that the ground beneath him split into pieces. Tan appeared in front of him, surprised that Gemsu did not sense his presence even when he was right in front of him. He pinned him to the ground with his foot and turned to Jin, reminding him that he had warned him not to show up in his sight again, but for some reason he had not listened to him. Jin was shocked at how Tan managed to deal with Gemsu so quickly, but without losing his head, he threatened Tan that his people would now deal with his daughter because he sent the largest detachment to the department where he hid her. Suddenly, Namgun-jong and Sado emerged from the bushes and informed Jin that they had dealt with all of his subordinates, and Gemsu, whom he had placed his hopes on, had been defeated, and now he was left all alone. Hearing this, Jin was overcome with panic and fear because he could not believe that they were able to destroy all of his warriors, of whom there were more than 50 people. He was overcome with rage. He didn't know what to do, but he couldn't lose, and it was just funny to believe that they had destroyed the warriors who had fought in the war against one of the 8 great clans. Meanwhile, Tan ordered Guan to finish what he started and stop hesitating, because he had to decide his fate with his own hands. In turn, Jin swung his sword, trying to hit at least one of the old men, but he was unable to do so, and then he realized that they had been hiding their true abilities for some time. Suddenly, Guan attacked Jin with a furious force, and their swords collided with a deafening sound, and sparks flew in different directions. Both warriors stood tensely at this moment, each trying to gain the upper hand in the fierce battle. Guan reminded Jin how he treated him insignificantly, even when he did everything he could for him. But now he met a real master whom he was going to follow all his life. The guy looked at him with a determined look, and in his eyes it was clear that he was confident in his victory because he knew that he would soon bring Jin's head to his master, and this made him feel strong and ready for any fight. In turn, Jin was not ready to say goodbye to life so quickly. He swung his huge blade and told the guy that he would destroy him and give him a painful death. After which they both jumped up and began to attack each other with all their might and hatred. Their fight was not for life, but for survival. Watching their battle, Tan heard Gemsu asking him to remove his foot from his face, and without thinking twice, he kicked him up and threw him away from himself straight to the masters. Namgun-jong and Sado turned to Gems and greeted him, saying that they had not finished seeing him after so much time, and regretted not having destroyed him in their last meeting. They looked at him carefully and asked if he remembered them. Gemsu felt the energy coming from them, and was shocked because the Demon King and the Sword King were standing in front of him. As Jin continued to fight, he noticed that something was wrong, because Guan continued to recklessly attack him even though he was barely standing on his feet, but he still hit his weak spot perfectly. Jin knew that Guan's stubbornness was no joke, but he didn't think he would feel it himself, because the battle was only gaining momentum, and the guy was not going to stop. Looking at him, Jin didn't understand how in such a short time his skill level had become so much higher since the last time they fought, and now Guan was on a completely different level. Meanwhile, Gemsu suffered no less, as the masters, together with Tan, threw him into the sky like a ball and thus did not give him a chance to even rest. Guan started laughing, sure that now Jin's ally was definitely finished. He looked at him with contempt and said that those 3 were not the kind they could defeat, and even if they attacked with the entire fortress, they still would not have the slightest chance of winning. Hearing this, Jin rushed to attack Guan with even greater fury in order to finally get rid of the one who had been standing in his way all this time. The masters watched the battle, and Namgun-jong noticed that the guy began to use both hands in the fight, and was sure that now the fight would be completely different. Sado didn't understand what the difference was because Guan was now simply holding the sword with both hands, but Jong explained to him that usually martial arts masters only reveal 70% of their abilities, but now he was trying to use all 100, and now the fight would become truly dangerous. When Jin once again swung at the guy to attack, Guan did not miss the moment and struck him, thereby piercing him with his sword. But he couldn't pull out the sword so easily, because Jin was deliberately straining his muscles to grab it tighter, just like a monster that doesn't feel pain. Guan realized that he was open to an attack from the enemy. In turn, Jin fiercely struck the guy, hoping that it would completely defeat him. But despite this, Guan was not going to give up. He began to attack Jin again, and decided that even if the outcome of this battle would be his death, he still could not afford the slightest delay, no matter how much pain it would cause him. When Jin saw that the guy continued to run into the attack, he was shocked by his diligence because he did not think that he would try so desperately because of a simple order from his new master. Guan nevertheless approached the enemy and dealt him a powerful, damaging blow, which ended the battle as Jin fell to the ground and no longer moved, and the guy lay nearby from fatigue and multiple wounds. He was glad that he finally defeated Jin and carried out the order despite all the efforts that he had to put in, and now he had nothing more to regret, and with that, he lost consciousness. The masters approached him and, looking at him, did not understand what to do next because the guy had destroyed the genie, and this in turn meant declaring war on the fortress. Tan told them to send Jin and Gemsu's bodies back to the fortress of the martial kings. The masters did not understand why this was necessary, but did not contradict him. A few days later, the leader of the Fortress of Dream arrived in Acheon, and while walking around the city, he saw many dead soldiers who were trying to be removed from the streets. He guessed that it was most likely done by martial arts masters, and ordered his subordinate to find out all the details about what happened. Master Sun realized that Jin was probably involved in all of this, whom he really didn't like because he caused a lot of problems, and if it weren't for his friend's request, Sun would have kicked him out of the fortress long ago. Last day, Jin's father told Sun that he led their warriors to the Hunan region, but there was still no news from him, so he asked Sun to help find him, because even though his son had a bad reputation, he was still the eldest son of the clan, and the master was ready to do anything just so that Sun could find him. Sun was unhappy that he had forced the fortress leader to personally take on the matter, but the old man was still his friend, so he had to do it. He decided to go into one of the bars and ordered tea for himself. When the girl served it, Sun handed her a gold coin and asked her to tell him everything that happened outside. Meanwhile, Guan had already come to his senses, which surprised him greatly, because he didn't even think that he would be able to wake up after this. All this time, while the guy was unconscious, Somi looked after him and he immediately thanked her and apologized for the inconvenience caused to her. Somi smiled and said that she wanted to take care of him herself, but she was more interested in how the guy could get so badly hurt. Tan told her that Guan fell off a cliff, but looking at the guy's wounds, Somi was sure that they were not injuries at all, and even though the grandfather said the same thing, she still didn't believe them. Guan calmed the girl down and confirmed that he had just fallen, and Somi was happy about this, because she thought he had gotten into a fight, and this was unacceptable for an adult. At the same time, a subordinate came to Sun and told him about what was happening in the city. The master was shocked because he could not even imagine that Jin would create such a commotion just to catch Guan and even drag Gemsu into it. He was curious where they were now, and the subordinate replied that, according to rumors, all of them, along with his servants, died in the battle. Upon hearing this, Song could not believe his ears. He also said that the attack was carried out by a group of people known in the western part of the county as the Hunan Tang family, and their fame has already spread widely throughout the world. Sun was annoyed because a small clan appeared near Lake Dongchonho, and he didn't even know about it, although despite all the chaos due to the collapse of the Murim alliance, he didn't think that someone would arrange something like this. Therefore, he decided to show this clan himself what happens if you cross the road of the fortress of the martial kings, and without thinking twice, he went to the estate. When he approached the door, it suddenly opened and Somi appeared in front of him. She was surprised that they had guests because no one even knocked. Somi invited him in and conveyed Tan's words that he should not do anything stupid. Upon hearing this, the master did not understand why the owner, knowing who had come, sent the girl to open the doors. Still, he agreed to let Somi take him there, and they immediately headed to the house. On the way he looked at the estate, which, although it looked quite large, was quite ordinary. But he was sure that such a house was definitely not suitable for a newly formed family, because there was a beautifully landscaped area around it, and the buildings were striking in their exquisite beauty, and he was eager to find out who owned it. Somi suddenly stopped and pointed to the pavilion by the pond, saying that her father was there, but she decided to leave so as not to interfere with the adults' conversations. Looking at them, Sun did not understand how they could play board games so carelessly, even though he was on their territory. His body was filled with energy, and he was determined to teach them a lesson, but suddenly it began to leave him, and he did not understand what was going on. Tan turned to him and ordered him not to do anything stupid. Sun tensed up because his energy had instantly dissipated, and he guessed that perhaps this man was a martial arts master who had not yet revealed himself to the world. He came closer to them and asked if they were involved in the death of Jin and Gemsu, but Namgungjung and Tan silently continued to play and seemed not to notice him, which made Sun even more angry. Sun repeated the question, but Tan ordered him to sit down first, and suddenly Salo grabbed the master and hit him with all his might on the ground. When Sun got up, he saw the demon cult dealer and confirmed his suspicions, as he was sure that Guanu alone could not deal with Jin and gems, so he decided that Sato was behind all this. For a few seconds, he let his guard down and for some reason did not sense his presence. He fell for the trick. Sun understood that with the Demon King, he had to be vigilant. Suddenly, Namgungjung stood up from the table and told Sato that he had overdone it with his greeting, and upon hearing his voice, Song was stunned. He was sure that the Sword King had died, but now he stood before him unharmed, and Sun did not understand how the leader of the demonic cult and the leader of the Murim alliance ended up together. Suddenly, the thought occurred to him that they had united among themselves to go to war against the fortress, and he began to shout at Namgungjung, trying to find out who was behind all this. In turn, the leaders told him to ask the owner of the estate about this, and Sun turned his attention to the guy who continued to play. Looking at him, Song, without thinking twice, decided to attack him, but Tan suppressed him with his aura, and he was unable to draw his sword. The master did not understand who the guy was and why he was capable of something like that. In turn, Tan only thanked the master because thanks to what happened, one of his warriors was able to grow up. Hearing this, Sun was furious and began to demand normal explanations from the guy, but he only said that he was the owner of the estate and the father of the little girl he had seen before. Sona was consumed by anger and hatred because he didn't know any other options to make Tan talk except for a fight. So he concentrated all his energy and began to attack the guy because he couldn't let him hold back. Suddenly, Song saw stones in front of him, and a second later, Tan grabbed him and hit them with all his might. When Sun tried to get up, he couldn't understand where they were because this place didn't look like an estate at all, and he was worried about how exactly the guy managed to move them. Without thinking twice, he nevertheless got up and started running again with an attack on Tan because he could not leave everything like that and wanted to take revenge on him for such disrespect towards him. But when he approached him, he couldn't touch him in any way, since the guy dodged every one of his blows, which made Sun even more angry. While dodging, Tan watched his swordsmanship, which still couldn't compare to Namgungjung's skills, but the master's speed was good. When Song stopped to catch his breath, Tan told him that he now understood why Sato and Namgungjung did not want to deal with the new faction, because his sword technique was crude like a vagabond, and the same was with his behavior. He also added that his way of thinking made Yule his enemy, and that someone like him could not be called a martial arts master, because he had nothing in common with them. Upon hearing this, Song began to attack Tan even more furiously. But the guy didn't let him get closer and kicked the ground with all his might, which began to crack under the master's feet, and the explosion wave threw him back several meters. Standing up, Song did not understand how this was possible, because he had always been considered a powerful person. But in front of Tan, it was as if he was a mouse that could do nothing to a huge beast. Suddenly, Tan appeared behind him and asked if the master was scared, but he seemed speechless from fear and could not figure out how the guy managed to move so quickly. After that, Tan returned back to the estate and told about their battle. When Sato heard this, he began to laugh furiously and even fell to the ground. He was amused that such a great master lost. Tan, in turn, was amazed, because he had never seen anyone like Song before and did not expect that someone so outstanding would try to escape without a fight. He added that if this is the strongest person in the new faction, then after such a defeat it would be better for them not to be seen at all, and Namgungjung supported his words. Sato was sure that Sun would certainly survive because he had all the necessary skills for this, after all. Now the master felt the difference between him and the owner of the estate. Listening to Tan, he thought about it, because now he was only concerned about one thing, namely, how Jangan and Samte were coping with their task. The demon cult's estate that is surrounded by the heavenly mountains and is several times larger than the imperial palace is currently home to about 100,000 people, which is why it is called the cult of 100,000 demons. Inside, there is a huge labyrinth, and the closer to the center, the more numerous groups that are the main forces of the cult are encountered along the way. However, contrary to all the confusing rumors that circulate about the demonic cult, there is a village on its outskirts that attracts people who do not possess martial arts. It was to this village that Samti and Jangan arrived. The guy immediately sat down on the ground because he was very tired from the long journey and invited his partner to join him. He sat down but still scolded the guy for not thinking about his safety at all, because they could be attacked at any moment. But Samti didn't care because all he was interested in was what they would do next. From what he saw, the outskirts of the heavenly mountains were just an ordinary village where merchants sold their goods and farmers were engaged in agriculture. And although there were a couple of hooligans walking around on the street, you could meet them anywhere. Jangan agreed with him, but he found it strange that there were no cultists in charge in the village, since as the king of the vagabonds he had traveled around the central plains, and there had always been such people in the villages here. He suggested that the guy go a little further to better explore the situation, but Samta did not want to do this because only followers of the cult could enter there. Seeing his determined face, Samti realized that they had no other choice, so he agreed, but warned that in the event of a dangerous situation, he would immediately run away. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, the blood demon was watching Hyukmun, whom he had hung on a pole and who was constantly repeating the same thing, wanting to destroy Namgungjung. The blood demon was glad that he had finally found a suitable person for revenge. Manhwa approached him saying that the master did not look in the best condition and his energy was unstable. The demon agreed with him because Heckman was heartbroken over his dead son. He approached him and said that he would definitely be able to avenge him. The demon took a bottle with bloody liquid and began to pour it on him. He believed that the only thing a person who shared everything could do was to rise from his knees with the intention of destroying the culprit. The demon continued to pour water on him and regretted that Heckman had reached the limit of his talent because there was nowhere else to improve. But he knew what would help him become stronger, and this was his death, and after a new rebirth, at that moment the demon's eyes were seething with excitement and impatience to do what he had planned. He wanted Heckman to serve him and provide him with the ground for his future struggle, and he also did this in order to create a stronger and more chaotic Murim, in contrast to the peaceful current one. For this he dealt him one fatal blow with a knife. The demon thought that Tan had changed too much, because he still remembered the thirst he felt for bloodshed, and now his face was too calm and without a single desire to destroy. He didn't understand what made Tan become like this, and he didn't like it at all. So he was going to return everything to 1,000 years ago, when there was only bloodshed around, since Demon was sure that this was their fate. At the same time, Tang and the merchant arrived at the place where the famous wine from Lake Dongchonho is produced, namely the Shaoxing wine of the Hoen clan. Looking at the estate, Tanu became curious about what events in the past could have led to the decline of the clan, which had previously been so successful in trading wine. They went inside and started calling the owners, but no one answered their call, so the merchant decided to go and check if there was anyone in the house. Suddenly, a girl who looked not very neat came out to them. Tan asked who she was, and she answered that she was the owner of this building named Ji. The guy was surprised that someone lived in such an abandoned place, but in turn, Ji was unfriendly and demanded that they explain why they came to her. Otherwise, she threatened to report to the authorities about illegal entry into someone else's territory. When they finally found a common language, the girl invited them into the house and treated them to tea. Tan felt a very strong smell of medicinal herbs and asked what she was doing. Ji said that initially her clan was engaged in medicine, but the elders liked making wine more, which eventually became famous. Hearing this, Tan asked why she did not continue making wine. The girl replied that he was not the first to ask such a question, but she was not going to do something that was the direct cause of the collapse of the family. Even after so many years, fear grips her every time she remembers what happened. She told Tan that her parents literally died because of this damned wine, and she did not want to discuss anything like that anymore. In turn, Tan said that rumors say the opposite and the wine of the Hoen clan was the best in the Central Plains. Jin replied that all this is in the past, since the current leaders are the Chumun clan. Tan walked from side to side and noticed several barrels of wine. Having tried it, he told Ji that it was not so good, but not bad at all, and now it became clear to him why Chumun wine is better. The girl jumped up and irritably shouted at the guy that she had not prepared this wine for comparison, but Tan calmly answered her that nevertheless the idea of wine did not leave her. He approached her and told her to continue producing wine, and he would make her long-time dream come true. But Ji didn't think the guy knew what she really dreamed about. Smiling, Tan, with full anticipation of revenge, answered her that her dream was to completely wipe the Chumun clan off the face of the earth, and he was right. Returning back to the estate, Tan came not alone but with Ji. She immediately met Somi, and on the way to the house she was interested in who he really was. Tan replied that he was just the father of a little girl, but Ji knew that he was lying to her because looking around, the estate seemed too huge to her and looked even bigger than the imperial palace, which meant that the guy was very rich. Finding herself on the edge of the abyss, she followed him, not even sure that she could completely trust him. But still she thought that perhaps this place would become her new home. Suddenly, the leader of Sato called Guan and ordered him to take the girl to take a bath because she had a very unpleasant smell. Hearing this, the girl immediately took her words back and decided to return home as quickly as possible. Once she had finished all the procedures and put away her things, Ji began to prepare the wine. All this time, Somi was watching her and asked what she was doing. The girl said that she was checking the availability of ingredients for the production of medicinal wine. Somi started shouting that she would also help her with this. Ji thought that the girl was too cute, and for a second she felt what it was like to have younger brothers or sisters. She wasn't sure if it was worth teaching such a little girl the technology of making alcoholic drinks, but on the other hand, she herself had learned it at a much earlier age, so she allowed Somi to join. When they left the house to get the necessary herbs, the Namgung and Tan family watched them from around the corner with curiosity. The master believed that the descendant of the Hoen clan in the person of this girl had a great future, and Somi, in turn, was worried that they should not allow Somi to spend time with her. Tan looked at Ji silently and thought that it would be good for her to experience the taste of disappointment, although perhaps she could do something good. When they came to the lawn, Ji asked Somi to collect the plants they needed for wine, and the girl happily went to do her favorite thing. Looking around, Ji noticed that there were medicinal plants everywhere in this place, and did not understand why none of the herbalists came here. Somi desperately collected everything in a row, both plants and weeds, watching her. Ji envied her a little because the girl lives in such a huge estate and she hardly had to do something like that. A few hours later, they finished picking flowers, and Somi showed her basket to Ji. The girl praised her and noted that she had worked there even better than her. Suddenly, Ji took out several plants and noticed that Somi had collected them just perfectly neatly, leaving the roots and leaves clean. She was amazed that the girl had managed to do it so masterfully, because such plants were of the highest quality and could well be sold in a pharmacy. Until recently, collecting medicinal herbs was her life's work, but she could not even imagine that she would meet a child who benefits from it more easily than her, and that was where they ended and decided to return home. When Ji returned, she started cooking and told about every step she took. Somi suddenly approached her with a pot and asked her to teach her how to make wine herself. Ji agreed and warned her that she should never try the wine. After which they stood together, and the girl began to teach Somi every step, and hoping that their wine would be at least a little better than that of her rivals. A few days later, Ji brought a bottle of ready wine to Tan. She also told Allah that she had prepared quite a lot, and if it really turned out tasty, then they could start selling it. Tan began to try the wine, and Ji watched him, and was very nervous without realizing it. After trying it, Tan told her that the wine tasted much better than what he drank at her house. The girl was happy for a second, but Tan continued to say that the wine had only gotten better because she was now using good quality ingredients, and not because her skills had improved, so not much had changed. Ji was upset because she expected a better result since the collected herbs were of the highest quality, but she did not think at all that the problem would be different. Tan gave the wine to the masters to try and added that no one would pay a lot of money for it, just to take a sip. Suddenly, Somi ran up to Tan and asked him to try her wine, which she had prepared herself. Tan was very surprised, but still took the bottle and decided to try it. When he opened it, he felt an unusual smell that everyone else also felt, and were simply delighted with it. The masters immediately rushed to Tan and began to ask him to share the wine with them, but he did not want to share it with him at all. After tasting it, Sato confirmed that this wine could compete with all the famous wines he had ever drunk in his life, because it was truly incredible in taste. In turn, Ji also wanted to try it because the smell from it was simply amazing, but she was worried that it would taste completely different. When she took a sip, it was as if she was transported to another world because the taste of the wine was so amazing that it was hard to believe it. She immediately ran up to Somi and, taking her hands, asked her to teach her how to make the same wine. A month later, news broke out in the Chuman clan that the Hoenn clan had started producing wine again, but the Chuman leader couldn't believe it. Then his subordinate took 2 bottles of wine out of his pocket and said that one of them was sold for 10 coins, and the second for 20. When Chumun saw them, he could not understand the difference. He explained to the owner that these were different varieties, and that what was on the left was no longer available at the market, since high-ranking officials were trying to get their hands on wine by any means necessary, even if they had to give up their entire salary. The leader first sipped the wine that was cheaper, and immediately realized that it was the work of Ji, because the taste was very similar. But when he sipped the more expensive one, he realized that it really tasted like old wine and was superior to it, although the first one was also not bad, but incomparable to the original. The story of how the emperor, unable to forget the taste of the Hoenn clan's wine, personally went to look for it is widely known among the people, and if Hoenn returns again, the Chuman clan will be in great danger. The leader asked his subordinate who dared to provide the Hoenn clan with ingredients and who was distributing this wine, and the servant said that it was the merchants from the Golden Ring. Hearing this, the leader was surprised how such a tiny trading guild could do something like this, so he ordered them to keep an eye on them and report everything to him. Meanwhile, Ji stood over the barrel and scolded herself for not being able to repeat the recipe. She didn't understand what was wrong with her and didn't know how to fix it. Suddenly, Tan entered the room, and seeing her in such a state, he realized that she was unable to prepare an option that would completely satisfy her. The girl explained that no matter what she did, she could not reach Somi's level, although she followed the recipe completely and still nothing worked. Tan replied to Ji that Somi was a special child. She liked people. She was very affectionate and would happily take care of everyone in the area, and he also thought that she was very lucky. Ji didn't understand why he was saying this, but Tan continued and said that Somi was blessed with luck by the heavens themselves, so she would achieve a good result no matter what she took on. Tan looked at Ji and said that she couldn't surpass Somi just by repeating after her, so he suggested that she cook something of her own. His words struck the girl and made her think. When Tan went outside where Sato was waiting for him, he told the guy that he was right, and someone really was trying to find out information about them. The guy guessed that it was the Chumun clan since Somi wine had become popular. But Tan thought that they were giving up their move so soon. Salo suggested that their rivals' patience was running out, since this wine was making their position even more precarious. Tan asked how their merchant was doing, and Sato said that everything was going as it should, and despite the fact that he was raising the price for every new batch of Somi wine, it was still selling out. Sato also added that the merchant was good at running a business even with his lack of skill in some areas, but the leader did not understand why, with such skills, he only had a small shop. Tan was glad to hear this, and his gaze gave Sato goosebumps. It seemed to him that Tan saw right through people and was so perceptive that he was able to recognize a talented person at first sight. Neither he nor Namgung Jeong had such abilities. although they were both leaders of large associations, and he was interested in who taught Tan all this. He has amazing combat skills, excellent knowledge in various fields, as well as vast experience and an overwhelming aura. If someone had even one of these qualities, he could already rule the Central Plains, and if Tang told Sato that he was the god of war, he would believe it without hesitation. The leader turned to the boy and asked what they would do next, and Tang ordered him to contact the county chief Hong, as he intended to send the wine to the imperial family. Sato was surprised because a huge amount of wine was sold to the imperial chancery, and he probably intended to intercept it and leave the Chumun clan with nothing. Without thinking twice, Sato went to the department to quickly organize everything, although he did not even have time to understand how he was already carrying out Tan's tasks as if he were his servant. But he decided not to focus on this and left. Meanwhile, the subordinate reported to the leader of Chumun that Koan Hoen had started making deliveries to the imperial palace. This news shocked him because this deal belonged to them. Then the subordinate asked the leader if he knew about a man named Hong, who captured Pek San, returned the golden Buddha statue and defeated countless bandits, and was trusted by the central department as well as the imperial palace. The leader replied that he had heard about it but did not understand what it had to do with it. Then the subordinate explained that most likely there was some kind of agreement between him and the Hoen clan. Upon hearing this, the leader was in a complete stupor and did not understand how this was possible. At the same time, Tang rode in a carriage with the county chief and notified him to take the wine to the imperial palace. Hong had heard that the Hoen clan had once again started selling their famous wine. He searched everywhere but could not find it, and could not even imagine that production was carried out right in the Tan estate. Tan confirmed his suspicions, but also added that the one who made the wine was Somi, so it doesn't really belong to the Hoen clan. Hong was shocked by this news. Once again, he was convinced of how talented the girl was, and now he was even more sure that she would become his daughter-in-law. Tan also said that his merchant would go with the chief, who would take care of all trade matters, and he only needed to introduce him to the imperial palace, and Hong accepted his request, saying that he could count on him. Since they had no way to hire decent bodyguards with the Golden Ring Guild's finances, Tang informed the leader that Guan would be going with them, and Hong was a little scared when he heard this. The cart stopped immediately, and looking out the window, the chief saw the merchant and Guan. He thought that there was nothing complicated in transporting wine, but they would be accompanied by a martial arts master, and now he understood that the task was not so simple. Suddenly, Sohee approached the cart and said that she would also accompany the chief in order to somehow earn her bread, and Tan agreed to her proposal. When they all got into the cart, Tan decided that they could now set off and wished them good luck and a safe journey, although he understood that someone would definitely want to block their path. Suddenly, he heard a scream, and when he turned around, he saw Ji running towards them with all her might. Tan did not understand why she suddenly became active and asked what she needed. When she learned that they were sending wine to the imperial palace, she wanted Tang to try the wine she had just made before sending it. Tan took the wine and after tasting it said that it had an interesting honey taste and was very different from Somi wine, which meant that it could proudly be called a new type of wine produced by the Hoen clan. Ji was simply delighted by his praise because she had finally managed to create a new type of wine. Sohee and Hong looked out from the cart, and they also wanted to try the new type of wine. The Somi wine was special, but this honey wine was also a success, and in addition, its taste has something that the Somi wine does not have, namely experience. Tan was surprised that this sign could be felt on the tongue. He lived more than 1,000 years, but it turned out that he could still be surprised by something. He remembered how in the past he often enjoyed honey wine alone, and now he had a big family, and this made him feel very warm in his soul. At the same time, in the demonic cult, Jangan and Samte were thrown into prison, although the guy thought that such treatment was too cruel, but the robber replied that they simply should not have gone there in the first place. But Samte thought his plan to dress up as cultists was just perfect. But because of this, they were quickly caught and beaten with whips for several days in a row. He also believed that Jangan was to blame for everything because he bragged about his fighting skills, but in fact, he immediately lost. In response, Jangan said that he simply did not know that he would be poisoned with a paralyzing poison. In turn, Jangan believed that Samte was to blame for everything, because after he mentioned the leader of Sado, everyone immediately began to look at them askance. And in the end, the guys could not stand it, began to quarrel and started to fight, trying to prove who was right. When they calmed down, Samte found it strange that the demonic cultists had treated them so rudely, because in his opinion, they should have felt deep devotion to their leader. But they didn't even try to find out who was in front of them, but immediately beat them up and threw them into prison. Jangan thought about it, because the guy was right that no one would take on such responsibility without properly checking who they really were to the cult leader. Suddenly, an unknown man crawled out of a dark corner of the dungeon. When the guys saw him, they became wary because they didn't know that there was anyone else in the dungeon. They immediately began to question the man about why he had been silent all this time. The man asked with concern in his voice if they knew the leader of Sado and if he was alive. When Samta nodded in confirmation, he breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders at that moment. Looking at the old man, Jangan did not feel any thirst for bloodshed coming from him, which meant that he was not hostile towards Sado, but for what sins he was in the dungeon was not clear. Samti asked the man his name, and he replied that his name was Fangu, and that he had once been an advisor to the demonic cult. Jangan, hearing his name, immediately remembered that the man was the leader's chief advisor and was shocked at how this could happen. They immediately thought that a riot had broken out in the demonic cult, but then Fangu suddenly coughed and, with difficulty pronouncing words, croaked that Black Wind was to blame for everything. Hearing this, they froze in shock. Without thinking twice, Samte began to kick the bars with rage. He understood that it was pointless, but he couldn't just sit and wait for a miracle. Jangan looked around and noticed that there was not a single guard nearby, which meant that the prison was reliably protected from escapes, and yet he hoped that there would be at least the slightest chance to get out of here. The old man told them that the bars were made of special steel, and nothing but the spiral heavenly art could destroy them. After hearing this, Jangan sat down on the ground and told Samte to stop wasting his strength, because in this world only one person possesses this art, and that was the leader Sado himself. He said that the spiral heavenly art was only passed down between heavenly demons, and since the leader was currently in Hunan, they had no choice but to remain locked up. Samte glanced sideways at Jangan and thought that he was mistaken. Instead of unnecessary words, he simply raised his hand, and the next moment, the air vibrated, and a glow flashed before the astonished gazes. Samte activated that very skill, clearly making it clear that they still had a chance to get out. The advisor was shocked by what he saw and could not understand how the guy could master such art, and Samte explained to him that the leader himself taught him this. He said that he was forced to train until he lost consciousness, and as soon as he came to, everything was repeated again, and this happened many times until the guy finally mastered the technique. Advisor Fang was impressed that the cult leader had shown such great generosity to the boy and taught him the heavenly demon spiral heavenly art. When Samte heard this, he was amazed because he had learned that very sacred technique. Fangu and Jangan could not believe their ears. They looked at him in amazement, not understanding how he could teach such a thing without realizing what exactly he was learning. At the same time, the leader of Sado was lying next to Somi, not knowing what to do with himself. Samtai was not there to make fun of him, and Guan and Sohee had left. Now he was incredibly bored and did not know how to spend his time. He had no choice but to amuse himself by squeezing Somi's cheeks while she was sleeping, all because he couldn't think of anything more interesting. Suddenly Tan approached him, noticing that the leader was sitting idle. Sado, in turn, answered the guy that it would be better if he sent him on some errand, but Tan thought that the leader was doing quite well without work. The leader asked Tan when Samte would return, because it seemed to him that he was too late on the mission. The guy answered him that he would soon return safe and sound. Sado thought that Samte was easy to destroy, and did not understand where Tan got such confidence that everything would be okay with him. Tan, however, reminded the leader that he himself taught the guy the sacred technique of the heavenly demon, which means that everything will definitely be okay with him. Sato was surprised that Tan knew about this and confirmed that he really taught Samte some techniques. But he did it because difficult times could soon come, because they crossed the path not only of the gold merchants, but also of the Chumun clan. Tan realized that Sato knew about this clan firsthand, and the leader said that he once decided to send several subordinates to them to try to make a deal. But nothing came of it, and Tan was surprised by this. The leader continued to tell, and said that everyone he sent was destroyed, so he is sure that something is definitely happening in that clan, and they should not act rashly and get into trouble. Tan smiled sarcastically and asked if Sato was going to leave the Chumun clan alone after this, or would he still take some measures. Sato believed that he was too old to start a war, but he would gladly take revenge for his people. In an instant, his eyes lit up with a thirst for revenge, and he warned Tan that if he had such an opportunity, he would definitely wipe them off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Mountains, they were looking everywhere for the escaped guys who also took Advisor Fang with them. There were so many warriors that Samt began to worry that they might be caught again. Jangan explained to him that this was the first time that someone had managed to escape from their prison, and that was why they were so desperate and did everything to find the fugitives. Samte understood that the situation was very bad, and they were still within the Heavenly Mountains, so he began to think about what to do next. Suddenly, the advisor started coughing again and asked them to leave him there, but Samte started to calm him down and asked him not to give up, because once they got to the estate, they would be safe there. But Fangu asked the guy to tell the cult leader that he should never return here because there was no longer any reason for that. Having heard this, Samte did not understand what the advisor meant, and he told him that all the people who swore allegiance to the leader were destroyed, and the demonic cult was captured by the holy demon of the Black Wind. This information shocked Samts and Jangan because they could not believe how one person could take over an entire cult. Fangu knew that it was hard to believe, but that was exactly how it was, so he ordered them to leave and inform the cult leader about the coup and also to help him if necessary. Samta noticed that at the moment of approaching death, the advisor regained his sanity, but despite this, the guy was scared and shocked that the holy demon of the Black Wind was so strong. In turn, the advisor told the guys that if they ran to the northeast, they would be able to get out of the Heavenly Mountains, because he would not last long anyway, but he would try to buy them as much time as possible. They decided to listen to his advice, and at the end, Samta told the advisor that he would certainly avenge him, after which they decided to immediately set off on their journey. When they started to follow the path that the old man advised them to, they were immediately noticed by cultists and immediately started to pursue them. Samte didn't understand why they were running after them for so long, but Jangan was more worried about the guy because he had lost a lot of strength and asked if he was okay. But he replied that he was fine and that he was definitely not going to die in this place, because his time would come when he grew old, and then Somi would look after him. Jangan supported him in this, and they continued their escape with renewed strength. At the same time, the very wine was finally delivered to the imperial palace, and the first one to try it was Prince Jin Hak, who was already in anticipation of it. He wanted to taste this wine so much that he promised 2 gold coins to anyone who could find a bottle for him, but he could not even imagine that Neona would come to him on its own. Seeing that the leader had not come alone, the prince asked who this man was. Hong replied that he was the leader of the Golden Ring, who was engaged in distributing wine from the Hoan clan, which in the past supplied its products to the emperor himself. The merchant greeted the prince and informed him that by a lucky chance he had managed to recruit one of the Hoan clan members to his trading guild, so if the prince wanted, he would immediately send him a new bottle of wine. Jin Hak was pleased with this answer, but he still couldn't let the merchant do it for free, since good wine must be bought with money to be truly tasty, so he decided that next time he would personally come to drink the freshest one. The chief and the merchant looked at each other and were glad that they had succeeded, because Prince Jin Hak was especially close to the emperor and was known for leading an honest life and not being led by profits and emotions. After taking a sip of the wine, the prince was very pleased with its amazing taste, and this meant that they had just had the opportunity to supply wine to the imperial family. Meanwhile, the subordinate of the Chumun clan dealer reported to him that the Hoen clan's wine had been delivered to the imperial palace. Upon hearing this, the leader was furious because he hoped that they could stop them using good methods and even mercenaries. The servant told the leader that they had sent mercenaries, but they had all been destroyed, and so there was no way to stop them. He also said that the patrol at the imperial palace had told them that they had seen So-hee and Guan among Namgung's escorts. Hearing this, Chumun became furious and shouted explosively at his subordinate, unable to understand where the famous martial arts masters could have come from. His face distorted with anger, and his voice trembled with rage. The subordinate explained that according to information from various sources, the two were currently staying at the Tang family's estate in Akyang County, and the leader was surprised because he had never heard of such a family. Then he reminded the leader of the rumors that had recently spread throughout Akyang about old men wearing the masks of the Sword Master and the General of the Demonic Heavens. Chumun clearly remembered these conversations because they said that as soon as someone started causing trouble, these old men would immediately appear to deal with the culprit of the problems. The subordinate continued and said that they were given information by the Hao clan, and judging from it, they probably also stayed at the Tang estate, due to which they came to the conclusion that this family supported the gold ring merchants. Chumun was shocked that some people stood in his way. He also remembered about the daughter of the Hoen clan, but the subordinate replied that they did not have any information about her. The leader guessed that she was most likely also in Tang's estate and decided to deal with her first. He ordered his subordinate to write a letter to the Hunan Trade Guild asking them to put pressure on, or better yet, get rid of the golden ring merchants. The servant nodded approvingly and also asked what they should do with the Tang family, and the leader, without thinking twice, said that they should send a request to the killer's pavilion. The servant broke out in a sweat from what he heard. He knew that the killer pavilion was the strongest mercenary group in the Central Plains. Their people prided themselves on the fact that they could kill anyone, even the emperor himself, for a good amount of money. After some time, an attack did occur at the Tang family estate, but they were able to stop them. The leader Sado looked at the bodies of the immobilized criminals and tried to catch his breath from the heavy fighting. Namgunjong came up to him and dragged another body. Deciding that they were mercenaries from the killer's pavilion, Sado confirmed his guess and said that they attacked very suddenly. Chan said that according to rumors, the most brutal mercenaries are among them, and some consider them to be the strongest group in the Central Plains. Sado did not understand only one thing, why these bandits targeted them, and decided that the Chumun clan was involved in this. Namgunjong told the dealer that there was no evidence that it was them, but Sado didn't care because it was all obvious anyway. But the most important thing was that they dared to send mercenaries to the estate where Somi lives, and this greatly angered and enraged both martial artists, and they began to lose patience, and the energy of revenge boiled in their bodies. After some time, Captain Moon and his squad found Advisor Fang, and seeing him, the advisor immediately realized that he had gone over to the enemy's side. His betrayal was the only thing the advisor could not understand, because the cult leader had created and raised his squad, and it was thanks to him that Moon was in such a high position. In turn, Captain Moon replied that in the demonic cult, the strongest survives, and the advisor knew this very well. However, he still could not believe that he had so quickly turned away from the master to whom he had dedicated his entire life, and he did not understand whether the Black Wind Demon was really that strong. Moon believed that he had no right to mention the strength of the current leader, but the strength of the former cult leader, who was only merciful to his subordinates, was incomparable. He repeated his question about where their former leader was, but Fang was not going to tell him anything and asked him to destroy him quickly. The captain felt sorry to destroy someone so talented, but he still decided to do it, and with a quick movement of his sword cut off his head. His squad was shocked. They did not believe until the very end that their captain was capable of such cruelty. In turn, Moon, not paying attention to their shock, strictly ordered to find the rest of the fugitives, who should know where the former leader of the cult was hiding. Looking at the motionless body of the advisor, Moon regretted only the time lost on him. Imprisoning him, and confusing him was a mistake. He was sure that they could have achieved greater success if they had tried to pull him over to their side. After all sorts of torture, the advisor could no longer recover, so Moon believed that he died senselessly, and he was angry that they had not yet caught the escapees, because this was their only clue so far. Meanwhile, Samta dealt with the next pursuers. Watching him, Jangan did not understand how he was able to do it faster than him. The guy started searching the bandits to make sure they didn't have anything important. All he could find was silver coins, which he gave to his partner and said that he was heading east and was now alone. Hearing this, Jangan did not understand his decision, and Samte explained that he would go in the opposite direction to throw the bandits off the path, and Jangan would catch up with him later. He also asked him to stay alive. After which Samta immediately set off on his way and thought over the plan along the way. He took off one thing from the pursuers' clothes, which was a signal flare, which they were supposed to launch as soon as they found the target. After he had gotten far enough away from Jangan, he would use it, thereby luring his pursuers into a trap, and using the art of movement, which was his strong point, he was going to immediately disappear. Having reached far enough, Samte began to rest, but suddenly heard a strange noise behind him. A man suddenly appeared in front of him and said that he noticed an unusual movement of the wind and was not mistaken because he managed to catch the guy. The seven-story man was irritated and also surprised that he was able to track people by the movement of the wind, which meant that his skills were quite good. The guy prepared to attack, taking out his dagger, but the mysterious man ordered him to surrender, considering him an unworthy opponent, and before he could come to his senses, Samte was instantly wounded. Samta managed to dodge a serious injury and turned to the stranger, trying to understand who he was. Looking at the guy, the master did not understand how this was possible, because he was sure that his sword definitely got him, but he could not destroy him. He answered the guy that if he wanted to know who he was, he should go to the next world and ask those he had already destroyed, and the next moment the master appeared in front of Samte with incredible speed, intending to destroy him. The guy began to quickly dodge his attacks, and the master realized that he was relying on his speed, so he began to deliver more furious blows that were difficult for the guy to dodge. The master seemed to anticipate his every move. He attacked the guy again, and he barely managed to dodge, flying a short distance away. But for the master, it didn't matter how fast his opponent was, because it was all useless. He attacked again, not giving Samte the slightest chance to catch his breath. With a powerful blow, he hit him so hard that the boy crashed into the wall like a projectile and momentarily lost consciousness from the pain. Captain Moon stood in front of him. He brought Samte to his senses and, looking him straight in the eyes, asked who sent him to the demonic cult. Was it really the same owner of the estate that the guy mentioned earlier? He continued asking questions, but Samta, who was twisted in pain, did not say a word. So the captain gloomily threatened that even if he remained silent, he would still find all their people and destroy each one. Moon decided that the guy had already given up since he had completely stopped moving, so he swung his sword at him and decided to destroy him. But suddenly Samte stopped his attack and the captain saw a familiar technique. With his last strength, the guy used the spiral heavenly art technique and hit the enemy with all his might. At that very moment, the enemy was defeated. Samte could not believe that he had won, and joy overwhelmed him because he had defeated the one he considered invincible. The next day, the leader's subordinate Chumun reported to him that their plan had failed again. Upon hearing this, the leader was furious because he had paid a whole bunch of money to a pavilion of the best killers who had failed to complete such a simple task. In turn, the subordinate said that they received information according to which the hotel, which was the headquarters of the killer's pavilion, was razed to the ground. A few days ago, the mercenaries continued to attack the estate, and the leader of Sado was very unhappy with this, so he decided to simply destroy their headquarters to get rid of them once and for all. The masters gathered together with Tan to discuss what was happening, and the first to speak was Namgung Jong, who was worried about who could leak information about them. Leader Sado had a hunch as to who it might be and had several ideas, but it was most likely the work of the Chuman clan merchants. And the previous ideas concerned the Hao sect and the Vagabond Alliance. The former were from the new faction, while the latter belonged to the old laws and could only provide information about their actions to the Murim Alliance. Tan thought about it because now they were dealing with three suspects: the Hao sect, the Vagabond Alliance, and the Killer Pavilion. Sato added that he knew that the Assassin's Pavilion had another unit in Changsha Province. In the past, he himself trained assassins known as the Silver Shadow Squad, so he knew something about such groups. He had also been hunting the King of Assassins for a long time, and when the opportunity presented itself, the leader would destroy him without hesitation, so he decided to take over the pavilion and deal with them alone. In turn, Namgungjong decided to go to the Vagabond Union. Hearing this, Sato warned him that if he goes against them, their leader will be very unhappy about it. The leader of the 100,000 vagabonds is one of the 5 kings, and he will destroy anyone who dares to cross his sect. But Namgungjong told Sato that he has no reason to worry because he will just talk to him nicely. Tan smiled as he got the Hao sect. After the night fell, he decided that they needed to sort everything out as soon as possible. Before Somi woke up, and without wasting time, they immediately went to carry out their tasks. When Tang arrived at the Hao sect's Akiana branch, there was a lot of noise around him, and visitors were watching him, trying to figure out who he was. Not paying any attention to them, he immediately headed inside in search of their leader. But suddenly 2 robbers blocked his path and said that people like him were not allowed to enter further. Tan asked why he couldn't go through, and they told him that only special clients who had made an appointment with the owner of the house could go upstairs. The guy smiled at them and ordered them to immediately report to their master that a special client had arrived, and if he didn't want to end up with bones, he'd better hurry. Hearing this, they immediately rushed to attack the uninvited guest, but Tan quickly dealt with them and went up to the 2nd floor. On the 2nd floor, bandits were also waiting for him, who were ready to destroy him. But having miscalculated their strength, they found themselves in the same condition as their partners. When he went up to the 3rd floor, the same story happened there, and having dealt with everyone, Tan waited for their leader to appear. A few seconds later, from one of the rooms, the guy was attacked with shurikens that flew straight at the target and seemed about to hit him. Dodging the attack, Tan burst into the room of the unit leader, who was seriously scared. The guy ordered him to tell where their sect leader was. Otherwise, he would immediately destroy him. When he found out where the main building of the Hao sect was, he immediately went there, and once there he found the main leader named Gu, who, without suspecting anything, asked who had come to see him. Without thinking twice, Tan threw the leader into the wall with a powerful kick and said that he had been leading the bandits for too long, so it was time for him to rest. Leader Gu was shocked because, with just one blow, Tan was able to completely paralyze his movements. He tried to find out why the guy came to him and what he needed. But he didn't say anything and hit the leader again, after which he couldn't stand it and fell to his knees and began to beg Tan for mercy. Tang was surprised that a martial artist was begging for his mercy, but Gu replied that he was only the leader of the Hao sect and was only good at selling information. He would never dare to call himself a martial artist. In turn, Tang grabbed his face and warned him never to trade information about the Hunan family again in his life, and he nodded approvingly in response. He also added that he needed all the information about the red-haired man and about Manhwa. Leader Gu answered the guy that he didn't know anything about the man with red hair, but he had information about Manhwa, and it was quite expensive. Upon hearing this, Tan looked at him threateningly again, and he immediately understood everything. Meanwhile, Namgungjong destroyed the entire Vagabond Alliance, leaving only one old man, and he clearly wasn't going to give up so easily. Looking at him, the master could not understand why a simple 3rd-rank vagabond became the leader of the local division of the sect, because this was the worst thing one could do. Hearing this, the old man was furious because he could not allow anyone to insult his union. He immediately filled his body with energy and decided to attack the enemy. But he suddenly disappeared, and after a few seconds appeared behind the leader. Grabbing him by the throat, he said in a cold voice that the leader should be grateful to him, because if someone else were in his place, he would not see a drop of mercy. Namgungjong added that this was the first and last warning, and if they dared to sell information about the Hunan Tang family again, they would definitely be finished. Hearing this, the leader was shocked that the stranger had destroyed his entire sect just for these words. At the same time, Sato arrived at the Assassin's Pavilion and immediately destroyed their subordinate. Looking back, he realized that he would not be able to see their king, and was upset because now he would not be so happy. A second later, bandits surrounded him and pressed their swords to his neck. One of them grinned and said that he himself had saved them from having to look for him, and therefore, as a sign of gratitude, his death would be quick and without suffering. In response, Sato only said that it would be too boring, because if it weren't for his personal scores, he would have regretted 1,000 times that he hadn't chosen another place. He didn't need to go that far, but it seemed that the owner of the estate wanted to eliminate all factors that posed a threat. But because the Akian Assassins Pavilion unit decided that it had the right to break into other people's houses without permission, Sato was ready to wipe them off the face of the earth and immediately rushed into the attack. Now, when the leader of the Chumun clan learned about the destruction of the Assassins Pavilion, he was simply shocked by this news, because it was impossible to believe. But the subordinate only confirmed that it was true and that there was nothing left of the hotel in Akiana. He also said that the Vagabond Union and the Hao sect refused to provide any information about the Hunan Tang family. The leader was shocked, because it was from their clan that the Vagabond Union received most of its income. He could not believe that they dared to betray him, and also the Hao sect, which had always been known for being ready to do anything for money. Outraged by the current situation, the leader believed that the sudden change in the behavior of the sects was too strange, so he ordered to contact the gold merchants and find out the reason. When the subordinate left his office, the leader turned to the man standing in the shadows and asked what he thought about it. But he replied that he had no desire to get involved in their affairs. In turn, the leader believed that he had to help in the current situation because he received enough profit by cooperating with them, and told him that they would soon need his help. The leader was seething with rage that someone dared to stand in his way. He was sure that as soon as he got to them, he would tear them apart without thinking for a second. Meanwhile, his old acquaintance Chun and the leader of all the merchants in Hunan province came to the merchant's shop. His arrival greatly surprised the guy, since they had not seen each other for more than 20 years. In turn, Chun reminded the guy that it was thanks to him that he was now in such a good position, because then he took pity on him and helped him, and now the guy rose from the dirt and even opened his own shop. The merchant remembered everything perfectly well, as it was hard for him to forget the time when his entire family was treated like cattle. Smiling, he answered Chun that despite his thriving business, he was still not his equal. The leader confirmed his words and asked about his connection with the Hoen clan. The guy said that he was just lucky to make a deal with them, and now he trades in wine. Despite this, Chun believed that it still could not compare with the wine of the Chumun clan. But the merchant refuted his words, because recently his wine was sold at quite high prices. The leader was irritated by such insolence of the guy. But he said that he was only proud of his goods and was not trying to humiliate his rivals. In response, Chun decided to offer him a deal since the merchant owed him money. So the leader said that he would take his wine and the daughter of the Hoen clan for himself, and in exchange he would give him 50 gold coins. Having counted the money, the merchant answered the leader that this amount would not cover even a minimal percentage of the cost of the wine, and besides, he was not the owner of the shop and could not make such a decision on his own. Chun was seething with rage and decided that the guy was simply deceiving him and threatened him that if he lied, it would play a cruel joke on him and shorten his life. The merchant looked confidently at Chun and said that he did not need to be intimidated, and added that of the two of them, he was definitely not the one who needed to worry about his life. Suddenly, Tan entered the shop and noticed that it was too noisy. The merchant immediately introduced him to the leader of the Huan merchants. Tan asked what they were discussing, and the merchant said that the leader offered to buy out all the wine of the Hoen clan, and for this he was offering 50 gold coins. Hearing this, Tan was surprised and asked the leader for permission to make him a counteroffer, but without thinking twice he agreed, because they always knew how to negotiate. Tan threw 1 silver coin on the table and said that he would give it to him, and in exchange he would give him the entire Huan Merchants Guild. The leader was shocked by his offer because it was a direct insult to his honor. In turn, Tan added that he would also take his life. Hearing this, Chun flared up with rage and immediately shouted to his subordinates to teach the guy manners. Suddenly, Tana was surrounded by several masked warriors pointing their swords at him, saying that there was simply nowhere to go because they were too close. Suddenly, he kicked the ground with all his might, and a powerful wave broke all the bandits' blades, thereby ending their battle. With a smirk, Tan looked at the leader and said that they were not worth even 1 silver coin. He asked if the leader wanted to continue the fight. But he accepted his defeat and immediately left their shop, saying that he would never forgive him for such humiliation. On the way home, the subordinate approached the leader and said that the guy was definitely a martial arts master and their clan should definitely not be underestimated. The leader answered him that they would finish off the merchants anyway, even if they didn't want to, because that was the order of the Chumun clan. But the subordinate decided that perhaps they just wanted to use them and get rid of them because they were no longer useful. But Chun couldn't believe it, because he knew that his people brought huge amounts of money to the Chumun clan, and he was sure that over the years they had developed good relations. So he believed that they were the ones who were entrusted with this task as the most responsible and closest members of his circle. He asked who was currently doing business with the merchants of the Golden Ring, and his subordinate told him that in addition to the inns, all the rich people living in the Akyan district were buying up the Hoen clan's wine. The leader ordered to put pressure on them and warn them that if they continued in the same spirit, they would fail. He was sure that the merchants only had a small shop in which there was no extra money, and without funds, they would not last long. A few days later, Namgung-jung and leader Sado went fishing, although the leader didn't really like this activity, but for the Sword King, it was a real outlet. Suddenly, the peace was broken by a merchant who rushed to them in a panic and told them that their storeroom had been robbed and all the money and wine had been stolen. The merchant told Tan about this, and also that Chief Hong had conducted an investigation but had not been able to find any traces. The guy fell to his knees and began to blame himself for everything. Tan asked the merchant to get up and said that there was nothing wrong with that, because all people make mistakes. He said that he himself had made a lot of mistakes before he achieved anything. The merchant thanked the owner for his understanding, but Tan was determined to turn a blind eye to what had happened, and asked him to bring Guan and Sohee to him. He called Sohee with him, and she tried to find out what happened the whole way, but Tan was constantly silent, and the girl could not understand what was happening. They stopped, and Tan told her that a merchant from the Golden Ring had been robbed and had taken absolutely everything. Now they had to find the culprits and figure out who was behind it. Sohee didn't understand how they would find anyone in these back alleys, but Tan told her that the robbers were not ordinary at all, and should not be underestimated, because no ordinary thief could carry so much goods in one night. He brought her to the House-X gambling house to find out the details of the matter, but Somi doubted that anyone could help them since there were only bandits there. A man met them at the threshold and led them to the leader's room. When they sat down at the table, he told them that getting the necessary information was not so easy since the thief carefully cleaned up his tracks. Tan was surprised that even the sect couldn't handle such a simple task, but the leader thought that the guy was placing too much hope on them. He also said that they still looked in on the Hunan merchants just in case. There, they saw them looking for a place to trade, but were unable to find out any information as they were ordered to remain silent. The leader found no more evidence, so he asked Tan for more time, and then they would be able to find out something. In turn, Tang said that this would be enough for him. He threw a bag of money in front of the sect leader and asked him to find out where and when the Hunan merchants were leaving, and then sent him a letter with all the details. With that, they said goodbye, and Tan and Sohee left the building. The girl did not understand why Tan paid them so much, but he grabbed her hand and without explaining anything, told her to run. Meanwhile, the leader decided to check how many coins Tan had given him, and opening the bag, he saw that instead of coins, there was a stone and several wooden pieces. He was shocked and started screaming loudly, but Tan and Somi were already very far away at this time. Returning home, Tan asked Guan what he had found out about the Chumun clan, and he said that the clan leader had recently secretly met with Hunan merchants, and that this was before Chun came to them, which meant that they were definitely working together. However, after their meeting, the Chumun clan did not take any action. Only the leader of the Hunan merchants began to act, and Tang thought that they had agreed on all this, and the clan had to pay a lot of money for the stolen goods. Guan also said that according to rumors, Hunan merchants are preparing for some grand trip, and judging by such careful preparations, they are trying to sell the stolen goods as carefully as possible. Tan smiled slyly and decided that this was just the right time to take revenge on them and take back what was his, since they were the first to covet what was someone else's, and now it was their turn. A few days later, near Changsha province, Tan, Somi, and Guan were hiding in the forest, watching the merchant's cart, and were a little worried, because the merchants had sent a large group to sell. Somi was eager to finish this matter as soon as possible and suggested that Tan attack right now. But he decided to wait because he felt that something was wrong here and that uninvited guests might appear first. At the same time, the subordinate was shocked by such a number of people because he had never seen so many people going on a business trip. He also did not understand why they were going through the mountains and not along the convenient main road. He in turn ordered the guy to keep an eye on the surroundings because even though they were Hunan merchants, there was still a chance that they would be ambushed. The subordinate considered his transfusions empty because he was sure that no one would dare to mess with them, and the only one who could do it was Pek San, but he had already been caught a long time ago. The owner replied that they were not insured against anything, and there were plenty of crazy people who didn't know their place. He believed that a large trading group could turn the heads of ordinary passers-by. Suddenly their group stopped because there was a huge tree lying in the middle of the road, and this seemed very suspicious to them. Suddenly, bandits began to attack them, and their leader ordered to stop them at any cost, after which a fight ensued. In the end, the bandits still managed to steal the carts. The leader approached one of the remaining ones, bowed his head, and asked his master manager for forgiveness for what happened. He promised that he would immediately gather a detachment and go in pursuit of the attackers. But Mr. Juke in turn answered the guy that everything was going according to their plan, so he didn't need to worry so much. Meanwhile, the bandits hid on the outskirts of Lake Donchionho, and were happy that they had managed to rob the Hunan merchants so easily, because now this goods would be enough for them for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, guards jumped out of the carts and rushed at the robbers to arrest them. The bandits certainly did not expect such a turn of events, and the guards ordered that those who dared to resist not be spared and were ordered to be destroyed on the spot. Looking at the arrest of the robbers from Soka's side, she breathed a sigh of relief, because if they had attacked first, they would have ended up in their place. Guan Til was sure that the guards clearly did not expect to see real robbers, since they most likely prepared this patty for them, and Tan confirmed his suspicions. So he was glad that Mr. Tan had finally noticed that there were people hiding in the carts instead of goods. She had never thought that there would be guards there, and if they had managed to escape after the attack, Somi was sure that all the streets would have been plastered with wanted posters. Tan realized that he had underestimated his opponent and now he needed to come up with a new plan. At this point, they decided to end their surveillance and went home. Meanwhile, the manager of the Hunan bandits was informed that they had captured common bandits. He was annoyed because he wanted to be sure that the Tang family would take some action. He rolled his eyes and tried to figure out why their plan hadn't worked, and guessed that it was most likely the uninvited guests. Juke knew that luck was definitely on the side of the Tan family for now, but he still tried to think of something else. Meanwhile, at the Namgun estate, Zhang was impressed that his master was almost deceived. He decided that apparently they also have someone smart like Chagall, although Tan was not sure that the guy was that good. In the end, he managed to outwit him, so Tan thought about it and asked Namgung Jung to bring Chagall to him to plan something else. In the past, the Murim alliance was at the head of all factions. But when the 10 great sects weakened, and the 8 great clans that used to be the backbone of the alliance left it, and now united under the leadership of the Order of the Holy Sword. No one dared to call the alliance the center of the light factions anymore, and countless martial artists were tormented by doubts about who would be stronger, the Order of the Holy Sword or the Murim alliance. 6 of the top 10 masters sided with the Holy Sword Order, because if that tragedy had not happened to the Sword King, then the Namgung clan with the Moyeon and Chagall clans would have joined the Order. Altogether, they would have become an incredibly powerful force. But now that Elder Peng was the leader of the Holy Sword Order, people were bothering him because he couldn't gather the 8 great clans under one leadership. In order to prove that he was worthy of being considered a leader, Pan needed to at least win over the elder of the Chagal clan and make him an advisor to the Order of the Holy Sword. Looking at his portrait, Peng was upset because he still hadn't been able to find the advisor since several months had passed since he disappeared, but he needed the influence of the Chagal clan to consolidate his position. Elder Chun approached the leader and warned him that Chagal had better join the order, or else there would be no other choice, and Peng would be overthrown as leader. Peng was very angry because Master Chun was called the second king of the sword in his youth, and now that the first is no longer alive, he enjoys great respect in the order. Due to his position, Peng obediently follows his orders, but Chun still continues to spread negative remarks among the members of the association. Pan decided to attract Chagaoi to the order by any means necessary. He was sorry that he could not decide anything on his own, either by force or cunning, but he was still ready to sacrifice a lot for this. At the same time, Chagal and his daughter Yon were hiding in the forest. She was very tired of it because they had to live in incomprehensible conditions, just so that neither the Murim Alliance nor the Order of the Holy Sword would find them. Suddenly she heard a strange, threatening voice and got scared because she didn't even notice someone's presence, which meant it was a martial arts master. Turning around, they saw Gok Jin, who was Murim's enemy. He smiled sarcastically, rejoicing that no matter how much Chagal tried to hide from the pursuit squad sent by the Alliance, he was still caught. He took out his sword and without further ado decided to deal with the advisor he had been looking for so long. His eyes were full of thirst for revenge, and he rushed into the attack without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tan trained So-hee and tried to improve her swordsmanship, although he thought she should have known the basics of the art. He explained to her that this art is more suitable for women than for men, so she needed to try to reveal her inner potential. So-hee did not understand what Tan was talking about, and he told her that from swiftness comes illusion, and from it comes flow, and on this principle the boundless art of wielding the heavenly sword is built. This art became the basis for a special illusionary technique of wielding a heavenly sword, the most powerful technique of Nam Chu Ren, which was one of the 3 great heavenly arts. Hearing this, Nam Gung Jiang was surprised and could not understand how Tan knew her name. When he explained everything, Nam Gung Jiang and So-hee were shocked and could not imagine that the founder of the Namgung clan was Nam Ju Ren herself, a legendary warrior whose name has long been part of legends. Tan, looking at their reaction, didn't understand why they were so surprised, but Nam Gung Jiang explained that they didn't even know about it. The master had, of course, heard that the founder of the Namgung clan was a woman, but that was all, and they did not have any other information. He didn't expect at all that she would be one of the 3 strongest martial artists who lived in the most dangerous era of Murim during the time of the god of war. So he was shocked because she thought that Tan could not know such a thing. But he did not confirm his words, saying that they had the right not to believe him. Suddenly, Yon burst into their estate and began to beg them for help. Somi recognized her and did not understand what could have happened to her. She said that her father was in danger, and if they didn't help him, he would die. They were shocked to hear this. Nam Gun Jong asked where exactly his father was, and she said that they were in the south near Lake Dongchonho. Without thinking twice, the master immediately lied and rushed to help his advisor. Yon continued to cry, worried about her father, but So-hee calmed her down and said that her grandfather had gone to him, and now he would definitely be safe. Suddenly, Yon came to her senses and tried to understand what Somi was doing in the estate, and that man from the back really looked like the Sword King. Everything was mixed up in her head because their former leader died, and it definitely couldn't be him. Gok Jin looked at Chagal with mockery and was sure that he would easily deal with him. He did not care how long he hid and that he was still alive. For him, it was only a delay of the inevitable end. He decided to fix this and asked the advisor not to resist because his time had already come. Grabbing the sword, Gok Jin swung with all his might and dealt him a powerful blow. Gok Jin tried to destroy the advisor with this last blow, but he missed all the vital points. He was not surprised by this, because having risen to such a high position, Chagal was obliged to have good reflexes. In turn, the advisor looked at the enemy with hatred and said that the whole problem was his incompetent sword technique and was surprised by his insolent behavior despite the fact that he had no chance of winning. He looked closely at Chagall and realized that, judging by his condition, he would die even if he did nothing. Gokjin saw how life was fading in the advisor's eyes. The leader was approached by his subordinate and offered to take a break because he was cutting off heads too carefully, so they would do it instead of him to make the advisor suffer. At this time, Chagall was thinking about only one thing: whether his daughter had reached the estate, because her safety was the most important thing to him. He felt that his path was coming to an end and resigned himself to the fact that he would soon meet his leader. As soon as the subordinate raised his sword over the advisor, preparing to deliver the decisive blow, Namgung-jong suddenly appeared in front of him, and the next moment the attacker was defeated, with anger in his voice. With a face full of rage, he shouted at the bandits so loudly that they froze in place. His shout sounded not just anger, but a terrible warning. Every martial artist knows his face, the white hair and long robe, the way he holds his sword with one hand. The pressure that his gaze alone exerts was insane. Chagall looked at him and could not believe his eyes, because in front of him stood the real king of the sword. The bandits suddenly stopped and waited for the order of their leader, who in turn understood that if the man in front of them really was the Sword King, then they needed to escape as quickly as possible. He knew that raising his sword against the Sword King was the same as signing his own death warrant, so he began to think of an escape plan. Namgung-jong looked at him angrily. His eyes seemed to flash with anger. He said that he did not need anyone's hand and allowed him to leave, but before that he must leave his head. Without thinking for a second, the master rushed to the attack and defeated the leader with a strong, precise blow, and immediately after that he attacked his assistants, who also failed to escape. Watching what was happening, Chagall could not understand whether he was dead or just hallucinating. But still, he was once again convinced that he had finally seen the real Sword King. A few weeks later, So-hee came to the garden where Yeon was sitting and asked how she was feeling, but Yeon angrily yelled at her and replied that it didn't concern her at all. Many days had passed since then, and the memories of how her father almost died now seemed like a distant dream, but she was angry and saddened by something else. While she and her father were going through the hardest days, the Namgung family was simply hiding in this large and safe estate. Yeon learned that So-hee was also there at the time when they brought wine to the owner of the estate and tried to contain her emotions so as not to get even more angry. She told So-hee that they were looking for her grandfather everywhere, and when they heard that she had disappeared, they were beside themselves, and yet she was angry that being so close, she dared to ignore them. The girl, in turn, was shocked by such accusations and did not know what to say. Meanwhile, inside the estate, Tan came to Chagall's chambers to find out how he was feeling. He replied that although he had not fully recovered, thanks to the elixir that Tan gave him, his life was no longer in danger. The advisor also thanked Namgung-jong for his help and for the fact that he himself was alive. In response, the master hugged the advisor because he was also the one who said that everything was fine with him. Chagall guessed that the master had been the White Mask all this time. Namgung-jong was surprised, but he explained that this was what people called the one-armed old man who wore the White Mask. He also realized that behind the Black Mask was hiding a dealer of the demonic cult. It was hard for him to believe that 2 of the 5 kings gathered under one roof, because if others found out about this, they would instantly faint. The advisor thought about it, because 2 great martial arts masters, each representing their own position in society, live in the same space and without a single hint of hostility. He was sure that all this was only thanks to the owner of this estate. After thinking for a bit, Chagall looked at Tan and said that he wanted to help him in some way, and quietly asked if he was ready to accept his support. In turn, Tan decided that he did not have a single such assistant, so the advisor's offer was very opportune. But before taking him into the family, he wanted to know how capable Chagall was. The advisor did not understand what his words meant. He looked at Tan, and it was hard for him to withstand his gaze because he had never encountered such an aura before, and it seemed to him that he was about to suffocate. Nevertheless, the advisor pulled himself together and answered Tan that in that case he should also show what he was capable of, because he also needed to know whether Tan was worthy of his help. Tan expected such an answer from a man of high intelligence as he began to weigh his options, while Tan decided that if the advisor was really that blind, then they had nothing more to talk about. Hearing this, Chagall was perplexed because he barely dared to say it out loud and try to raise his price, as he was immediately refused. When Tan left the room, he saw So-hee on the threshold and asked what she was doing. She replied that she needed to collect her thoughts, but Tan did not understand what they were talking about. She decided that she had nothing more to lose and asked Tan to teach her the ultimate technique of Namchu Ren, which was called the illusionary art of swordsmanship. He told her that the Namgung clan's highest technique was no worse, but So-hee wanted to become stronger, so she asked him to teach her this technique. Tan didn't understand why So-hee suddenly decided that he owned this technique, but she looked at him confidently and calmly said that she knew that he was the god of war. Tan's face changed, and So-hee noticed that he was slightly agitated, although she had never seen such emotions on his face. In turn, Tan answered her that he learned about the martial art of Namchu Ren by accident and simply remembered some techniques, so he cannot guarantee that they are perfect. Despite this, they still agreed to train. Delighted, So-hee hurried back into the house, and Tan stood and watched her, still trying to understand how she guessed. He knew that he hadn't really hidden it, but even if he had admitted it himself, no one would have believed it, because living 1,000 years was beyond the power of an ordinary person. He remembered the blood demon, and even he, despite all kinds of magic, could not resist the flow of time and had to periodically change the vessel. Tan let his guard down because he was sure that no one would come to such a conclusion, but Namgung Sozi's eyes were glowing with confidence, which meant that she knew exactly who he really was. After this, the masters nevertheless told about what happened to their shop and everything that happened after that. Chagall grasped the essence of what was happening, but he would never have thought that the Hunan merchants would decide to set a trap, because the damage they caused by stealing precious wine and silk was quite significant. He asked Tan what was going on with the Golden Ring merchants, and he told him that they were hiring dozens of warriors to ensure security around the perimeter of the estate. The advisor thought it over carefully and announced to everyone that he had an idea that would allow them to get rid of most of the Hunan merchants and everyone associated with them. A few days later, a subordinate arrived to the manager Juku and reported that the merchants of the Golden Ring had gathered 50 warriors and were preparing for a large trading expedition to Beijing. Hearing the news, he wondered where the merchants got such resources from, because not long ago his people stole a huge amount of wine and silk from them, and they were already back selling Hoen goods, and not just somewhere there, but in Beijing itself, which is full of high-ranking officials. Now the Chumun faucet is leading the Beijing alcohol market, and the manager knew that it was this clan that raided the Golden Ring traders, and if they found out about the expedition, they would definitely not sit idle. He thought it was strange that they hadn't received any news from the clan about this yet. Juke thought that perhaps he should take on this matter himself. Just recently they tried to arrange a fake trading expedition to get rid of the traders, but their plan failed miserably, and now those same traders themselves decided to set out on a journey as if everything had been prepared in advance, Juke thought, because the probability of a conspiracy seemed too high. Suddenly, the leader burst into his office and was simply furious that they were not doing anything to stop the traders and prevent them from reaching Beijing. But Juke calmly answered him that he considered this trip too perfect a coincidence, and perhaps the expedition would be rigged. But Chun was seething with rage and was sure that they needed to act. The manager tried to dissuade him, but the leader ordered him to immediately contact Chui San and send him on the trail of the gold merchants. Hearing this, Juke realized that this option was the most suitable. Even if it would be a trap, they would be able to crush their squad by force. A few days later, Master Chui San arrived at the site. Observing the expedition, he asked the manager what he needed to do, and he reminded him that he was obliged to take away all the goods, and for this he would receive 100 silver coins. Juke also told him to destroy the main merchant who was selling everything, and also to leave all the goods unharmed. Chui San was a traitor who escaped from a demonic cult. He had such incredible skills that he was among the top 100 martial artists. There were rumors that he could even break through a boulder with his fists. This job was easy for him, so he decided not to waste time, and having jumped up from his place, rushed in pursuit of the expedition and began to shout furiously so that they would pay attention to him. The warriors did not understand who he was and decided to attack him immediately, but the master dealt with them with a quick movement and destroyed them on the spot. Noticing his rage and strength, the other warriors immediately ran away in fear, which made him laugh a lot, because he thought that the merchants of the Golden Ring would be much bolder. The manager approached him and praised him for such fast work. They collected the necessary boxes and returned to the leader, rejoicing at their catch. On the day of the service, the leader of the Hunan merchants went to the imperial official, Lord Gong, to sell him all the stolen goods. The official asked why Chun had come to him, and he said that he had managed to get hold of some truly high-quality goods, so he decided to show them to him. He opened the chests in front of him, which contained silk and wine of the Hoan clan. Seeing this, the official was simply shocked how the leader managed to get something like this, because it was almost impossible to get something like this. The official told him that recently more and more people at the imperial palace were asking for Hoan clan wine, so he decided not to bargain and give Chun 800 coins for the entire product. But first he wanted to try everyone's favorite wine himself. The leader thanked the official and said that he would immediately load all the goods. Watching Mr. Gon taste the wine, Chun was overcome with joy because he would get so much of the product for nothing, and now he was able to sell it for a good amount. Suddenly, the official threw the bottle at the leader and began to curse at him, because what was in it did not at all resemble the wine of the Hoan clan. Suddenly, Chun smelled the stench coming from the bottle and couldn't understand why it smelled like waste. Then it dawned on him that all the goods they stole were sold, and the trading expedition was just a trap. Despite the already failed deal with the official gone, the leader still had a bad feeling, and suddenly the manager burst in and started shouting that thieves had broken into their warehouse at night. Now Chun understood why they did all this. He ordered the manager to bring Chui-san. With his native hatred and thirst for revenge, the leader was determined to destroy the Tan family, who dared to humiliate him. That same night, they gathered their warriors and went to Akyan at the very estate that was located on the outskirts of the province. The leader noted that their estate looked like they were one of the great clans, but he was sure that they were simpletons. Master Choi-san asked doubtfully if they could handle them all, but Chun did not hesitate because he was confident in success, and his confidence was that he decided to set fire to the estate to make his task easier. But despite this, they did not see a single person running out of the burning house in fear. Then the leader shouted, challenging the enemies to fight. Suddenly, the gates of the estate swung open, and the head of the Hong district came out with his warriors. He was amazed at the impudence and audacity of Chun, who dared to attack his lands. Hong angrily declared that they would definitely be punished for treason to the state. Seeing them, the leader couldn't believe his eyes. He knew for sure that this was the Tang family's estate, but where the people from the department suddenly appeared from remained a mystery to him. He was at a loss as to what to do next, since it all looked like a movement technique, but he had no information that anyone in the Tang family owned it. Sado and Namgun Zhuang noticed an unknown person who looked very similar to Chui-san from the demon cult. Zhuang remembered that at their last meeting he considered him quite strong because there were few masters from his hand. Meanwhile, the leader Chun decided not to hesitate and furiously ordered his warriors to destroy every single one of them because they would still be branded as traitors. So he decided that they had nothing more to lose, and what they started must be completed. At that very moment, his warriors rushed to attack the guards of the department and a fight broke out between them. Watching this, the head was shocked by what was happening, since he expected that they would not attack. In turn, Chui-san began to destroy the guards one after another, but suddenly he appeared in front of him and repelled his next attack. San didn't expect to see her, and thought that she was trying to revive her clan by working for the Hunan Tang family. Without thinking twice, he rushed to attack San, trying to defeat him, but he held his own in the fight, and used only his fists instead of weapons, which greatly confused her. Despite everything, Sohee did not stop attacking, not leaving him the slightest chance to catch his breath. She patiently waited for the moment when he would open up to deliver the decisive blow. When Sohee finally found the right moment, she launched a punch to the chest, but the attack missed its target. San immediately responded with a swift counterattack which she barely managed to dodge. Sohee was confused. Her punch was strong enough, but she didn't understand why it didn't work. Chui-san watched with pleasure as it happened. He was glad that Sohee had failed, because her rough swordplay could not cause even the slightest harm to his steel-hard body. He saw her surprised face and told her that he had managed to achieve diamond invulnerability, so her sword could no longer leave a single scratch on his body. Without thinking twice, he decided that it was now his turn to attack, and jumping up from his spot, Chui-san quickly rushed toward Sohee. His blow was so powerful that the ground under his feet split into small pieces, forming a deep dent. But Sohee was no longer there, because she managed to dodge at the very last moment. She didn't know what to do with his diamond vulnerability, since it became much more difficult to strike. So while she was thinking, she tried to dodge every blow from the enemy. But suddenly, Sohee didn't have time to dodge the next attack. San delivered a powerful blow, and she fell to the ground with force, trying to cough. Sohee raised her head with difficulty and realized that most likely she had lost this fight. Chui-san coldly said that Sohee was just unlucky to have to face a master like him, and as a sign of mercy, he promised to finish her off without pain. With these words, he put all his power into a blow that caused the ground under his feet to fly apart. But when the dust settled, he saw that Somi was nowhere to be found, and Tan was standing in front of him, holding her on his shoulders, and he couldn't understand why San was constantly laughing. Chui-san began to threaten him with fury, but Tan only smiled calmly. He said that he was wrong to boast about his invulnerability, because now a huge hole was visible in his chest. Chui-san looked down at his body and only then noticed the wound. A moment later, he collapsed to the ground without strength, and Chun's warriors had already gathered around Tan, surrounding him from all sides. They were shocked because in front of them stood a man who single-handedly defeated one of the strongest masters. They turned to their leader to understand how to proceed, but Chun himself was shocked because he did not expect at all that the martial arts master could not resist the enemy. Suddenly, Guan attacked him, and with a strong blow he knocked the leader to the ground, pressing his sword to his neck. Calmly but firmly, Guan ordered him to surrender because he no longer had a chance to win. In the end, they finally gave in, and in the morning they were all taken to the department to be put in prison. Passers-by watched what was happening and were shocked that the leader of the Hunan merchants was among the bandits. Some of them began to say that the leader dared to attack the department and set it on fire, and also drew his sword against the head of the district. Everyone was sure that Chun deserved his punishment. He had mocked the common people for too long, and now justice had prevailed. Everyone knew that the Hunan Tang family had dealt with him, and the whole province was buzzing about it. People were curious how they had managed to predict the merchants' plans and prepare so accurately. Meanwhile, in the Chumun Wan clan, the leader was informed that the Hunan merchants had been destroyed. He was furious, but he was more worried about what would happen to their property. The subordinate explained that most likely the merchants of the Golden Ring would take the majority of it for themselves as a reward for helping the department. Upon hearing this, the leader was shocked because he had invested a lot of money in the creation of this guild. Suddenly, another subordinate burst into Chumun's office and informed the leader that government troops were storming their clan. The leader was seized with panic because he did not know what to do. Running to the window, he was horrified to see that it was true, and the head of the district with his army was standing right at the threshold. The realization overtook him like a blow, and now he knew for sure that the end had come for him.